me just begin by saying that we are here in the matters of the state of Florida versus Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker. Both defendants are present with their counsel as our counsel for the state. So we are here to continue the trial. The administrative, or you want to approach sidebar? Do we need a court reporter? Okay.
She told us.
So just defendant Whitaker's counsel? Okay.
If you can't swim on that.
I'll let you know, Ms. Schlax, as soon as my judicial assistant responds.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, just a moment. I received a two-page letter from juror number 15 from Mr. Hakeem Robinson's jury, so let me read it, and then I will advise you all about it. All right, so as you recall, juror number 15 is the alternate number 3 for Mr. Hakeem Robinson, the woman that sits in the far box that way. If the parties and court reporter want to come sidebar, I'll let you read the letter from juror number 15, and then we can discuss what to do.
All right, good morning and welcome to everyone in the feed. The KSoo trial is getting kicked off. There is a juror issue, juror number 15. She's written they have written a 2-page letter to the judge. Just a little bit, things that'll be a little different today. I'll likely mute anytime I know that they're getting ready to go to a break because the music that First Coast News plays is copywritten. So it flags our video after every stream. So I want to try and avoid that today by muting the stream whenever I know for sure they're going to go on a break or like when they do sidebars, just in case they, break out into their little break. We actually, from our last video over on, I actually posted it on here too, our last recap of the trial 3, recap that went up on Friday, we actually got a nice amount of new subscribers from TikTok. So we may see some new faces in here today. A lot of folks are basically subscribed because I let them know that we do stream the trial. So if anybody is new here, welcome to the Telegame. Be yourself. Feel free to communicate in the chat. Everybody here is lovely. But we may see some new faces today, just so everybody knows. So, and also I generally don't talk that much. So we also have the Ali trial closing. So in between this trial, we will go over to the Ali trial on breaks and lunches and listen to the closing. That is a later starting trial. I don't think they start until 11 Central. So we may jump over into somebody else's courtroom if this trial goes on break before they start. So just letting everybody know kind of the flow of today, and hope everybody's having a good one. No, I haven't forgotten. I'm just it looks like our spot kind of erased over the weekend for the McBurney trial. So I'm just trying to figure out where exactly we were in that trial. Do you remember the last witness we were looking at, or if we made it to the lunch break? Because the last person I remember was the guy with the beard, the neighbor. Good morning, Elle. Good morning, Fee. All right, just for everyone who's here, court is on. They haven't actually started up for the day. It's got white noise playing, so I've muted it, but The minute the judge comes back and sits down, I'll unmute it. We are up to speed. So this is the live feed. And whenever we start, I'll turn the audio back on. So just hang tight. I know you probably can't see the little red thing or ticker going across the bottom, but they are expecting the father to testify today. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what he says today, y'all. I'm kind of geeked about it. I'm not even gonna hold you. Shout out to KP this morning. Been a member for 2 months. He didn't renew his membership. If you want to be a member, Shay has kindly posted the link for you to join. But make sure that you subscribe to our channel if you haven't done so already. But yeah, y'all, the daddy testifying today, like I don't even know what to expect because, oh my God, what is he going to say? Do we have a poll up? I don't know. I don't think we got a poll up yet. Let's get us a poll because our number of viewers to our likes, they all match. We got 12 likes. So make sure that you liking the video. All right. And liking the video, what it does, it just pushes our content, let us get a little bit more exposure. So kindly hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Okay, court is in a short recess, so I'm ready to, oh, wait a minute, here we go.
All right, then if all sides are ready, I do want to bring out juror number 15 to inquire. I just want to be absolutely clear, this juror is not going to be filmed in any way. So, thank you. Let's bring her out and have her stand right there, please, juror number 15.
Blue is testifying today. They say Blue hitting the stand today, y'all. So we got to keep our ears peeled and soak up everything that he got to say. Because the state ain't waste no time putting him on the stand. But what the defense did in their opening, and they said that he had been telling since before uh before they was born. Yeah, like child, they said he didn't cooperate several times. So I'm interested, highly, highly interested in what is going to come up out of that. But I too think it's interesting that a lot of the jurors have issues. Like we almost have a juror issue every day, and it sounds like there were a lot of jurors who expressed concern for their safety while they were doing jury selection. So now that the trial is underway, it's almost like every day we've got a juror issue. We've had the person get shown. We've had a couple people get shown where she actually just, corrected the cameraman, but that one of the people who actually was shown came back and told, like, yeah, my wife seen me. We had another juror who said that she was actually familiar with the area of the crime scene, and she worked there, and she had conversation with some of her coworkers about the M. So she was brought out and kind of talked to, and now we've got this third juror who is, we don't know. Actually, we just know that they've written a 2-page letter to the judge. And I would assume that they too are trying to get out of participating on this jury. So
Said, any matters to address before we bring out both panels?
So the next witness is going to, is Special Agent Corley.
Okay, and have you shown those to the defense?
Previously, I've shown one notebook that they're going to now, but the rest of these are home records that we saw in those consent for.
Okay, can you tell me the exhibit numbers? Are they the 9s?
So it's 10E.
Oh,
10B, which are AT&T records, 10A, which are T-Mobile records, 10B, which are Sprint records, 9Z, which are T-Mobile records, 9Y, T-Mobile records, 9X, AT&T records, and 9W, which are T-Mobile records, as well as 9T, which is Apple account information for Apple ID S08198442, House of Pain 904@gmail.com, and Aki, AHKI@iCloud.com, which is 9T.
Okay. And this is as to both Defendant Whitaker and Defendant Robinson? Okay. Any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
Your Honor, no objection to the cell phone records. They did file all of the certification months ago. My objection in regards to the composite exhibit, I have no problem with its use as a demonstrative aid that aids the jury in explaining his testimony. But otherwise, I would suggest, number one, it elevates his opinion to an exhibit. He is giving his expert opinion. It's not merely records. It's a demonstrative exhibit that essentially contains arguments.
Which exhibit is that specifically?
That was the next thing I was going to address. That's states NM, which is the map, and that was
Okay.
And the difficulty, Your Honor, is that they seek not only to introduce the actual maps that he's plotted, they also seek to introduce his whole report, which contains explanations of what some of the terminology means. I think it gives extra credence in exhibit form. It's essentially bolstering your expert's opinion. You can certainly testify to it, the jury can absorb it. If they want to see it, once they're deliberating, it should be presented again, just like prior testimony.
All right. Thank you. And as for Defendant Robinson?
Your Honor, we add in that objection, have a few more. With respect to that objection, it allows the state to have an advocate, so to speak, in the jury room. For that reason, it should be a demonstrative. The other objections that we have is contained within the materials, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, there's some text messages. Those text messages are from the year prior, that there's volleys back and forth. Tell me if this is not this witness. Okay, so I'll table that objection. Then the only other one is, my understanding is for any of the iCloud data, they're entering it for the record, but not into evidence to go back with the jury with everything that's in the iClouds.
But the exhibit that I'm seeking to introduce now, which is the iCloud records, that's just the subscriber sheets, information. There are additional records that come from the iClouds that we're seeking to introduce through a different witness, and it would not be the entirety, it would be selected items that are shown.
Okay. So it's not, that's not this witness. All right.
This is Special Agent Corley, he would only testify to the phone records and the map of the courthouse map.
Okay. All right. So do you want to table that until the next witness or the appropriate witness, Mr. DeCoste?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The non-print in advance objection that we do have is to renew one, which is the color coding of our client. If Your Honor remembers from the demonstrative that was used in opening statement that our client was in red, we objected to that. Red is universally known as a color of danger. Here, the phone number where the shooter is in red, and I think that there may also be there are numbers in here, there are two different numbers that are in red. Even subconsciously, this says to the jury, connect this with the red that you have for Mr. Robinson. So we have the 478 number, which is an unknown number that they believe that the shooter has in their possession. And then a phone call that's incoming to one of Mr. Robinson's other phones is also in red. So Your Honor will see an 800 number.
Wait, I'm trying to look for a red number so far. I'm on page 10 and I haven't seen one yet. Hold on. Okay, page what?
So if Your Honor goes to page 17, you'll see a 478 number in red on the right-hand side.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 16.
Okay, yes.
All right. So that number is the phone that they believe the shooter had. Now, they've already coded Mr. Robinson to the color red. Then if you go to page 18, on the left-hand side, there's an 800 number. That's an incoming phone call on Mr. Robinson's known phone, unrelated to the 478 number. So this, I don't think helps a jury. I think it's confusing. We're just asking for colors that don't confuse them into thinking, oh, this is all Hakeem Robinson.
Okay. Any response?
Just that the maps are an exhibit. They're routinely introduced into juries. The slides that predate or that are before the map are necessary to explain to the jury what cell phone records are and how to look at the maps, how to interpret what they see on the maps. And the color coding is based upon the state's evidence that we are going to present through other witnesses that will come in that will tie the two phones.
Your Honor, what I'm hearing is that they haven't laid the foundation to link the 478 number to Mr. Robinson, so we'd add that objection. And then we don't object to the maps, we don't object to the data, we object to the color coding. These expert witnesses are supposed to help a jury understand it. This confuses it.
Well, there's multiple telephone numbers and there's multiple colors here. There's orange, there's purple, there's like a greenish gray, there's a couple reds. Honestly, there's more orange and teal than there are reds. So if the color coding is the objection, I'm going to overrule it.
And the lack of foundation.
Okay, well, certainly predicate will need to be laid. Well, we have the business certification.
Yes, ma'am. And this witness is not going to testify to who any of those numbers belong to. He's
Okay.
just going to say that he received the information for the numbers and that he mapped the 478.
All right, so as to both Mr. Whitaker and to Mr. Robinson, I'll overrule the objection as to 10M. I think that was it. As to the other exhibits, though, that were mentioned, there was no objection from Mr. Whitaker. Any objection from Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Which other ones?
The other ones the state outlined, I think they are 9W, X, Y, Z, 10A, B, C, D, and E.
No new objection. The same objections should apply here to the data that would be irrelevant or hearsay.
Okay.
I think we skipped one. Yes, it says 2250. We must have. Yeah.
All right, then if nothing else, are we ready to bring the jurors in?
Yes, ma'am. I can do it now, or I can do it with the detective. I haven't moved 10 inches.
Oh.
I can do that now. Or I can do it with the detective.
Why don't you do it with the detective? Okay, here it is, so we'll return it. All right, then, if all sides are ready, why don't we get the jurors in and seated so we may begin?
Welcome to everybody that's here. Make sure you hit that like button. All right, Sophie, real quick. No, not for this trial. It was for another trial, but we were just kind of discussing how, the witnesses had concerns about their safety. And Ms. Jones just shared with us that they do have a lot of concerns about participating in court proceedings because somebody was unalive down there. So that's just kind of the the gist of the conversation.
To continue with our duty at hand. Before we begin, I, of course, am going to ask all of you whether or not during this weekend recess, any of you inadvertently perhaps may have seen, read, watched, or listened to any news stories that may have been printed or aired about this case. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised. Did anyone during this weekend recess, or even as you arrived here this morning or left on Friday afternoon, approach you or attempt to speak to you or say anything to you about this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised. Has anyone, friends, family, or otherwise, tried to share information with you about anything to do with this case, the issues in this case, or the people and places involved in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Bless you, ma'am. All right, and I see no hands raised. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, then we are going to continue with the state's case in chief, and at this time I'll call upon the state to call its next witness. Agent Corley, please. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, if you'll have a seat there on the witness stand, and be sure to speak closely, loudly, and clearly into the microphones. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Special Agent Rob Corley. I work with the FBI in Jacksonville Division, and I'm assigned to the office in Daytona Beach.
How long have you worked with the FBI?
Since 2011.
And what is your current position?
Current position is I am assigned to the Counterintelligence Squad.
Okay. In addition to being counterintelligence, are you also a CAST agent?
I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is CAST?
So CAST is a group of about 80 to 90 agents and task force officers across the United States who receive advanced training and cellular analysis and location information. We have three primary functions. We respond to situations that involve locating individuals in real time, so tracking fugitives, looking for missing children, victims who have been kidnapped. So we use this information we're going to talk about today in real time to locate people. I've located fugitives, I've located missing children, and I've located the bodies of victims using this information. We also provide training to state and local and other federal partners in this same area, and we do what I'm doing here today, which is testify as a witness to help explain the subject matter.
Can you explain to the jury your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
And you also have a background in the military?
I do have a background in the military. I was a captain in the U.S. Air Force.
And did your background in the military use this type of technology?
Yes, I was a logistician, so we used similar technology to track cargo equipment moving in and out of Afghanistan. I also worked on some projects where we used RFID to find in large warehouses.
Do you have any specialized training in your field specifically related to historical mobile device location analysis?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
So I am CAST certified. The certification process for CAST requires us to go through several iterations of training. At this point, I've received about 400 hours of training in cellular analysis. It starts with a basic course where we learn the basics of records I'm going to explain today. We go through an advanced course which gets into other types of records, location records, timing advance, and then we move on to an environment where we use the information in a command post situation to see if we can come up with the same solutions that other CAST agents have come up with in real world scenarios. If you progress through those, you're selected for CAST certification. CAST certification is 160 hours of training. It starts with introduction to radio frequency theory, which is taught by PhD professors from the Florida Institute of Technology. We receive 40 hours of training in that, and then we receive about 40 hours of training from each of the cell phone providers. So they bring in the people that actually maintain and pull these records that we're going to talk about today, and they bring in their engineers that set up their networks to tell us how and why they set up their networks that way. And then there's some additional training on software mapping, court testimony, a thing we call a drive test where we use equipment to measure the footprint of cell towers. And then once you complete all that, you're certified. We also are required to attend an annual recertification where they bring in those same providers to provide any updates to their records, allow us to ask questions to the engineers. They talk about new and emerging technologies such as 5G would be a big one right now that's going on. And we also get training from other companies like Apple, Google, Facebook, Meta. We recently had training from Starlink, which is now, your phone's connecting to satellites. So they bring in all kinds of people to give us information on emerging topics in location analysis.
Approximately how many times in the past have you had the opportunity to analyze historical call detail records with location information?
More than 100 cases.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you testified in court related to this work?
21 times.
Where all have you testified?
I've testified in this district in Jacksonville and Clay County. I've testified in Volusia County. I've testified in federal court in Fort Myers and Tampa, also Pensacola. I've testified in Knoxville, Tennessee, and Savannah, Georgia.
And have you been accepted as an expert interpreting this type of data?
Yes,
Is your analysis peer reviewed?
it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Corley for voir dire.
Okay, any additional questioning from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
And from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
In this case, did you create a report with visuals to help the jury understand your analysis?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Agent Corley, I'm showing you what's been marked with states 10M. Can you take a moment to view that? Do you recognize the contents of that binder?
Yes, it's my report.
Your Honor, at this time, the state remove what's been marked with 10M, states 246.
All right. On behalf of Defendant Whitaker,
Just subject to the prior objection made.
understood. On behalf of Mr. Robinson,
Same, Your Honor, subject to previous motions and objections.
all right. And subject to those motions and objections, states 10M will be marked into evidence as states number 246.
May I publish?
Yes.
Agent Corley, do you see the screen in front of you?
I do, yes, sir.
Is this the same report that's contained within that binder?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so we can see here on this first page all of the numbers that you analyzed.
That's correct.
Starting on page 3, can you explain to the jury how a cell phone generally works in conjunction with cell phone towers?
Sure. So our cell towers are connected to each other to communicate back and forth. They're also connected to traditional landlines. So they move information and data from those towers to either over the internet, other landlines, or directly to towers. In order for your cell phone to communicate with the tower, it uses radio frequency. Your cell phone, when on, is constantly scanning its environment to try to figure out what tower it wants to connect to. So it's going to decide, the cell phone itself will decide what tower it thinks has the best signal for use. And once it makes that selection, it continues that, and when a call comes in or goes out, it's going to select that tower to complete that call. But it is constantly scanning the environment. So if you get up and move, you change directions, you leave the courtroom, it will then decide that if there's another tower that it thinks better is at that point, so it will make the switches. So it's constantly scanning to make those connections.
And once the phone selects a tower and a connection is made, like a phone call, are reports generated by the phone companies that you can review?
Yes, so once the phone makes a connection to the tower, it generates into call detail records the timestamp, the tower and sector information that is reflected in CDRs.
Showing you page 4 of your report, can you explain to the jury what a cell phone tower looks like to the average person?
Sure. The cell tower up in the top left corner is what we would call a monopole. That's probably the most common configuration. Think if you see it out on the interstate, the tall poles with the array of antennas on top of it. Towers can appear, especially in Jacksonville and other urban environments. They're on the sides of buildings, and in some places they're hidden or disguised in everyday items such as a flagpole, or in this case, when city requirements require it to not be so ugly, they camouflage with this tree because they think that's not ugly. So a bunch of different configurations, and those cell phone towers are then split into sectors. There are several configurations. You can have a 6-sided tower. You can have an omnidirectional tower, which covers 360 degrees. But by far the most common configuration of all cell towers in the United States is a 3-sided tower. So you have a tower that is then divided into 3 equal sectors, and each sector serves a specific area. The phone companies provide us the direction that the center of that sector points to. It's known as an azimuth. So if you have in this illustration a 0 azimuth, you're pointing at true north, the direct center of that sector. So now we know if we have a tower, a sector, and the direction that that sector points at, we can then narrow down the location area of a device when it connects to the tower.
Can you say how much of a geographic area each tower will cover?
It varies based off of the areas in which the tower is placed. So in a rural area, it could be a very large area, say 10 miles between towers, or even 20 miles between towers in some instances. In a very dense urban area like New York City, you're going to have a tower every block. So it could be a very small area. And in an urban area like Jacksonville, it's going to range somewhere in between there.
You said earlier that the phone is the one selecting the tower. Does it always select the closest tower?
Not always. It's going to select the tower that it sees as having the best signal. That's usually the closest tower, but not always.
Okay. What kind of factors can impact that?
Environmental factors such as obstructions, the place you're in at a very hardened concrete building like a giant courthouse, there might be some things that delay a signal. If I was sitting with a 6-inch thick brick wall behind me and a window in front of me, it might select the tower that's 5 miles in front of me versus the tower that's 2 miles behind me.
Cell phone towers, are they like GPS records where they can put somebody in a particular point?
No, it's a general location. This is not a precise location. We can't say that someone is sitting in this chair in this room. We can say that they're in an area covered by a cell tower and sector.
Okay. And do phone companies maintain GPS records?
They do not historical GPS records.
Showing you page 5 of your report, can you explain how you interpret the call detail records, and we'll show those to the jury in a minute, but how you explain call detail records on a map? So
thinking back to that graphic in the tower before, this is a sector representing 120 degrees facing true north, or 0 azimuth, and it's illustrated on a map with this wedge. We're able to provide the geographic location of the phone based on the next closest tower. So based on the positioning of the towers, we can provide an estimate on where a phone was located during the time of the event. In this call, you'll see on several maps there will be multiple sectors off one tower. So the shaded area is just there to help you orientate towards which sector is being used and which direction it's pointing. That is not the coverage area of that cell tower.
Okay, so as you just explained, the shaded area is just showing you that we're in this part of the sector, but it could be somewhere out in that area.
That is correct. And it's also, every tower is configured differently. There is no sector 1 is always 0 degrees azimuth. It could be 10 on one tower, and it could be 30 on another tower. So it's whatever the engineers determine is the best position for those towers to provide coverage to their customers.
Page 6, can you explain this to the jury?
Sure. So along with the sectors, you're going to have a call-out box on each map, and that call-out box is going to provide some basic information. Up in the green, you'll see that it will provide the unique identification for that tower being used. The sector is that -13 in this case, and then it's going to provide the date, the time, the number of the device being used, the type of event that's happening, the direction, and then the associated number with that call.
Okay. And then in some of the boxes, you may get a number, like a 3, I'm going to make one up, but like a 3-digit number that indicates the azimuth.
Yes, so if there are multiple sectors off one tower, I try to include the azimuth in there so you know which call happened on which sector. So if you see a number in there, we'll see on the map, I'll point them out, but I also included the azimuth so you know which sector is being used.
Where did the records come from that you used to generate these maps?
The records come from the cellular companies.
Is there other information that you need to generate the maps that doesn't come from the cell phone companies?
Yes, so along with the call detail records, which include the tower and sector used, I need a tower records, which include where is that tower geographically located with the GPS coordinates, so where is the tower located, and then what is the azimuth of that sector. So those are provided in tower records, and then I also need to know what times and what locations are relevant to the analysis.
Okay. So just to touch on that second point first, you're an FBI analyst interpreting cell phone records.
Correct.
Are you involved in the actual investigation of the cases in which you're assisting?
No, when I testify as a CAST agent, I am not. So I'm an agent that investigates my own crimes, but I don't, not my crimes that have been committed, no, in this case, I am only here to advise on the cellular records.
Okay. So the dates, the times, the phone numbers that are given to you, you don't know the significance of any of those?
In most cases, no.
And then on to the first thing, the tower list. So are cell phone companies required by law to report to the federal government where their towers are located?
Yes.
And when you're creating a map, so in this case, this homicide happened in 2020, we're in 2025. Are you using the tower records from 2020 to perform your map?
Yes, I use the tower records that are most closely related to the event that happened.
Going to slide 7. Can you explain to the jury what timing advance is?
Sure. Timing advance is an engineering term which refers to the distance or the time that it takes for a signal to travel from the cell phone to the, or I'm sorry, from the tower to the device and then back to the tower. Based on the time measurement of that event, the network then calculates an estimated distance of where that is. Timing,
Sorry, kind of like how echolocation works for a bat?
similar.
And why does timing advance exist? What is the purpose of it?
So timing advance is necessary in order to make the system work. So I like to point out, it's like if we all got up and ran out that door right now in an emergency situation, we would all crash into each other and fall and fail, right? But if we all got up in an orderly manner, proceeded through the door when we were supposed to, we would get out much more efficiently. So timing advanced is for that same reason. So all these phones and devices are trying to communicate with the same tower. The tower has to know how to order those phones and those devices. So it needs to know an approximate location of where those phones are located so that it can then order the activity that's happening with those phones. So it doesn't care exactly where you're located. It just needs to know an area. So timing advanced is really a measure of a timing advanced band. So the network's saying, your phone is located 1 band, 2 bands, 3 bands, 8 bands away from the tower. And then it knows that it needs to back up the things that it needs to do in order for the information to get to your device when it's necessary.
And this is separate than somebody making a phone call where there's an indication in the record.
Correct. Timing advance is a network-initiated event. So these measurements are happening whether you're using your device or not. So as long as your device is on, the network can take timing advance measurements from your device. So it takes it at frequencies. It's set up differently for different market areas and according to what your phone's doing. So if it's taken 10 measurements of your phone in the exact same location, the network's going to say, quit measuring that. It's a waste of time. That phone hasn't moved. And it'll pick back up measurements again when it detects that your phone's in a different location.
We've used the word band. Is that what's reflective here of this kind of red shape here?
Correct. That band represents the known distance of timing advance bands, which is 76 meters for 4G technology.
Okay, so the distance between the sides of the band are 76 meters?
Correct.
Will a
I'm
phone-
sorry, 78 meters.
Will a phone always be inside of the band?
The majority of the time, the phone will fall within the band. There are instances where that signal can be bounced, which causes even a millisecond of a delay will then increase or add some distance. So the band will look like it's further away because instead of going straight from the phone to that tower, it took a slight variation. It bounced off a window, bounced off some sort of obstruction. So I had to go around. That little fraction of a second could add distance in the calculation. So sometimes the phone will be located within a band or two of the actual distance put in the records.
So in the instance where there's that kind of interference you just described, somebody would be slightly inside by a band.
It could, yes.
And so the difference would be like standing on the front steps of the courthouse versus being inside of a courtroom. There could be some interference by the radio frequency.
Correct. So, I mean, the difference in talking through it mathematically, it would be 78 meters closer or 156 meters closer. 56, yeah.
I want to reference 2020 when you received these records. In 2020, were all of the phone companies providing timing advance records?
No. Back then, only Verizon and Sprint provided timing advance records. Again, these are records that all carriers take. They're not mandated by law to be provided, so the carriers provide them if they maintain records of them.
Okay, so T-Mobile and AT&T did not.
Not at that time, no.
And again, these are not GPS records.
They're not GPS records.
Switch gears for a moment and show you some phone records. One of the phone numbers that was provided to you, 904-485-7529, there was no mappable data for that phone for this time period.
Correct.
And again, you don't know which record is associated to what person.
I do not.
Referencing 904-704-1595 as an example, and that states 232. So when you receive and when the jury receives these records, do they include with them what's called a records key?
They do.
And I'm showing you the records key here. Can you explain to the jury what the record key is?
So it's just an explanation of what each column in the record does. So if you're not familiar with it, you can use this key to kind of go, it gives you a little explanation of what each column is providing.
And I don't think the jury has heard this term yet, so I want to highlight, it says UTC. Can you explain to the jury what UTC is?
Yes, so UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated, but what it references is a set time that all other time zones are then adjusted to. So Universal Time Coordinated would be 0, and then other time zones would then adjust forward or back from that. So in our time zone on the East Coast, it would be -4 hours during daylight savings time, -5 hours during non-daylight savings time or standard time. So it would be UTC -5.
So for January of 2020, it would be -5.
It would be -5 standard time. Eastern Standard Time is -5.
Just as an example, if the record said 5 p.m. UTC, what would the Eastern Standard Time be?
12 p.m.
Noon?
12 noon, yep.
And then continue like that. So if it's 4 p.m., what would the record?
11 a.m.
And say it was 4 a.m.
It would be 11 p.m. the day before. So if the record was the 27th of July at 4 a.m., the actual event would have happened the 26th of July at 11 p.m.
Most of the records that you received are in Universal Time Code or coordinated?
T-Mobile, AT&T, yes. Verizon and Sprint, they're all different varying things. But nowadays, most are all going towards UTC, but T-Mobile and AT&T were.
And Sprint at that time was using local time.
Sprint at that time was using local time for some call records and central time for other call records.
And the records key would reflect which one that is.
Yeah, in this case, it was local time.
I want to give the jury an example of what you're looking at. I'm referencing what's called Report AU, or the 704-1595 number.
Okay.
So can you explain just briefly what the columns are that you're looking at? And first of all, what is this page reflective of?
This page is the voice records, or the records for voice calls over AT&T's network.
And explain to the jury just briefly what are the different columns and what's important to you for mapping purposes.
Yeah, so item 1 is just a number in the row in the record. So here there's 12 records, so 1 through 12. You have the connection date, which is important, and the connection time in UTC. you have the estimated time of the call, which is 16 seconds on the first one, the number that started the call, and the number that it was calling. And then in this instance, AT&T and T-Mobile, they also provide some information specific to the device being used, and then the type of call it was. So an MT is mobile terminating, MO is mobile outgoing. So that kind of gives you some information on that. You know that it was an incoming call. If it's mobile terminating, it terminated to that line. If it's outgoing, it outgoing from that line. And then the cell location provides the tower, and then the geographic location or the GPS location for that tower, and then the azimuth. But again, we don't use the records. We don't use the tower information in the records organically. We pull the tower list and then match up the records with that tower list.
For an example where it's item 4 and where it says 20:03:06, that's in military time, but it's also uniform or UTC. So that would be 15:03:06. So what's that, 3 p.m.?
3 p.m., yes.
You said that these are the phone call records. Do you get records as it relates to FaceTime or Instagram or FaceTime or Facebook calls?
No, so any kind of mobile or streaming service or streaming calls like that would occur as a data session, so it would be reflected in the records as a data session.
And when we're reflecting data sessions necessarily match up exactly with, like, say, for instance, a FaceTime call?
No, it could be its own data session. It likely would be embedded in multiple things that were happening during a data session. So if you have a 60-minute data session, I can't tell you what time you started using your ESPN app, and then what time you made a Facebook call, and then what time you got on the Google and searched for something. So it's all within that same data session.
We said, so FaceTime calls are not going to be reflected in the call logs.
No.
And then what about, like, iMessages?
iMessages, iPhone to iPhone, which makes it an actual iMessage, it would be a data session also, so it would be reflected in data sessions. If you went iPhone to Google, it would not actually be an iMessage, even though it's coming from an iPhone. It has to be, both people have to be have iMessage enabled for it to be an actual message. So if both are enabled and it's going back and forth over Apple phones, it's going to be a data session. If it's mixing Apple and Google, then it would likely show up in the records as an SMS.
And just to highlight further, so if a data session exists, it could be that I sent one iMessage, it could be that I sent 500 iMessages, you just can't tell by these records.
That's correct. I don't know what's happening during the data sessions.
So let's look at the data sessions. So I'm showing you the next page of this. Is this what the data sessions look like for the 904-704-1595 number?
Yes.
And this set of records we can see comes from AT&T, where there's, in 2020, were there some companies that you could or could not map data sessions?
There were companies that we chose not to map data sessions for. We could map the data sessions, and 95 to 98% of the time they were accurate, but there were some known inconsistencies with AT&T. Again, it's not mandated by law that they have to provide these records, so they do with them what they want. They had some inconsistencies that we weren't comfortable with, so as CAST, we chose not to map AT&T records.
Okay, so even though AT&T records were 95 to 98% reliable, CAST said that's not good enough for you all.
Right, there were certain anomalies that we knew existed, and we did not want to take the chance that we were looking at one of those anomalies and not knowing. They have since fixed that, so we know what kind of records we're looking at and which ones may contain those anomalies, so we do now, but we didn't then.
What about T-Mobile? Could you map data sessions for T-Mobile in 2020?
T-Mobile, yes, under certain circumstances, we look at it as the totality of events, so you look at the actual records themselves, and if it meets criteria, then yes, we will map it.
Okay. Just to give an example of some of the columns. So say, for instance, column or line 25 here. So we have 10:08, but that's UTC, so that's 5:08 a.m., right? And then we have the phone number, and then it tells us there's data going up and that there's data going down, so uploading, downloading things.
Correct.
I want to jump down a little bit to lines 42 and 43. So do you see line 42 there?
Yes.
So this is on January the 15th, 2020. And that's about 7:11 a.m.
7/11/09. It would be exactly 5 hours before.
And we can see there's data sessions going data up and down.
Correct.
All right. And then the next entry at line 43, we have at 18:10:44. So if I subtract 5 hours, that's 13:10, so about 1 p.m., 1:10:44.
Correct.
And we have bytes up and bytes down.
Correct.
Between those two times of 7:11:09 and 1:10:44 on the phone number 904-704-1595, there are no data sessions at all.
Correct.
What is that indicative of to you?
When you're using a phone that's dependent on, a smartphone that's dependent on data connections, the most logical answer is the phone's off.
And this is an iPhone?
Correct.
All right. I want to go back to the PowerPoint now. I'm showing you page 8. Can you explain to the jury what page 8 is?
Sure. This is a geographical representation of what areas were provided to me are locations of interest, and then the actual coverage for T-Mobile, AT&T, and Sprint. T-Mobile's the green, AT&T's the blue, Sprint's the black. This is the actual tower footprint for the Jacksonville area in 2020.
Okay. And just as an example, so here, there's a green dot. That's a T-Mobile tower, right?
Yes.
So even if I am like right next to the tower, but I am a Sprint customer, would I interact with that tower?
No.
So I can only interact with the tower that services my phone.
Correct. Well, I'll caveat that there are certain rules for roaming. I mean, if you're old enough to remember when you roamed on a network, but nowadays the coverages are so wide that networks don't want you operating on other networks because you have to provide money. So in this environment, no. And if it were roaming on another network, you wouldn't see it reflected in the records.
Going to page 9, you explain to the jury what we see on page 9.
This is the first slide of actual analysis of the device. So this shows the telephone ending in 3684 and 4911 on July 15th, 2020, between 4:42 a.m. and 5:26 a.m.
Okay.
So what it,
No, and I just want to take this as a moment. So you have these colors. So are all of these and that color from the 624, 3684, those are the records that come from that particular phone?
yes,
And then same here with the 702, because we can see, for instance, at 50128 and 50122, I'm drawing all over this. These two phones are interacting with each other, but these are the records coming from their respective phone providers.
correct. So in this instance, the call at 5:01:22 a.m. is an outgoing call from 3684, which is located up near the green icon, and it's going into the phone number or the device using 4911, who's located on the green tower near the blue icon.
Okay. So the phone with the 3684 number is up here, and then it is going to move down here by the time of this call at 5:26.
That's correct.
States 10, or slide 10.
This shows the location for phone ending in 3684 and 0896, both at 8 a.m. Located in this area. So the phone ending in 3684 is represented in orange and is hitting off the orange sector, and the phone ending in 0896 is hitting off of the silver sector.
And in some instances, do you not actually get sector information from the phone companies?
In rare instances, the sector information was not provided in Sprint records, and was not provided in the records.
For the kind of silvery color 305-321-096, there's not a sector, but you've got like a circle. Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So I know it hit off of that tower, but I can't tell you which sector. So again, it's a broader geographic area where that phone could be located. It could be anywhere off that tower, which covers 360 degrees. So since we don't know the sector, I represent it as 360 because that's all I can tell you is it was on that tower.
The same general rules from before, you're not saying somebody's inside the shaded area, you're just saying they're interacting with that tower.
Nope. That's just to show you the orientation of the tower.
Page 11. We talked a little bit about it earlier. So here we've got an instance where there are two different sectors being interacted with.
Correct.
And you had explained with my poor example that where you use the three numbers, that represents the azimuth. Can you emphasize that for the jury here?
Yep, so if you go back to the initial illustration, think of it as a compass with 360 degrees. So in this case, the sector here points at 165 degrees on that compass, and the sector here points at 285 degrees.
And so at 8:30 to 9:30, the number 6243684, as well as 478, 491, 2831 are interacting with the towers located in this part of town.
Correct.
Page 12. This is the first time that we see that timing advance. So can you explain again to the jury the timing advance records here?
Again, so we now have the tower, the sector, and an estimated distance from the tower. So instead of having the entire area of that sector, we can narrow down further that it was in a more specific area of that sector.
And this is the first time that we see this 478-305-9583 number, and you have it indicating that it is in the area that services kind of this 7001 Merrill Road address.
Yes, I would say that that tower is the tower that would most likely provide service to that residence.
Now, we've got these bands for the 803-3671 that are kind of opposing and going in opposite directions, but then they seem to meet here. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, so the fact that those bands occur so closely in time, one's at 10:24:0 and one's at 10:24:24, so only 24 seconds apart, means that the phone or device is likely somewhere on the edge of those two towers. And we're able to narrow down that it's likely in this area as opposed to this area or this area because logic just tells you that you can't get from here to here in 24 seconds. So you're going to be somewhere very close to where the towers intersect, and you're also going to be somewhere where you can logically get from one point to the other in the amount of time between the events.
Page 13. So the 478-305-9583 has now moved from up here down here,
That's correct.
and then kind of walking through it, the 803 number is also moving kind of generally down,
Yes.
and then you have the 624-3684 is remaining up here the entire time.
That's correct.
And then you've got timing advance bands again. Can you explain those again?
Again, that's going to give you, so in this case at 11:39 and 11:50, I'm sorry, there's events on these timing advance bands. And at 11:30, there's events on this timing advance band. So instead of saying it's off this tower, this sector, but instead of saying it's somewhere here, we know it's more generally in closer to the timing advance bands.
And you've got in these call-out boxes where these devices are and who the phone calls are between. So this is at 11:39 a.m. The 803-3671 has an incoming call from 624-3684. So that 3684 number is kind of up here. The 3681 is down here, receiving a call. Is that what the map shows?
That's correct.
Page 14, we now have the 866-2370 number introduced. What is the general pattern of that phone.
So it shows you that at 11:40, the device was located over near this area using this tower and started moving in this general direction, ending up on this tower at 11:50.
Slide 15. You've got a lot of things going on. We've got the 624-3684 is calling the 478-2831. So that number is now down here, the 478-2831 number.
That's correct.
And the 624 number is remaining kind of generally up here the entire time.
Correct.
The 866-2370 number is now here in this area.
Correct.
And then the green 803-3671 number is also down here in this area here.
That's correct.
And we've got a timing advance record again for that green phone, because it's only that 803-3671 that you get the timing advance, right?
That's correct.
So while it's hitting off of this tower, that's what the timing advance band is saying, approximately the distance it is away from the tower.
That's correct.
Moving to slide 16. The 624 number, again, still up in this general area.
Yes.
Now the 478 number is back up in this general area
That's correct.
by 1240. The red 478-305-9583 is now up here. It was down here, and so it's moved back up here.
Correct.
Now we're at 2:15 in the afternoon. The 866-2370 number has now moved up to the north side.
At 2:16, yes.
Slide 18. Now we've got a bunch of things going on again. So we've got our 624-3684, our 803-3671, all up here on the north side.
Correct.
We've got our 702-918-4911, and our red 704-1595 number is now back on, and it's also on the north side.
Yes.
And then we've got our 624-3684 also up here on the north side.
That's correct.
All right. Finally, you were asked to map this 904-240-5517 number.
Yes.
At any point during the relevant time periods between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., was it ever in the area of the homicide?
It did not connect to any towers in that area.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Agent. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-exam for Mr. Whitaker.
Actually, you need the report. I'll leave it up to you.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good morning, Agent Corley. How are you doing?
Good morning, ma'am. Good.
You use the word approximate location because you can only tell that the device is in the serviceable area of a cell
That is
tower,
correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we see by, I guess we'll start with page 19 of your report, sir. Or actually, yeah, let's go back to page 18. The way you have illustrated illustrated this particular map makes it appear that all of these phone calls were together, that the physical devices were close to one another.
They were using the same towers.
And that's what you're trying to reflect, correct, sir?
Well, that's what the records say. I'm not trying to reflect.
It's the tower.
It is the tower, yes, ma'am,
Now-
and a sector.
On this illustration, because all of your color coordination stops at that tower, you might look at that and say, oh, well, these phones must have all been together. But the records can't tell you that, can they?
They cannot.
In fact, they could be up to 2 miles from one another, correct?
I would say that's fair. It could be, yes.
Especially because in this particular part of Jacksonville, and this is kind of on the north side of Jacksonville, sir,
Yes.
this is a little bit more of a rural area, correct?
Towers do appear to be further apart, so the coverage area would be wider.
Okay. And so I just don't want our jurors to have this mistaken belief that this is an illustration showing all of these phones must be together.
This is an illustration showing that all these phones were using the towers that they connected to. They connected to the same towers. But I cannot tell you exactly where they were within the tower coverage area. I can just tell you that they were in that area of the tower.
And again, in Jacksonville, and it's an estimate, but in Jacksonville, it's roughly 1.5 2-mile radius, correct?
I would say that's a fair average.
And when we talk about these vectors, again, that's not absolute either, is it, sir?
The sectors,
Yes.
absolute in which way?
Well,
You mean the degrees?
At the end of the day, all of these records and all of these towers, they are actually physically erected and monitored by the cell phone companies, correct?
I don't know about monitored. They're recorded
Okay.
and logged, yes.
The records are maintained.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are for-profit companies, correct?
They are. Yes, ma'am.
Their priority is full coverage, correct?
That is correct.
They don't want dropped calls, correct?
They do not.
Okay. And so, as you've explained, cell phones are designed and their technology allows the phone to decide, hey, how can I connect the fastest and best, correct?
The phone identifies the clearest signal. The phone decides the clearest signal from the tower.
Or wherever that particular phone is on in any particular moment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And because cell phone companies are in the business of not having dropped calls, their towers are going to purposely overlap, correct?
There is a small overlap between sectors on towers, yes.
Okay. And so that's what I mean by it's not an absolute exact because there is overlap between towers, correct?
There is overlap, but on the same logic that you're speaking, the company doesn't want you to have dropped calls. It doesn't want you to have interfered calls. So if there's too much overlap, it has a negative effect on your service. So there is enough overlap so that a call doesn't drop, but they're not overlapping and going over each other because then there would be too much interference with your calls and you wouldn't have a good user experience. So there is a small portion of each tower where it would oversix. I think if you were to put a number, it would be somewhere like 70 to 75% out from a tower is when the towers start overlapping to provide that coverage so that you don't drop calls. And to your point, I think what you're trying to say, I don't want to be confusing. The beams are not exact. RF doesn't stop in straight lines. So if I represent a beam on the map, it's not going to look like a straight line. It's going to look more like, you know, a wiggly something like this, just to be clear. I think that's what you were asking.
Sure. And so you can't say whether a particular phone is 100 feet from the tower or 1 mile from the tower, with the exception of the time in advance.
That is correct.
And there was only one, did you tell us there was 1 or 2 of the phone records provided that did provide that time in advance information?
Well, at the time, 2 carriers provided it, Sprint and Verizon. There were no Verizon phones. So there was only 1 phone in this analysis that had timing advance.
And which phone was that?
The phone ending in 3671.
Okay. And the full phone number for that is 904-803-3671?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that through Sprint?
That was through Sprint. Yes, ma'am.
And during this time period of 2019, 2020, wasn't Sprint being bought out by T-Mobile?
So the merger talks were ongoing, but Sprint and T-Mobile were still separate companies.
And wasn't Sprint suffering kind of from some defect in terms of the information they were providing?
I wouldn't say a defect. There was some records. In this case, we saw one with the sector missing, where a certain piece of information wouldn't be populated. So the information that was populated wasn't wrong, but sometimes data was missing. And this was, in general, as an opinion from CAST, it seemed like Sprint was waiting for this merger to happen, and they weren't focused on 4G. They were hoping they would get bought out before the 4G conversion. They did not, so they kind of scrambled to catch up with 4G, and sometimes their records reflected that. So if it's shown, it's not inaccurate or defective, but there were instances where some data fields weren't populated.
And obviously, your analysis is dependent on the accuracy of these records, correct?
Yes,
And you have to depend on the accuracy of when they're keeping the actual call records, correct?
yes,
Okay. In addition to, you also spoke about separate, what you referred to as tower records,
correct.
tower list,
Yes.
correct? That's also compiled by the network companies, correct?
They are.
Okay. And they publish those periodically because they do change.
Yes, networks change. So if you want to increase your coverage or are having trouble, then they will add towers. They will take down towers. They'll add different technologies to cover different things, data sessions. So when those change, the tower records have to be updated to reflect those changes.
And I think you mentioned that's one of the reasons you go out of your way not to use the tower records that are provided with the call detail records. You go get the tower records separate to ensure for the dates you're concerned about using the correct tower list, right?
Yes, so there are instances when the tower list is organically in the records. In rare cases, generally when the crime occurred a while ago, so if I call in 2022 and ask for records from 2020, if they don't pull them correctly, which we've seen, they might pull the 2022 records for the towers along with the 2020 records for the call details. So we just make sure that we have the right tower list.
And I think you've explained that your analysis cannot give a precise location like a GPS coordinate.
That's correct.
You had mentioned back when Mr. Atkinson was showing you some detailed, and forgive me, I have forgotten, I guess it was data entry or data session?
Data sessions, yes, ma'am.
Data sessions. He was showing you some records for that. And you said that at that time, AT&T, you all felt, I guess, as an organization, that their records could not be relied on?
The records were reliable, but there were some known inconsistencies. Because of those known inconsistencies, we did not use them.
Okay. Because it appeared on those records, like within the column, there actually were latitude and longitude listed.
There were, yes, there were.
Okay.
And there were towers
That's
connected, yep.
Because of those anomalies, you never plotted those.
We didn't use AT&T records at that time.
Okay. So even though you had GPS coordinates that were supposedly associated with that data session, that's not reflected in any of your analysis or report.
We didn't map those, no, ma'am.
And again, the timing advance records, and these are separate than the call detail records and the tower list records we've spoken about, that you are also dependent on the accuracy from the particular cellular company, correct?
Yes, we are relying on the records being accurately depicted from the carrier, yes.
And the whole purpose, the reason timing advance exists from an engineering standpoint from these carriers is, again, for their promoting their business of not dropped calls and coverage and such, correct?
That's correct.
It certainly wasn't created for any kind of police or law enforcement or forensic work, correct?
No, but it is, timing advanced is a core function of a cellular network. So it has to work. If timing advanced doesn't work, the network doesn't work. No phones connect to towers. So it is a critical piece of that infrastructure. It's for their engineering purposes.
Sure.
We're able to rely on it, but it's not created for us in tracking phones.
And you can sometimes get information through iClouds, correct?
I don't get information through iClouds.
Okay, you never use iCloud information
In this presentation,
in any presentation?
I have not, I don't recall a time where I've mapped iCloud information.
Would you agree with me that that is possible, though?
Yes, there's probably location information that comes from iCloud.
Were you provided in this particular case any kind of iCloud material?
I was not.
And you mentioned that you, sir, you carry a full FBI caseload in your official position with the FBI, correct?
I do.
Okay, as well as this is just additional work, your cast work, correct?
Not just additional work, it's important work, but yes, I do this in addition to my primary job.
And absolutely no disrespect meant. What I'm really getting at, though, is you've received specialized training to provide this service, correct?
I have, yes, ma'am.
And part of that training actually involved teaching you how to testify, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
That was kind of a specific component of your training in order to successfully complete it.
Yeah, we received about 4 hours of training on testifying.
And you mentioned, sir, that in most cases, you do not know the details of the particular investigation when you're doing your cast type work, correct?
That's correct. Some information is provided. Sometimes in the request, they'll say this is the crime scene, but from our standpoint, I have a lot of cases going on. I can't keep up with what is important. The detectives tell me what time and what locations are important, and then I provide them the analysis of what's relevant, what call events happen.
In this particular case, were you provided more details?
I may have been. I'm not sure. I know at some point I did have some files that had names on them, so I assume at some point there must have been something associating phone numbers, but again, I don't rely on any of that information in my analysis.
Thank you. I have nothing further, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Cross-exam for Mr. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have 1 moment, please.
Okay.
Agent, good morning. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Well, thank you. This will be brief. It's easier for me because I'm the last to go. So in general, your testimony, what you're telling these juries is that you can't say an exact location for the handsets, correct?
I cannot. No, that's
All right. In a nutshell, it could be in that location.
the locations provided are the serviceable area of the tower.
But and you've testified how you can get kicked from one sector to another, that they could also not be within that area, correct?
That's fine. I'm sorry, can you repeat it one more?
All right, yeah, let's jump into it a little bit more. You talked about the cell sites, and let's use these monitors as an example.
Okay.
Jacksonville. So we have
Yep.
one cell site, one cell site.
Yes, sir.
Now, each one is a tower, is an antenna, and normally they have 3 sectors each, correct?
Correct.
Broken up like a peace symbol.
Correct.
All right. Now, there may be some redundancy where the connectivity, it overlaps, right?
That is accurate. Yes, sir.
And that makes sure that we can always have cell phone connection, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, if that tower's down, like Mr. Cooper, he's here with his phone, he's going to be on the southeast sector or in that area. But that antenna, that cell site, it's down. It's getting maintenance. It's broken. It's overloaded. Those are all reasons why I could kick to another one, right?
No. If you mentioned like 4 different reasons, so some are accurate, some are not. But if a tower is down and a phone is within the coverage area of that tower, the phone's not going to know that the tower's down or that it's not down. The phone doesn't know if a tower's overloaded or not overloaded. So if a tower's down, the phone's not going to see it. It can't connect to it. If a tower is overloaded and the phone decides that that's still the best signal, the phone doesn't know the tower's overloaded. So it's still going to attempt to connect to that tower. It doesn't have the logic to say, that tower's busy, I'm going to go to this tower over here. So it either connects or it doesn't connect.
Are you telling us our smartphones aren't smart?
I'm telling you that they don't have that capability. The networks themselves handle overload, and the examples of something being overloaded, again, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. They're not losing customers because they don't want to put up a $200,000 antenna. So
I don't want to lose these juries right now on the point that we were trying to hammer home, which is just, and perhaps we can agree on this, that the records, that doesn't definitively show that the handset was in that area. They could be in another area just connecting to that tower, to that sector, correct?
no, the handset has to be in a tower in the sector that it connects to. It can't be in another sector and connect to the usable area of another tower.
All right. So let's go to the next topic with respect to the handset. We can agree to disagree with respect to the sectors, but you can't say from what you have who has the handset, right?
No, sir.
My phone's on council table. If Ms. Kawas, co-counsel, makes a phone call right now, that's not me doing it. We can agree on that.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And you, as the FBI agent, as the expert, you have no information on who had each handset on that day, right?
I do not.
Now, you were provided records for a phone number ending in 1595, correct?
Yes, sir.
That phone number, and I'll refer to it as Mr. Robinson's phone,
Okay.
you can't place that anywhere in the vicinity of Merrill Road around 11 o'clock in the morning on January 15th, correct?
I mean, we would have to go back through the slides to go through a specific thing. Are you asking me on January, let me make sure I'm clear on it, January 15th at 11 o'clock, I don't know where that phone was.
Yes.
I only know where the phone was on the times that I depicted on the maps. So if we want to go back through it, I can answer that question, but if it wasn't on the map and you're aware of that, then I'm not saying that I could tell you. If it wasn't on the map, I don't know.
I'm going to come back to that question, and I'm going to have you do that, but I want to clear up one issue first.
Okay.
You were asked by the government on your direct examination why there was no events for the 1595 number, and you said that it's consistent with the phone being off.
Oh, that's correct. If that was in that time period, then yes, the phone would be off. I couldn't tell you where it was at.
You don't know the reasons why it would be off, right?
I don't know, sir.
Could have died,
Any number of reasons that a phone goes off, yes, I don't know.
could have lost connection,
Yes, sir.
could have been out of range.
It could have been off the network, so it would have to be in a very rural area, but yes, possible.
Now, you talked about the anomalies, the errors with AT&T records, correct?
The anomalies, yes.
And the 1595 number, Mr. Robinson's phone was an AT&T serviced phone, correct?
It was.
All right. Now, I'm going to have you go back through it. For the data events that you have for 1595, can you take a look, and once you're refreshed? then
Oh,
I'll
I'm
ask you-
sorry, no, 1595 is not an AT&T phone, is it?
You want to look at the records?
I do.
Or if I could have one moment.
All right.
Show the government if I can approach the agent.
Yes.
See the CDRs or the subscriber info.
Nope, that's fine. Okay, yep.
Did that help your memory?
Yes, sir.
Or AT&T, right?
Yes,
During the time frame when there was these anomalies, correct?
that's correct.
Now, asking the question again, and please take a look through your slides if need be. Do you place Mr. Robinson's phone, 1595, anywhere within the vicinity of Merrill Road the morning of January 15th?
I'm not sure where Merrill Road is without seeing it on the map. I can't move the map.
So,
Or I can get the binder, if you have the binder.
yeah, let's do that. Your Honor, if I can approach again?
Yes.
Please. That's your report, right?
Yes, sir.
You have the ability to,
I can't move it. I don't think.
State, can you change the page to page 8? Oh, that one's good. Actually, let's do page 8,
Page 8?
please.
This one?
All right. So you plotted it in red.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you do me a favor, draw a circle around the red, what we're talking about, the Merrill Road location? You following, Agent?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sorry.
You can actually draw on that screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're asking me. I'm sorry. Yes,
Draw a circle around it. All right. You were given call detail records from my client's phone, 1595.
correct.
Do you place it in that area anytime during the morning of January 15th?
I have to see the records. I have to see the maps.
Your maps?
My maps, yes, sir. I don't have them memorized, especially for,
No, totally understand. Please take a look at it.
so you're asking, is the number ending in 1595 in the area of Merrill Avenue at what time, sir?
Anytime during the morning of January 15th, 2020.
No.
So just to be clear, that we're on the right question, I asked you if you can plot the 1595 phone number, my client's cell phone, anywhere in the vicinity of Merrill Road the morning of January 15th, 2020.
No, the only event that I see mapped for 1595 is a phone call at 3:03 p.m. It's not near Merrill Road.
All right, now we're going to come back to 1595.
Okay.
But what you're telling me is that at 3 o'clock, it's nowhere near Merrill Road.
Sorry, is that not the number you asked me about, 1595?
It is.
Okay, yes, I just want to be clear, I'm sorry. Yes, that is the mappable event I have for 1595, is at 3:03, and it does not appear to be, or it is not near Merrill Road.
All right. Now, I want you to hold on to that because I'm going to come back to it.
Okay.
But right now, I just want to talk about not your experience, but you as a cell phone expert, as the FBI agent.
Okay?
If I have my iPhone here, if I were to make an Instagram phone call, can you explain to the jury how I'd have to be communicating with a tower to do that?
Through a data session.
Correct. So if I were to, right now, if I were to make an Instagram phone call, it would connect to one of the cell sites, one of the towers,
Correct.
and we would see that data event reflected on my cell phone records, correct?
No, you wouldn't see a specific event. So if you called at 12:05 p.m., there may be a data session that lines up with that call at 12:05. But there also could be a data session that started 30 minutes prior that is a 60-minute data session. Lots of different events, including your Instagram call, could happen through that data session that's already initiated. So there's no way to parse out exact things on data sessions. And even if it happened at the exact same time that an Instagram call showed on a phone log, we wouldn't testify that that's an Instagram call because we don't know what's happening in the data session. It very likely would be, but I wouldn't testify to that.
If there were an Instagram call,
Yes.
there would be some data session, understanding that it can be reflected either by a larger time frame or a smaller.
Yes, sir.
Something would be reflected in the call detail records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to analyze the call detail records of 1595 for any data events?
Again, we do not map AT&T data sessions.
Now, we're not talking about mapping, we're just talking about locating them within the records. Were you asked to do that?
I mean, I reviewed some data sessions. I did it on the stand during the direct examination. So I've looked at the data sessions, but I didn't particularly, my job is to provide location analysis with the CDRs.
All right. So
I don't know if I did or not.
So you would not be testifying at all that there was a data session at around 11 a.m. for my client's 1595 phone number where he's making an Instagram call?
No, I'm not testifying to that. In fact, if it's the same one we looked at, where there was a 5-hour period, which I think it was, then there was no data session in the records.
All right, so that would reflect that somebody was not making any Instagram calls during that time period, specifically around 11 a.m.
There would be no data, no, there's no data sessions.
What about the 9583 number, 478-305-9583? You plotted that, correct?
I did.
In your review of those records, the call detail records are a very small period of time, correct?
You mean that I mapped?
That you were provided.
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication in there, the records that you received, all the stuff that you received from the state, allowing you as the expert, the FBI expert, to say who that number belongs to?
No, again, I don't try to place phones in people's hands.
You have no testimony for this jury that that phone, the 478-305-9583, that phone in any way connects to my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
I don't know who the user of that phone was, no, sir.
But there's nothing within there, sort of like if you were to review my call detail records and you see phone calls with Miss Kawas, phone calls with father to coast, mother to coast, you'd be able to come to a determination it's consistent with it being Chris DeCoast's phone, right?
If I had all the records and then I subpoenaed all the rest of the subscribers on there and then I analyzed all of those things, I maybe could infer through logic that I saw a call to your mom, a call to your brother, a call to your daughter, a call to your job, and say that might be a likely phone for someone. But I don't have any of those records, and I did not do that in this case.
You're confined by what the government gives you.
Well, again, I'm not worried about who has the phones. My job is to say where the phones were and what the call detail records say. If there's subscriber information in there, then that could indicate that it belongs to somebody. But if not, I don't make an attempt to try to identify who the phone belongs to.
We're just talking about what could have been done, not saying that you didn't do something, just talking about what could have been done. Because let me finish with a question. I understand for you that the identity of who has the 9583 number wasn't part of the job, but for us in this courtroom, it's the entire case.
Okay.
Because that's a phone that's believed to have been in the possession of the shooter. So my question to you is, could the state have provided you with more records and made the request, can you help us figure out who ties to this phone?
I'm not sure what requests or records they had, but yes, if they would have asked me, I would have looked at anything that they asked me to look at that I would have an opinion on.
The records that you reviewed for 9583, are you able to say that there was any data session around 11 a.m. the morning of January 15th consistent with an Instagram call?
No.
There's nothing in there, correct?
There were no data sessions in that time period.
Okay, so 1595 and 9583, neither of them have a data session right before 11 a.m. on January 15th.
My testimony is to the 1595 number. I don't have the data records in front of me. I'm happy to look at them if you have them.
Okay, so let's break this up. We've handled 1595.
Okay.
Okay, now we're at the 478-305-9583.
Okay.
That number. Do you need to look at those records to answer the question whether there was data sessions? If you do, I can provide it to you. You can refresh your recollection. I can ask again.
If it's not on the map, then yes, I would have to see the records to see if there is a data session, but it would be obvious in the records.
Second, Your Honor. I'll let Your Honor know I'm probably about 75% done.
Okay.
On this page, you want me to show it to you? On data session.
Your Honor, if I can approach?
Yes.
Agent.
Take a look at that. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
In the
frame that we're looking at is before 11 a.m.
Before 11 a.m. Okay, I'm sorry, can you re-ask the question?
Data sessions
Okay,
prior to 11 a.m.
yes.
Guess what?
Yes, there are.
There are data sessions prior to 11 a.m., but we're talking about certain periods of time. Are you just testifying in general that there are communications, or are you testifying that there's certain times?
You asked me data sessions before 11 a.m.
Correct.
Yes.
What times?
There appears to be data sessions from 8:49 all the way up until 10:58. That's UTC, so it's going to be 5.
Okay.
So I guess in local time between 5 and 6:32 a.m.
Okay. If I can approach.
Yes.
Oh, is this scroll? Sorry. There are data sessions between 8:12.
For the jury, are you testifying to UTC? Or are you testifying to the
Eastern
converted?
time. I'm converting in my head, I'm sorry. It was 12:12 UTC, which is 7:12 Eastern time, all the way up until 17:25, which would be 12:25 local time.
You can't say that that's consistently throughout that time communicating with the data session, just that there are connections within that time, right?
Correct.
Approach.
Yes.
No, Agent, with respect to 1595 and 9583, and now we're talking about plotting. All right, and let me know if you need to take a look at the records again.
Okay.
The 9583 number, the records that you were just looking at, you can plot that in the general area of Merrill Road up until about 12:45 Eastern Standard Time.
I'm sorry, the 9583 number is what we're talking about now?
Yes.
9583, it is in the general area of Merrill Road at 10:17 a.m.
Agent, we're just talking about 12:45. If you need to take a look at the records.
12:45.
Agent, instead of looking at the records, do you not remember if there was an event at around 12:45 and that you'd be able to place it? Would it refresh your recollection and take a look at the records?
Sure.
Me take a look at the very last lines.
Okay.
We're asking about 12:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Is the 9583 number communicating with a cell site in the vicinity of Merrill Road?
Well, okay, I want to clarify. Are you asking me about the point that I have drawn on here, which is 701 Merrill Road, or Merrill Road in general?
I'm not asking you, focus on the computer.
Yes,
I'm
it's
not asking
in
you
the
about
vicinity of Merrill Road.
Okay, so 12:45 Eastern Standard Time, 9583, the shooter's phone, is in the area of Merrill Road.
12:40 p.m. It is near Merrill Road, yes.
A little bit later than 12:40 p.m. Can you give the exact time?
12:48.
Okay. Now, you know when you're all set.
I'm all set.
All right, 1595. Do you have any locations in and around 1248 for the 1595?
No, sir.
If I were to show you the call detail records for 1595, could there be a point?
Are you asking me, is there something I didn't map?
Well, yes. So to save the suspense, there's an event at right after 1 o'clock for 1595.
Okay.
Did you plot that?
The only call that I plotted was at 3:03 PM for 1595.
All right, but what we're talking about at, do you have the 1595 records in front of you?
I do not, no, sir.
State. Pages 3 and 4. I can approach.
Yes.
Sorry.
Take a look at pages 3 and 4. I'll re-ask the question.
Okay.
There's an event right around 1 o'clock, right?
These are data records. We don't map AT&T data records. There's no events mapped for AT&T data records anywhere in my report. So there is an event that happens at 1:10.
And those records contain a latitude and longitude, correct?
They do, yes, sir.
Right. So that would give us a location, something.
Yes.
Can you tell where that location is from the latitude and longitude?
I cannot.
If I were to tell you that it was way north near Old Soul Donuts, that seem correct?
I have no idea where it's at. I don't know where Old Soul Donuts is or where the latitude is. We can map it on, we can pull up on Google and map it.
So you could pull up on Google and map that latitude and longitude.
I can map this latitude and longitude. I would not put any weight behind what AT&T was providing in 2020. So we did not map records in 2020.
Understand? It's all we have
Yes.
to be able to map it. So why don't you, and feel free to use my computer. It should be connected. If your honor is okay with that, you can map those live right here.
Is there any objection?
I don't have an objection.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, what was the reference to location?
All right, so you plotted the location, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And what we'll do is, we'll go back to your map, and you can just generally point out where it is. So You circled Merrill Road before, so that would be consistent with the location of the 9583 number, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, so now if you could circle where the 1595 number is the known phone of my client several minutes later.
So, I'm sorry, I don't.
So you're going to see Quarantine Island right
Yep,
there.
Yep, so it's somewhere right above here. Is that fair?
Maybe a little bit higher, but we'll say in that general vicinity.
Okay,
That's where you, in understanding the concern that you have about the reliability of AT&T records, we have what we have. You plot that where he's, the 1595 number is north.
yes, sir.
And your knowledge of Jacksonville, that's miles north.
Yes,
Now, let's stay on the 1595 number, my client's number. Within the call detail records, right before the murder, right after the murder, do you have any communications between that phone and the other phones that you were asked to plot?
sir, I can't make assertions on what it is without seeing the records. I cannot memorize these records, it's not possible.
I understand. I'm not asking you to.
Okay.
And we have it here, and that's why I have the computer up if I need to show it to you. But if there was a communication between two of the phones, you would have put that on some of your maps?
If there was mappable location data for the device, I would have put it on my map and I would have included the calls that it was talking to.
Now, do me a favor, look to page 1 of your report. You were asked by the government, and again, for fairness to the jury, when I'm asking questions about plotting it, I know that you don't know the facts of the case and you're just plotting the data that you're given by the government. So I don't mean that to come off like an accusation that you didn't plot something.
Right, and I'm not, I'm just trying to let you know I can't memorize everything. Okay, page 1.
Yeah, so you were asked to plot 904-485-72, what's that number?
All right, I'm on page 1. 904
485, it's right on the ball.
7529.
You received records for that phone number?
I did.
They don't ask you questions like the subscriber information and stuff like that, right?
So the subscriber information was likely provided with the records. I don't generally pull it up and look at it unless I'm specifically asked that for trial purposes.
All right, now the number that you were given to plot was 7529, correct?
Correct.
And the records that we have for Natalie Gant are 7259, not 7529.
Okay. I mean, that could be a typo in my report.
But it could also be an error by the government.
Yes, I guess, either way.
At the end of the day, you don't plot any locations for the number 7529, correct?
I did not.
But you don't know sitting here whether there are plottable records for Natalie Gant's known phone of 904-485-7259.
The records that were provided to me, there weren't any information to map in the time period and the locations.
Now, conclusion, you're confined on your plotting to what the government gives you, correct?
I would say that I map whatever records are given, I ingest those and I do it, but my analysis my analysis focuses on the time period and the locations the government gives me.
You're not sending out subpoenas yourself to collect records.
No, sir.
Did they provide you records for Chris Brown?
I don't know names associated with phone numbers, sir.
But all the records that they provided to you are contained within your report.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Is there any redirect?
Yes, ma'am. I have a moment.
Yes.
Judge, I just want to talk about a couple of points. Actually, Judge Judge, I apologize. Can I have 5 minutes before redirect? Just need to check on something.
Okay. Like to excuse the jury?
Yes, ma'am. Can we just take a quick bio break?
Okay. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads on your seats and have us step into your jury room for just a brief recess. We'll call you.
Oh, wow. So they're going to have to figure out a good way to clean that up. Kat says, I love redirect after moments like that. Everybody say what's up to Kat Not Williams. I'm sure they just did a raid and I missed it. So make sure you all welcome everybody over from Kat's channel. That was just bombshell crazy. I posted this recap over on TikTok and somebody jumped in the comments and they were like, you sound a little biased, like you've already made your mind up. But when we have moments like this occur in trial, you have no choice but to side with the defense unless the prosecution kind of gives you a good explanation to what is going on. They are absolutely panicking because, baby, who phone did y'all plot? Whose number is that? Whose number is that? Oh, wow. So they're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Oh, gosh. I guess y'all go get your coffee. Go get your coffee because you're going to need it to pay attention when we come back, okay? Go grab your coffee. Come on back, and I'm going to see y'all in 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. So basically, the cell phone data that they use does not match. They're saying that the phone that was used by the unaliver was in a certain area at a certain time, of course, the murder area, but they can't also say that is KSoo's phone. Also, there's a phone number out there that doesn't even match. So we don't know right now if it is a true error inside of this cell phone data and experts report, or if the state gave him the wrong number. But the data doesn't match. So at this point, how did y'all charge him? Did they just charge him based off of Butter's testimony? Yeah, that is not Natalie's number. The number that they're using does not belong to Natalie. And that's the person that we're trying to figure out whose number is that. Oh, Kat, that's super interesting. Kat says that she's working on getting a video out there about a prosecution team that used fake case law and emotion to unseal and presented sealed case files to a grand jury. See, Kat, this stuff like this make me think that they use Chat GPT to write their motion, because Chat GPT is famous for pulling out case law that is not real. So I wonder if this is an AI blip that an attorney used, and this is why they tell attorneys all the time, stop using case law. Stop using Chat GPT for case law, because it's not right. And I don't know if y'all remember the Black law student and how he used to write these letters to Judge Whitaker during the YSL trial, but he was using Chat GPT to create these letters, and it was pulling fake case law too. So they're very familiar with the way that people will use Chat GPT in order to try to get around doing the work. See, that's why I need good lawyers out there. That's why you need good lawyers. And honestly, I think that KSoo's lawyers are doing, and Scotty's, they lawyers is out here doing a good job. So D, are we calling it botched investigation part 6, or we on part 7 now? Or we just gonna loop all the cell phones together and just call it part 6? I think it'll make really good content to throw out a video counting all of the prosecution mistakes in this trial thus far. And I mean, we're only on day 4. So they're gonna have to clean it up a bit. All right, well, I'm gonna go grab me something to drink, y'all, because I'm actually pretty hot. So I will be right back. So stay tuned, y'all. All right, y'all. So we are still on break. I decided I'm gonna run it back just a little bit so that y'all can hear this blip up again because man, that was just really groundbreaking. Well, I can't say it's truly groundbreaking, right? Because Natalie's phone number is, oh wait a minute. Are we back in the courtroom? Okay, never mind. We're back in the courtroom. So whenever they start talking, we'll unmute. But keep in mind that Natalie's phone number is 7529 and what they plotted was 7259. So we're gonna be in, keep your ears peeled to see what happens when the prosecution comes back to do their redirect. I mean, we're gonna watch it again, y'all. On the next break, I'm gonna run it back because the way he backed him up into that corner was so easy and smooth. Like nobody saw it coming. Like he literally like let him talk about all the different locations that phone number was at, just to say that it ain't her number. Lord. But like I said, the 2 and the 5 is inverted, so maybe it's a typo, maybe it's not. But clearly, the prosecution had to go check because they didn't know. They themselves did not know.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. All right, State, you may proceed with redirect.
Thank you. Agent Corley, you were asked on cross-examination about receiving information from an iCloud. In some instances, can you receive what are called native location information points from an iCloud account?
Yes, you can receive location. I'm not sure of the exact title without having the records in front of me, but you can receive various different types of location information from iCloud.
Importantly, when it comes to an iCloud account, what you can receive is contingent upon what a person chooses to back up.
Correct.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't back up their location data, you don't have location data.
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked about going through the call records and determining who a phone belongs to based on who they made the call. Are there other ways to determine who a phone belongs to?
Yes.
You can look through the phone itself for the accounts that are registered to the phone.
That is a possibility, yes.
Look through the photographs to determine who's taking selfie pictures.
Yes.
You were asked about the data sessions on the 9583 number. Can you see them on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that we're going through it, your testimony is consistent with the records. There are data sessions basically all morning on the 15th, right?
Correct.
So just for instance, that's 13:27, so we subtract 5, so that's 8:30 about?
8:27:32, yes, sir.
Okay, and then going forward at we've got 10, 10:20, almost 11 o'clock there. Going forward, 11:30, there's data sessions all morning.
Yes, sir.
And I want to walk through that phone again to show where it was. There's only a couple of mappable points of data that you have for that phone, right?
Yes, sir.
So, starting here for the 9583 number, it is interacting with the tower that services the homicide location. Well, you don't know, but the 7001 Merrill Road.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, it's going to move down south to about where 1033 is, so the tower that services that area.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then after that,
All right, sustained. If you'll rephrase your questions.
where is the 9583 number at between 1130 and 1151?
It is sitting over the tower that would most likely service 1033 Townsend Boulevard.
Okay. And then the next data point that you have for that phone in slide 16, where is that phone now?
It's sitting off this tower here in this area, right below Arlington Hills.
Mr. DeCoste asked you on cross-examination that you did not map anything for the 1595 number in this relevant time period. You can't say where that number was.
I did not map it, no, sir.
Okay. But you've reviewed the records, right?
Correct.
So let's look at the call records here. So start on. This is the page we started with the call records, right? Page 1.
Yes, sir.
There's one call here at about 11:02. Does that phone connect to a tower, that call?
No, sir.
Okay. Why would a phone not connect to a tower when somebody tries to call it?
It could be off. It could be, again, there could be things disrupting its connection to the network. Most likely it's generally when it's off.
Okay. And then we already talked about it down here, but we have data sessions going to about 7:11 a.m.
Correct?
and then nothing else until,
Yeah, sustained.
when is the next time that we have data sessions?
1:10:44 p.m.
Okay. Nothing between those two times? Is there anything between those two times?
There is not.
And then this, what is this page?
This is the SMS records.
Okay, so like text messages?
Yes, sir.
Are any of these connecting to a tower?
No, sir.
Why would a phone not receive SMS text messages?
Most likely explanation is because all these events are incoming, that the phone is off.
Mr. DeCoste asked you to map a point at 1:10 in the afternoon on the north side from the AT&T records. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony earlier was that you don't feel comfortable because the AT&T records are only 95 to 98% accurate.
Again, there were known anomalies within the AT&T records at that time, which caused us to choose not to map those records.
But for Mr. DeCoste, you just took this latitude and longitude and plugged it into Google Maps.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right, so let's do it a couple more times. Let's start at line 27. So that's 1:15:20, and that's at 5:18 in the morning.
That's correct.
And again, these are for the 1595 records, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is our latitude and longitude here.
Of the tower used. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's 30.34257 and minus 81541978, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I type that in, 30.4257, 4257.
Objection, Your Honor.
The grounds?
The expert could plot these.
Okay.
Judge, I'm not doing anything differently than Mr. DeCoste did. I can ask the expert to come up here and map them himself if the court would like.
All right. He can do that, or yes, then he will have to because he doesn't have a laptop to do it here. But be sure, Agent, when you go to that device, you speak loudly into the microphone so that the court reporter and I can hear you and that the jury can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You are free to reposition yourself to the evidence cart. And both counsel are free to reposition themselves to also view what is occurring.
Okay, so line 27, I got notepad, paper, line 27, if you can map that for us. Got it there. Okay, so we're about at 2:95 or so at that point in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And that's,
Objection, lead in.
All right, re-ask your question.
where is he at that point in the morning?
He is right near 295 and Monument Road. Well, I'm sorry, the tower is located that was used for that data session at that location.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to map number 29 for me. I'm sorry. The number that you mapped?
Objection, counsel and the witness.
Is that the number that you mapped?
Counsel and the witness.
I'm sorry, what? I haven't heard anything. What are you saying?
Hear it over here. We can approach sidebar.
Just asked him if that's the number that he mapped.
All right. I don't think we need to approach sidebar, but let the witness go ahead and map the coordinates.
I can have him. All right. Have him. So what you just mapped was number 29.
Correct.
That's at 5:33:19 Eastern Standard Time,
Yes.
and that is approximately where? Here.
Yeah, near 212 and Ryer Road. I'm not familiar with Jacksonville enough to say what area that is.
Okay. Can you see here on the screen where it says Hogan Road?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to your PowerPoint, here at 5:26 in the morning, where was the 624-3684 number and the 702-918-4911 number?
Appears to be in the same general area.
Okay, the same area?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to ask you to map number 40. And that's at about 5:55 a.m.?
6:55 a.m.?
Sorry, 6:55 a.m. zooming in a little bit. See where it says Palm Lake Drive here,
I do, yes, sir.
kind of at the 295, 95 interchange up on the north side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to go back to the other records, and that was all for the 1595 number, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 478-305-9583. Looking here at about, is that 6:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
and 6:22 a.m.?
Sir.
What time is it at
Just a
3:19?
moment. What was the objection?
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
In line 319 at 6:52 a.m., what is the address of the tower for the 5983 records?
9583 records are at 12035 Palm Lake Drive.
Okay, and will you map that for us? But will you show the distance between the last one and this one? So based on the AT&T records, the 1595 number is about in the same area as the 478 number that you just mapped,
Correct.
around the same time. And then, again, at what time does it appear to you that the 1595 number is powered off, based on the records?
Objection, this characterization of the testimony is powered off.
That it no longer is reporting any data files, or phone calls, or text messages.
There appears to be no activity between 7:11 a.m. Eastern Time and 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Thank you. You can take your seat. Special Agent, based on the mapping that you just did in front of the jury here, is it your opinion that the 1595 phone is in this area around the same time, about 5:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And is it your opinion that it is then up near that Eastport Road at about approximately 6 a.m. that morning?
Yes, sir.
And then it is, or I guess 6:55, you said.
Yes, sir.
And then your opinion is that the phone is no longer, the 1595 number is no longer reporting any more data from 7:10 a.m. until 1 something in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think it was a 7:11 a.m. to 1:10 p.m.
But that the 1595 phone is in the same Eastport area as the 478 number around that time zone.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, may this witness be excused? All right, thank you, sir. You're excused and free to go. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, if it pleases the court, state will call Shalonda Adams.
Ms. Adams, please. All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, be sure to speak loudly, clearly, and closely into those two microphones. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Adams. Please introduce yourself to both juries.
My name is Shalonda Adams.
What do you do for a living?
I work for Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as a latent print examiner.
How long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I worked there for 19 years.
Go ahead.
4 years with the latent print unit as a latent print examiner and 15 years in identification unit as a fingerprint technician.
So explain to the jury your progression through the Sheriff's Office. What do you do in ID and records? And then I guess you were promoted to be a latent print examiner. Explain that to the jury.
In ID and records, that's where we were trained to read and classify fingerprints. And after that, I moved up to the latent print examiner's office to where we have to process evidence based off of, fingerprints off of evidence.
And are you one of the supervisors in that unit?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what training and you receive from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that allows you to come into courts like this and testify.
Well, we do online courses, we attend classes, and then we also go to conferences where we also have annual testing.
Is that referred to as proficiency examinations?
Yes, it is.
Explain to the jury how that's accomplished.
It's just submitted to us every year through the state.
So we'll explain a little bit more detail, like do they give you known and unknown samples and you have to either identify or not identify, things like that?
There are unknown samples that we have to identify.
And during the course of your 19 years, did you receive mentorship from the latent print examiners that were employed at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
Do you watch what they do and kind of follow in their footsteps?
yes.
Explain the science of fingerprint examination.
You said the science of fingerprint examination as to,
Well, like, it's obviously, I think the jury's familiar with the concept that fingerprints are unique. Is that true?
that's true.
So how does an examiner go about looking at unknown fingerprints and determining whether they match or do not match somebody?
You have to look at the different characteristics in each fingerprint with the minutia, the delta. It's the characteristics of the fingerprints that you have to be aware of and have to look at the similarities in that.
And how long has this science been accepted universally in our world?
I don't know exactly how long it goes back.
But at least for the 19 years that you've
Yes.
been in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
And have you been allowed to testify in courts like this about your opinion about whether an unknown print matches a known print?
Yes.
All right, this time I would tenure the witness as an expert in the field of latent print examination.
Any additional questioning from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
And from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
So explain to the jury what a latent print is.
A latent print is a chance impression. It's an unintentional print that's left on the items after touching at the direct contact.
And how does a print get left behind? What's the mechanism?
Just by touching the item.
Is there anything in your body that you leave behind that makes it more or less likely for a latent print to be left behind?
Yes, like the sweat glands and the oil in your fingerprints.
Okay, and that's kind of what you're leaving behind is the oils of your body?
Yes.
Are there things that can interfere with the ability of a latent print to be left behind?
Yes, if you're wearing gloves, if your hands are too sweaty, if they're too dry, and then like the surface material of the item.
So it can be from the person leaving the latent print, meaning gloves, too sweaty, things like that, too dry.
Yes,
And also it can interfere with the object itself.
yes.
Explain that, how the object itself can interfere with leaving behind a latent print.
It just depends on if the object is rusty or if it's dirty, then it won't pick up the friction rigid details in your fingers.
Does the nature of the surface, like smooth versus rough, play a factor?
Yes, it does.
And how does that play a factor?
The rough surfaces, you won't be able to leave a fingerprint, but the smooth surfaces is more likely a chance you will.
How are latent prints, let me ask you this, are there environmental factors, if a latent print is left behind, that can interfere with the latent print's recovery?
Yes, it is environmental factors, like the humidity, if it's left outside, if it's not in a controlled environment.
Like rain,
Yes,
heat?
yes,
What about wiping it?
yes, correct.
So all those things you've described for the jury, what, is there a mechanism and techniques that you use or people in the field use, like crime scene detectives, to preserve and enhance latent fingerprints?
Yes, probably like the chemical processing that we use when we look at fingerprints to determine if it's fingerprints on the item.
So for example, the jury may be familiar with something called black powder, where you take a brush and you,
Yes,
is that a common technique used in your field?
yes, it is.
What are some of the other ones, specifically, what are the ones that were used in this case?
In this case, we use rhodamine.
Say that again?
Rhodamine,
All right, explain that.
fluorescent dye stain. So once you actually, after the item is processed, you apply the rhodamine to the item, and it dries. And then once you look at it under the alternate light source, the rhodamine, it flashes fluorescence. The fingerprint comes up fluorescent.
How was this item that we're going to talk about and say, how was it processed before you did that?
You said, how is it processed? Through a super glue chamber.
All right, that's why. So how does super glue help forensic analysts look at fingerprints?
It's a chamber that you apply super glue, you apply water. Once it heats up, it forms a gas. That gas goes over the actual items, and where's a fingerprint residue, that gas sits on top of that item. And then that's where the fluorescent dye stain comes in next.
So did you do, or a fellow latent print examiner do the super glue?
A fellow examiner,
Okay.
yes.
And is it common for latent print examiners to follow each other in cases?
Yes,
Okay. And in this case, there were 2 prior latent print examiners, both of which have retired.
yes,
So you were the third.
yes.
Ms. Adams, if I could just ask to you to sit a little closer to the microphone, a request has been made that you're speaking a little softly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So going back to, did you perform your own independent examination of the item in this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes,
May I continue to approach without asking?
yes.
I'm showing you what's been introduced into evidence. This State's Exhibit 205. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
And is it your initials on the firearm as well as your prior print examiner's initials in this item?
Yes, it is.
And because of that, was a photograph taken of the latent print that was discovered on this item?
Yes,
I think I can put this so both juries can see it. Is that notated on the firearm in such a way so we can know where the latent print came from?
yes, it should be a scale that's listed, that's next to the fingerprint.
And in this particular case, let's see, if I tilt it just right. Is that the scale you're talking about,
Yes,
Ms. Adams? Okay. And so that would indicate that the latent fingerprint was discovered on the slide of the firearm?
yes,
Is that portion of the firearm smooth?
yes, it is.
Is it common in your training experience to examine firearms in that particular location for latent prints,
Yes,
as opposed to the handle, which is rough?
correct.
Makes sense. Okay. And was a photograph taken of that?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 9J for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And is there notation on the back of that photograph?
yes, it is.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the latent print photograph taken from the slide of 205?
Yes,
What do you do with that latent print that you take? Do you put it under the microscope?
yes.
How do you do the comparison? Explain that for the,
But a comparison was, it was a manual comparison that was done.
okay, explain how you do that to the jury.
Well, that comparison was done based on the fingerprints that was taken in court from the known standards. And that was compared to the actual photograph.
And so you came to court and took Hakeem Robinson's known prints.
Yes,
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's 9I for identification. Is that you?
yes, it is.
And you took the fingerprints of Hakeem Robinson?
Yes,
Was this counsel present? Remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Robinson here in court?
No, yes, I do.
And could you say where he's seated and what he's wearing?
A tan suit, the back far row. And it's center in the center.
I'm sorry. May the record request the witnesses identified the defendant.
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
Your Honor, at this time I would introduce into evidence the pre-marked exhibits as they're pre-numbered.
Okay, so that's 9A and 9J.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, 9I will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 217. 9J shall be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 218.
And so latent print examiner Adams, when you take the latent photograph print taken from 205, the firearm, and Hakeem Robinson's known prints, what was the opinion you were able to make?
They were a match.
A perfect match. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, any cross-exam from Mr. Whitaker? No, Your Honor. All right, any cross-exam from Mr. Robinson?
Morning, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. 1 second to get organized here. Talk about fingerprints. This firearm that has a fingerprint on it, can you say when that print was placed on there?
No, sir.
Could have been days,
Could have been.
could have been weeks,
It could have been.
could have been months.
Could have been.
In your expertise, do you have any way? I can use the Elmo.
Yes?
Use this. Document camera. All. Photograph from your evidence. Sure. Now, ma'am, do you have any way of saying that my client, who this is one of his many music videos, whether he touched one of his friend's firearms in that music video?
You said, do I have a way of saying?
So let me re-ask that question. That was a poor question. You have this firearm, it's found inside of a vehicle on January 15th, 2020. Do you have any evidence that disproves that my client's fingerprint was placed on the firearm in a music video weeks or months prior?
No.
Now, were you asked to reevaluate any prints taken from a vehicle?
The only prints I was asked to reevaluate was from that item.
All right, so for example, if I happen to have been in a four-door vehicle, right? I've been in it, maybe for an hour, sitting maybe in the front passenger seat or the rear passenger seat. I'm getting in and out of the vehicle, standard vehicle, it's got handles that I got to open if I'm rolling down the window, if I'm putting on a seatbelt, if I'm opening the door, closing the door. That has a potential of leaving fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Like, for example, this podium. If you were asked to evaluate this podium after I do the cross-examination, there's a very good chance there could be prints on this because it's a surface that's good for leaving prints. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
Things like glass, metal, and plastic are also good for leaving prints, right?
Yes, correct.
You weren't asked to evaluate if my client's fingerprints were lifted off of a vehicle that was used in this case, were you?
No, I wasn't.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor, and this witness may be excused.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are excused and free to go.
Thank you.
State, do you have another shortest witness that we might be able to do before lunch?
We have the phone examiner, which will probably be like the cell phone examiner, probably equal time,
Okay.
so we don't have a short witness.
Then we will go ahead and take our lunch recess now, ladies and gentlemen. It is
Ooh, okay, yeah, that was fast. They are whipping through different witnesses right now. So they got I don't know guns, D-Wood, but it was a gun that was left on the floor of the back seat. And I believe that they said that was Scotty's gun. They said he left his gun in the car. So they ended up with that one. And then Butter claims that I believe Buddy claimed that his gun was still in the car and that he alleges that KSoo took the murder weapon. Because remember, he said when they were in the car, Butter said that when he and KSoo was in the car, that KSoo wanted to use his gun, and he grabbed it. And he told him, "No, you ain't." And so I believe that the fingerprint that they're talking about is off of that gun. But again, don't prove nothing because, like they said, it could have been left. It could have been left, weeks, months, days before. And then we also know that they did not do fingerprint testing on everything inside of the car. So they picked and chose which pieces of evidence they wanted to test. So they're going to be on lunch for probably the next. They're on until 12:50. So it's going to be about an hour. So we are going to jump over to Judge McBurney's room until the Ali Day 9 closing arguments start, and then we'll switch over to that. So you come back in an hour, or you can just hang out with us.
Let's depict it in State's Exhibit number 37.
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 37?
Well, this fence that is outside the house runs all the way down past the empty lot that's beside it to the corner of Bliss. The corner lot is the only lot between Bliss and Chappelle, between this house and Bliss.
Whose house do you recognize that to be in State's Exhibit number 37?
Well, I call him the lawnmower man, Tim. I don't think I've ever really known his last name.
Does State's Exhibit 37 fairly and accurately depict the home that you've described as the person that you know as with many lawnmowers?
Yes.
At this time, around the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So I don't have to take time to put it on the screen, but really on flash it. So this is the house that you described as kind of to the right of your window. looking
Yes.
out.
Yes. It's the only one.
Yeah, I have nothing further this time.
Mr. Bass, do you have questions for Mr. Campbell?
I do. Hello again, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, hello again.
Was this morning the first opportunity that you and I have ever met or spoken?
Yes, casually crossing out in the hall.
Thank you. And I enjoyed that conversation. I hope you did as well.
I did.
Thank you. On February 5 of last year, when you called 911 reporting the gunshots, at the time you reported the gunshots, and you described what the outside looked like as far as lighting.
It was dark.
At the time of the two shots you heard and the screaming on February 5th, 2024, when you called 911 to report what you heard, was it too dark to see people walking, running, fighting, or doing anything outside?
I would think so. In this time of the year, the sun doesn't come up till after 7 o'clock, and it was about 6 something. So it was still dark out there. I didn't look out the window. I didn't see anything until the detectives knocked on the door, and I went downstairs and opened it, and they were there asking questions.
Is it fair to say at 6:03, roughly 30 minutes prior to your 911 call at 6:38, it would have been even darker?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Exxon station on the corner of Chapel and Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes, I would like to interject one thing. There are streetlights on Bliss that are just before you get to my house and across the street and across on the corner. So these streetlights were probably lit all night as usual. Now, I haven't really been out there that time of the morning. In February, it's cold, so I'm not going out there. But usually in the summertime, the street lights are lit pretty good. It's the only light that really is on the street going down Bliss and then went across the street. And I'm not sure about going up toward the house if there are any, but there are a couple of street lights out there that light it up a little bit.
Is it fair to say that Detective Stansel, ADA Abate, his trial counsel, anybody could have determined whether those streetlights were operational at that time on that date?
Speculation.
Sustained.
In your conversations with the police, did anybody ask you about street lighting, whether it was working or not?
No.
Are you familiar with the Exxon station right on the corner of Chapel Road and Donnelly Hollowell?
Yes.
We spoke this morning about drug activity that you witnessed in that parking lot, correct?
There has been that, yes.
Okay. And I believe we got into a little description about the method that drug dealers in that area would use parking there and have mules going up and down the street. You remember that?
Yes.
And you've witnessed that?
Yes.
What street is on the intersection? You have Chapel, you have Donnelly Hollowell and Chapel. Then there's an intersection by your house. What's the name of that street?
Bliss.
On Bliss, there are houses down the street, correct?
Yes.
On Chapel, there are houses further up the street, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the Exxon station?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing surveillance cameras all around the outside facade of the Exxon station?
I've been looking at that station for 10 years. While previously there were no cameras out there, but the men who operate the station, knowing them and talking to them all the time, would tell me about they needed to put the cameras in there.
Okay. So don't get into what other people said. But if you've observed changes, hey, there are cameras there weren't before. You can certainly talk about what you've observed.
Okay. Initially, there were no cameras. Then they put cameras in, and they're still there.
Both inside and outside of the store, correct?
I think, yes.
And on the telephone poles and freestanding metal poles about the intersection all around that crime area, are there Atlanta police surveillance video cameras?
I don't know.
If I can show you what is marked Defendant's Exhibit 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, you can review that without commenting. Once you are finished reviewing the photographs, let me know.
Okay.
Do the photographs that I presented to you refresh your recollection of whether there are surveillance cameras on the telephone poles in and about the intersection of Chapel and Donald Lee Holloway?
For a long time, there weren't. These are recent installations. The road has gone through extreme renovation. The area on this side of Donald Hollowell used to be a overlook was the name of it. It's no longer there and it's been destroyed for 25 years or more. But they redid the road, put in the new sign. This sign that says Chappelle across the road has never been there until just recently. And the other way, Donald Hollowell, it was part of that just recently put in. In picture 18, you can see where the new street lights have been put in. The poles were not there. The street light poles and the lights and the signs were only done, and I would say since last summer.
So after the gunshots you heard and the phone call?
Yes.
Okay.
Were any of those surveillance cameras there on February 5, 2024?
I can't say that for sure. I don't know.
It is possible.
These were put in after that, so perhaps none of these were. Now, if anything of a surveillance camera was in the area that had been there previously, it might still be there. But I'd be willing to bet that these additions in the new poles that have never been there were not there. This telephone pole just above was the type of poles that were surrounding the areas prior to the addition of the metal poles and the surveillance cameras that you're
Are
showing.
you familiar with the gas station immediately across the street from the Exxon station?
Yes,
Is there surveillance cameras and footage at that service station as well?
I don't know. I've never paid any attention. And the only reason I knew about the cameras at the Exxon station is because that's usually where I go and buy things. And the guys who run the place, after you go there for 5 or 6 years, they get to know you, you know. And so that was, the people in the other station are not very cordial. They're not very friendly at all. So
Speak of the owner of the Exxon station, are you referring to a gentleman by the name of Farouk?
I'm not sure if he's the owner. There used to be a little short guy. I don't know what his name was.
Farouk is about 6'2"-ish.
I'm not aware.
Hold on one sec. That's
Thank you,
okay.
sir.
Good.
You don't have to seize Ms. Rivers' phone this time, Deputy Gordon. Next time. That's what they all say.
One pass.
Anything else, Mr. Bass?
Not for this witness, Jim.
Okay. Mr. Bate, any redirect? Okay, any questions from the jurors? Yes, if you would get your cards to Deputy Gordon, please. Thank you. All right, counsel, I'll see you quickly out here.
Yeah, he was right.
All right, Mr. Campbell, a few more questions,
Yes, sir.
if you would. Tell the jurors, when you heard the first shot, were you facing your window? You said you were in a chair. Were you facing your window?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're looking at your window, did it seem like the shot came from the right side, the left side, or straight ahead? As best you can recall.
Sounded like sort of to the right, but straight, kind of no specificity there.
Okay. The screams that you heard, did they come from the same direction or a different direction?
The same direction as the window at first. Then the second shot was further to the left. You can tell the direction of where the sound is coming from. The scream was sort of, the best I can recall, across the window, and it didn't take long. I was sitting there.
I'm gonna get into timing in just a sec, but it sounds like first shot, scream, second shot, the sounds are moving to the left.
Yes.
Okay, got it. How much time would you estimate passed between first shot and screams?
That's tough. 30 seconds, maybe?
Okay, and then screams and second shot.
I'd have to guess, maybe a minute and a half, two.
And that was the sequence. It was first shot, then screams, and then second shot.
That I was paying attention to, yes. Now, if there were screams before the first shot, I wasn't paying any attention.
You say you did hear the screams before the first shot, or?
No, I said if screams were occurring before the first shot, I didn't hear them. I wasn't paying any attention. I started paying attention when I heard the shot.
Makes sense. Got it. Okay. You were gracious enough to share your age with the jury. At your age, are you experiencing any issues with your hearing?
I don't think so. I hear pretty good. My arthritis is terrible, but other than that,
Got it. All right. That's extra. Thank you. Can you share with the jury where your house is in relationship to Lawnmower Man's house? Are they on the same street or different streets?
His house is on Chappelle. From my window, approximately a 30, maybe 35-degree angle up from the window to his house. In right at his driveway is the lot for the empty lot that goes to the corner of my street and Chappelle. At this time this was taken, there was a small house on that lot, but it's since been destroyed.
So if I walked out of your house onto Bliss, what direction would I turn from, if I'm now facing Bliss, would I go to the left or the right to get to Chappelle?
To the right.
To the right. And then when I get to the intersection of Bliss and Chappelle, is that a T intersection or does Bliss go through Chappelle?
It goes straight on up to the top of the hill and then that's the end of it.
Okay. So at the intersection of Bliss and Chappelle, do I go to the left or the right to go towards Lawnmower Man's house?
To the right.
To the right. And if I keep going down or up, whatever you want to call it, Chappelle, past Lawnmower Man's house, do I get to the Exxon or am I going in the opposite direction?
You're going in the opposite direction.
Okay. All right. Last question. How long would you estimate it took from the time you heard gunshot, screams, gunshot, and you called 911?
2 minutes, maybe.
Mr. Abadi, any follow-up with Mr. Campbell?
In the photo that states that it's Atlantic, and I thought that it probably would have been easier for me to show you this earlier. So your house is the White House in the middle of the state of what you said?
Yes. Can I tell you something?
Hold on. If you're going to tell, you got to tell everyone something. So let him ask his question first.
Okay,
and then if there's something responsive to that. Okay.
You also have state exhibits 7 through, I think it's, let's see, 7, 8, and 9. Is there a photograph and states in front of you in either state 11 or 7 through 9 that would help you better show the jury where your house is in relation to the person's house in states of the 37 you described as Lawnmower Man?
Well, in photo 9, we're coming south up Chappelle, and that big tree is right on the corner of Bliss. The number,
So hold on, let him put 9 up. All right, so that big tree right there?
big tree, yeah, the corner is right there of Chappelle and Bliss.
Okay, meaning just off the camera? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, just off the camera.
Okay. And does this picture, never mind, Scott, there, 9. Does this picture 9 show your house or Lawnmower Man's house?
No, opposite direction.
Got it.
So if we go back to States Exhibit 11, do you see where your house is? And if you were to go from your house and travel to the right to where Bliss and Chappelle meet, do you see that kind of the black tarp that's in the middle of States Exhibit 11? So
Black tarp.
we're looking right here. This area right here.
Okay, yes.
Okay, and to the right of that kind of fence or black tarp, is that where the house you described as the person is a lawnmower man?
Yes.
And you said you knew his person is, did you say, who do you know who lives in that house?
Well,
His first or last name?
Tim,
Okay, and in how many years, you said you've been there for 10 years, has Tim always lived there for the entire 10 years that you've been there?
yes, and before.
Okay, and in your, wow, no further words.
Okay. Mr. Bass, any follow-up based on the juror questions?
Yes. The shots you heard, you were witnessing the incident, none of us were. So I'm trying to gauge your impression of what you observed. The shots you heard, the screams you heard, did that lead you to believe that somebody was being pursued?
Yes.
The house that was there on February 5th, 2024 is not depicted in any of the photographs you've been shown, correct?
Lawnmower Man's house? No.
No, you mentioned there was a house that is no longer in existence.
Yes, that was a house behind that fence barrier where it says his and hers. That's the little house that was there in view 7.
Can you put 7 up, please? What street are we looking at now?
Chappelle.
Okay, and you're saying where it looks like some construction fencing and it says him and hers or whatever it says.
The corner of Bliss is behind that first police car and that other car, and that's the corner, although they've got the road blocked. The corner here is the empty lot except for this small business that said his and her barbecue. And it's not a big building, but it's just, they tore it down now. But then the empty lot goes all the way over to the edge of that lot and the driveway of Lawnmower Man's house. We had a picture of that, but it's not here now.
The building that is no longer there, was that a residence?
No, it's just, it was at one time, the man who owned the property had it as a repair shop of some kind. He closed it, it stayed closed for lots of years. And so then I think his daughter and her son reopened it into a barbecue place, or they were planning on it. They painted it, and then they had to repair the whole roof, and they didn't go through with all that. Then this big tree in the corner here, Mother Nature decided to throw it on the building, and it destroyed it, and half the street too. So in the ensuing time, the building was demolished, and now the whole lot from the corner of Bliss all the way up to the edge of the driveway in Lawnmower Man's house is nothing but an empty lot.
If someone, would what you heard, the 2 shots and the screaming, be consistent with some sort of activity, criminal or other, occurring at that no longer in existent building.
Don't answer the question yet, Mr. Bai.
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
Could the first shot have come from that now vacant lot where that building was?
I can't answer that.
Could the second shot have come from or about that house or building that is no longer in existence now?
I think it was further down, but that's just my opinion. Because if you look at where my room is in my house, that building is straight out from the edge of my house on the street. It's not but about 15 or 20 feet from the edge of my house to the actual street. And
All right, if you can do this, I think it may help. If I'm wrong, correct me. But if you could point on the screen.
If you put up number 11, that's the photo he was gesturing to when he was talking about something being 15 feet and answering your question.
I like the first photograph.
Okay, it's your witness.
Seven. No.
That's what was up.
Okay. You mentioned there was a time frame between the two shots, shot, screen, second shot. The second shot, did it appear to come more toward this Exxon station as I'm pointing?
the word appear is irrelevant. Remember, I'm not seeing anything, I'm hearing it. The sound sounded as if it occurred from this direction from my window, which would be in the direction of this lot right here where the yellow tape is surrounded.
And is that also, because you know the area and I don't, is that also in the direction of the Exxon station?
Yes.
If it continued, whatever was going on continued in the direction you sensed it was going, it would get you ultimately to the Exxon station.
Yes, picture 8 would depict that.
Okay.
So the crime scene tape and the non-existent lot, the building where the lot where the non-existent building is, that is the area where you heard the second shot, you believe?
I believe I heard the second shot at the area of the empty lot. I could be mistaken. It didn't take long. This occurred in just a little bit of short time.
And for clarity, the non-existent lot where you believe the shot happened is not the property or lot of Law and Order there, correct?
It's not a non-existing lot. It's just an empty lot. It exists right there.
But that lot where the house is not existing anymore is where the second shot was.
I can't say that. That's speculation on my part, and I'm not available to say that. The distance from where my room is and the little house that's no longer there is about 8 degrees. The distance between my window and this lot where the tape is about 25 degrees, maybe 30.
So, last question. I believe you testified that what you observed was consistent with you believed somebody being pursued.
If you knew her, we'd be watching a bunch of stuff at a time. So this was another trial where the parents were accused of attempted murder of their daughter who was dating another individual. They were a Muslim family and they're calling this an honor killing attempt. So they're getting ready to do their closing arguments. But again, whenever KSoo's trial does pick back up, we'll jump right over there and we'll come back to this later.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. As I told you when we were last in court, what is left is for me to advise you as to the law that applies to this case. And that law is contained in the jury instructions. You have each been provided your own copy of the jury instructions. The only difference between what you have in front of you and what I have in front of me, the originals, which I have, are signed by me and dated with today's date, and the original instructions and the original verdict forms are printed on white paper. Everything that you have is on blue paper. After I read you the instructions, and I'm required to read them to you, then we will begin closing arguments. We do anticipate that closing arguments will take all day today. And as I told you previously, we have ordered or are ordering lunch, and we anticipate probably about a 30-minute lunch break. And we will still have a recess in the morning and a recess in the afternoon, but those might only be about 10 minutes each. All right? These are the court's instructions to the jury. Instruction number 1. It is your duty to decide the facts in this case based upon the evidence presented to you during this trial. It is also your duty to accept the law from my instructions, regardless of what you personally believe the law is or what you personally think it should be. You must apply the law from my instructions to the facts that you decide have been proven, and in this way decide the case. Keep in mind that a charge is only an accusation. The filing of a charge is not evidence that the charge is true. Your decisions as jurors must be made solely upon the evidence presented during these proceedings. The evidence that you are to consider during your deliberations consists of the testimony that you have heard from witnesses and the exhibits that I have admitted during the trial. If evidence was not admitted or was stricken from the record, then you are not to consider it in reaching your verdict. Exhibits may have been marked by the court clerk and given a number, but they do not go with you to the jury room during your deliberations unless they have been admitted into evidence. The exhibits that have been admitted will be available to you in the jury room. One of my duties has been to rule on the admissibility of evidence. Do not be concerned during your deliberations about the reasons for my rulings on the evidence. If I have ruled that any evidence is inadmissible, or if I have asked you to disregard any evidence, then you must not discuss that evidence during your deliberations or consider it in reaching your verdict. Do not speculate whether the evidence would have favored one party or the other. In order to decide whether any proposition has been proved, you must consider all of the evidence that I have admitted that relates to the proposition. Each party is entitled to the benefit of all of the evidence, whether or not that party introduced it. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. You are also the sole judges of the value or weight to be given to the testimony of each witness. In assessing credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, including bias based on religion, ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, gender, or disability. In considering a witness's testimony, you may consider these things: the opportunity of the witness to observe or know the things he or she testifies about, the ability of the witness to observe accurately, the quality of a witness's memory while testifying, the manner of the witness while testifying, any personal interest that a witness might have in the outcome or the issues, any bias or prejudice that the witness may have shown, the reasonableness of the witness's statements in the context of all the other evidence, and any other factors that affect your evaluation or belief of a witness or your evaluation of his or her testimony. The lawyer's remarks, statements, and arguments are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law. It is important, however, for you to remember that the lawyer's statements are not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and the exhibits. The law is contained in my instructions to you. You must disregard any remark, statement, or argument that is not supported by the evidence or the law in my instructions. You may have heard objections made by the lawyers during trial. Each party has the right to object to questions asked by another lawyer and may have a duty to do so. These objections should not influence you. Do not make any assumptions or draw any conclusions based on the lawyer's objections. Our state constitution prohibits a trial judge from making a comment on the evidence. It would be improper for me to express, by words or conduct, my personal opinion about the value of testimony or other evidence. I have not intentionally done this. If it appeared to you that I have indicated my personal opinion in any way, either during trial or in giving these instructions, you must disregard this entirely. You have nothing whatsoever to do with any punishment that may be imposed in case of a violation of the law. You may not consider the fact that punishment may follow conviction, except insofar as it may tend to make you careful. The order of these instructions has no significance as to their relative importance. They are all important. In closing arguments, the lawyers may properly discuss specific instructions. During your deliberations, you must consider the constructions as a whole. As jurors, you are officers of this court. You must not let your emotions overcome your rational thought process. You must reach your decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given to you, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. To assure that all parties receive a fair trial, you must act impartially with an earnest desire to reach a proper verdict. Instruction number 2. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a unanimous verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and to change your opinion based upon further review of the evidence and these instructions. You should not, however, surrender your honest belief about the value or significance of evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors. Nor should you change your mind just for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Instruction number 3. A separate crime is charged in each count. You must separately decide each count charged against each defendant. Your verdict on one count as to one defendant should not control your verdict on any other count or as to any other defendant. Instruction number 4. Each defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. That plea puts in issue every element of each crime charged. The state is the plaintiff and has the burden of proving each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendants have no burden of proving that a reasonable doubt exists as to any of these elements. The defendants are presumed innocent. This presumption continues throughout the entire trial unless during your deliberations you find it has been overcome by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one for which a reason exists and may arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. It is such a doubt as would exist in the mind of a reasonable person after fully, fairly, and carefully considering all of the evidence or lack of evidence. If from such consideration you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 5. The evidence that has been presented to you may be either direct or circumstantial. The term direct evidence refers to evidence that is given by a witness who has directly perceived something at issue in this case. The term circumstantial evidence refers to evidence from which, based on your common sense and experience, you may reasonably infer something that is at issue in this case. The law does not distinguish between direct and circumstantial evidence in terms of their weight or value in finding the facts in this case. One is not necessarily more or less valuable than the other. Instruction number 6. A witness who has special training, education, or experience may be allowed to express an opinion in addition to giving testimony as to facts. You are not, however, required to accept his or her opinion. To determine the credibility and weight to be given to this type of evidence, you may consider, among other things, the education, training, experience, knowledge, and ability of the witness. You may also consider the reasons given for the opinion and the sources of his or her information, as well as considering the factors already given to you for evaluating the testimony of any other witness. Instruction number 7. A defendant is not required to testify. You may not use the fact that neither defendant has testified to infer guilt or to prejudice them in any way. Instruction number 8. You may consider a statement made out of court by one defendant as evidence against that defendant, but not as evidence against another defendant. Instruction number 9. A person commits the crime of murder in the second degree when with intent to cause the death of another person, but without premeditation, he or she causes the death of such person. Instruction number 10. A person commits the crime of attempted murder in the second degree when, with intent to commit that crime, he or she does any act that is a substantial step toward the commission of the crime. Instruction number 11. A substantial step is conduct that strongly indicates a criminal purpose and that is more than mere preparation. Instruction number 12. A person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. Instruction number 13. A person is guilty of a crime if it is committed by the conduct of another person for which he or she is legally accountable. A person is legally accountable for the conduct of another person when he or she is an accomplice of such other person in the commission of the crime. A person is an accomplice in the commission of a crime if, with knowledge that it will promote or facilitate the commission of the crime, he or she either 1. Solicits, commands, encourages, or requests another person to commit the crime, or 2. Aids or agrees to aid another person in planning or committing the crime. The word aid means all assistance, whether given by words, acts, encouragement, support, or presence. A person who is present at the scene and ready to assist by his or her presence is aiding in the commission of the crime. However, more than mere presence and knowledge of the criminal activity of another must be shown to establish that a person present is an accomplice. A person who is an accomplice in the commission of a crime is guilty of that crime, whether present at the scene or not. Instruction number 14. The defendants are charged with attempted murder in the second degree. If the defendants were charged with the completed offense of murder in the second degree, the following elements would need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant acted with intent to cause the death of Fatima Ali. 2. That Fatima Ali died as a result of the defendant's acts. And 3. That any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. Instruction number 15. To convict the defendant Ihsan Ali attempted murder in the second degree as set forth in count 1, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the second degree. 2. That the act was done with the intent to commit murder in the second degree. And 3. That any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 16. To convict the defendant Zahra Ali of the crime of attempted murder in the second degree as set forth in count 1, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant, as a principal or as an accomplice, did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the second degree. 2. that the act was done with intent to commit murder in the second degree, and 3, that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 17. A person commits the crime of assault in the first degree when, with intent to inflict great bodily harm, he or she assaults another by any force or means likely to produce great bodily harm or death. Instruction number 18. An assault is an intentional touching or striking of another person that is harmful or offensive. A touching or striking is offensive if the touching or striking would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. Instruction number 19. Great bodily harm means bodily injury that creates a probability of death or that causes significant serious permanent disfigurement or that causes a significant permanent loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Instruction number 20. To convict the defendant Ihsan Ali of the crime of assault in the first degree as charged in count 2, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant assaulted Fatima Ali. 2. That the assault was committed by a force or means likely to produce great bodily harm or death. 3. That the defendant acted with intent to inflict great bodily harm. And 4. That this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 21. It is a defense to the charge of assault that the force used was lawful as defined in this instruction. The physical discipline of a child is lawful when it is reasonable and moderate and is inflicted by a parent for purposes of restraining or correcting the child. You must determine whether the force used, when viewed objectively, was reasonable and moderate. You may, but are not required to, infer that it is unreasonable to do the following acts to correct or restrain a child: throwing, kicking, burning, or cutting a child, striking a child with a closed fist, interfering with a child's breathing, doing any act that is likely to cause, and that does cause, bodily harm greater than transient pain or minor temporary marks. You shall consider the age, size, and condition of the child and the location of the injury when determining whether the bodily harm is reasonable or moderate. This inference is not binding on you, and it is for you to determine what weight, if any, such inference is to be given. The state bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the force used by the defendant was not lawful. If you find that the state has not proved the absence of this defense beyond a reasonable doubt, it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty as to this charge. Instruction number 22. The defendant is charged in count 2 with assault in the first degree. If, after full and careful deliberation on this charge, you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, then you will consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser crime of assault in the second degree. If, after full and careful deliberation of the lesser charge of assault in the second degree, you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, then you will consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser crime of assault in the fourth degree. When a crime has been proved against a person and there exists a reasonable doubt as to which of 2 or more degrees crime that person is guilty, he shall be convicted only of the lower degree. Instruction number 23. A person commits the crime of assault in the second degree when he or she intentionally assaults another and thereby recklessly inflicts substantial bodily harm or assaults another by strangulation. Instruction number 24. Strangulation means to compress a person's neck, thereby obstructing the person's blood flow or ability to breathe, or doing so with the intent to obstruct the person's blood flow or ability to breathe. Instruction number 25. A person is reckless or acts recklessly when he or she knows of and disregards a substantial risk that a wrongful act may occur, and this disregard is a gross deviation from conduct that a reasonable person would exercise in the same situation. When recklessness as to a particular fact is required to establish an element of a crime, the element is also established if a person acts intentionally or knowingly as to that fact. Instruction number 26. Substantial bodily harm means bodily injury that involves a temporary but substantial disfigurement or that causes a temporary but substantial loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ, or that causes a fracture of any bodily part. Instruction number 27. To convict the defendant Ihsan Ali of the crime of assault in the second degree, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant A. intentionally assaulted Fatima Ali and thereby recklessly inflicted substantial bodily harm, or B. intentionally assaulted Fatima Ali by strangulation, and 2. that this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that element 2 and either alternative element 1A or 1B have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. To return a verdict of guilty, the jury need not be unanimous as to which of alternatives 1A or 1B has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, as long as each juror finds that either 1A or 1B has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to either elements 1 or 2, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 28. A person commits the crime of assault in the fourth degree when he commits an assault. Instruction number 29. To convict the defendant Ihsan Ali of the lesser included crime of assault in the fourth degree, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant intentionally assaulted Fatima Ali, and 2. that this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 30. To convict the defendant Zahra crime of assault in the second degree as charged in count 2, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant intentionally assaulted Fatima Ali by strangulation. And 2. That this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 31. A person commits the crime of unlawful imprisonment when he or she knowingly restrains the movements of another person in a manner that substantially interferes with the other person's liberty, if the restraint is without legal authority and without the other person's consent, and the person knows that the restraint is without legal authority and without the other person's consent. Instruction number 32. A person knows or acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a fact, circumstance, or result when he or she is aware of that fact, circumstance, or result. It is not necessary that the person know that the fact, circumstance, or result is defined by law as being unlawful or an element of a crime. If a person has information that would lead a reasonable person in the same situation to believe that a fact exists, the jury is permitted but not required to find that he or she acted with knowledge of that fact. When acting knowingly as to a particular fact is required to establish an element of a crime, the element is also established if a person acts intentionally as to that fact. Instruction number 33. Restraint is without consent if it is accomplished by physical force, intimidation, or deception. Instruction number 34. To convict the defendant Esau the crime of unlawful imprisonment as charged in count 3, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant knowingly restrained the movements of Fatima Ali in a manner that substantially interfered with her liberty. 2. That such restraint was without Fatima Ali's consent. 3. That the defendant knew that such restraint was without Fatima Ali's consent. 4. That such restraint was without legal authority. 5. That the defendant knew that such restraint was without legal authority. And 6. That any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 35. To convict the defendant crime of unlawful imprisonment as charged in count 3, each of the following 6 elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant, as a principal or as an accomplice, knowingly restrained the movement of Fatima Ali in a manner that substantially interfered with her liberty. 2. That such restraint was without Fatima Ali's consent. 3. That the defendant knew that such restraint was without Fatima Ali's consent. 4. That such restraint was without legal authority. 5. That the defendant knew that such restraint was without legal authority. And 6. That any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 36. Family or household member means a persons who have a biological or legal parent-child relationship, including step-parents and stepchildren, and grandparents and grandchildren. Instruction number 37. It is a defense to a charge of assault in the 4th degree as charged in count 4 as to Ihsan Ali that the force used was lawful as defined in this instruction. The use of force upon or toward the person of another is lawful when used by a person who reasonably believes that he is about to be injured in preventing or attempting to prevent an offense against the person, and when the force is not more than is necessary. The person using the force may employ such force and means as a reasonably prudent person would use under the same or similar conditions as they appeared to the person, taking into consideration all of the facts and circumstances known to the person at the time of and prior to the incident. The state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the force used by the defendant was not lawful. If you find that the state has not proved the absence of this defense beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty as to this charge. Instruction number 38. Necessary means that under the circumstances as they reasonably appeared to the actor at the time, 1, no reasonably effective alternative to the use of force appeared to exist, and 2, the amount of force used was reasonable to effect the lawful purpose intended. Instruction number 39. It is lawful for a person who is in a place where that person has a right to be and who has reasonable grounds for believing that he is being attacked to stand his ground and defend against such attack by the use of lawful force. The law does not impose a duty to retreat. Notwithstanding the requirement that lawful force may be not more than is necessary, the law does not impose a duty to retreat. Retreat should not be considered by you as a reasonably effective alternative. Instruction number 40. No person may, by an intentional act reasonably likely to provoke a belligerent response, create a necessity for acting in self-defense, and thereupon use or attempt to use force upon or toward another person. Therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was the aggressor and that the defendant's acts and conduct provoked or commenced the fight, then self-defense is not available as a defense. Instruction number 41. To convict the defendant Ihsan Ali of the crime of assault in the 4th degree as charged in count 4, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant assaulted Isaiah Williams. That this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 42. A person commits the crime of burglary in the 2nd degree when he or she enters or remains unlawfully in a building with intent to commit a crime against a person or property therein. Instruction number 43. A person enters or remains unlawfully in or upon premises when she is not then licensed, invited, or otherwise privileged to so enter or remain. A license or privilege to enter or remain in a building that is only partly open to the public is not a license or privilege to enter or remain in that part of the building that is not open to the public. Instruction number 44. A person who enters or remains unlawfully in a building may be inferred to have acted with intent to commit a crime against a person or property therein. This inference is not binding upon you, and it is for you to determine what weight, if any, such inference is to be given. Instruction number 45. The term premises includes any building, dwelling, or any real property. Instruction number 46. To convict the defendant Zahra Ali of the crime of burglary in the 2nd degree as charged in count 4, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. That on or about October 18, 2024, the defendant entered or remained unlawfully in a building. 2. That the entering or remaining was with intent to commit a crime against a person or property therein. And 3, that this act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 47. A person commits the crime of violation of a court order when she knows of the existence of a protection order and knowingly violates restraint provisions of the order prohibiting contact with the protected party, or a provision of the order excluding the person from a school, or a provision of the order prohibiting the person from knowingly coming within or remaining within a specified distance of a location. Instruction number 48. to convict the defendant Zahra Ali of the crime of violation of a court order as charged in count 5, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that on or about October 18, 2024, there existed a protection order applicable to the defendant. 2, that the defendant knew of the existence of the order. 3, that on or about said date, the defendant knowingly violated a restraint provision of the order prohibiting contact with a protected party, or provision of the order excluding the defendant from a school, or a provision of the order prohibiting the defendant from knowingly coming within or remaining within a specified distance of a location. And 4, that the defendant's act occurred in the state of Washington. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all of the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 49. When you begin deliberating, you should first select a presiding juror. The presiding juror's duty is to see that you discuss the issues in this case in an orderly and reasonable manner, that you discuss each issue submitted for your decision fully and fairly, and that each one of you has a chance to be heard on every question before you. Deliberations are to occur only in the jury room when all 12 jurors are present. You are all officers of the court and must evaluate the evidence with an open mind free of bias or prejudice. If during your deliberations you become concerned that the discussions are being influenced by preconceived bias or prejudice, you must bring this to the attention of the other jurors so that the issue may be fairly discussed among all members of the jury. During your deliberations, you may discuss any notes that you have taken during the trial if you wish. You have been allowed to take notes to assist you in remembering clearly, not to substitute for your memory or the memories or notes of other jurors. Do not assume, however, that your notes are more or less accurate than your memory. You will need to rely on your notes and memory as to the testimony presented in this case. Testimony will rarely, if ever, be repeated for you during your deliberations. If after carefully reviewing the evidence and instructions, you feel a need to ask the court a legal or procedural question that you have been unable to answer, write the question out simply and clearly. For this purpose, use the form provided in the jury room. In your question, do not state how the jury has voted. The presiding juror should sign and date the question and give it to the bailiff. I will confer with the lawyers to determine what response, if any, can be given. You will be given the exhibits admitted in evidence, these instructions, and verdicts forms A, B, BB, BBB, C, and D for the defendant Ihsan Ali, and verdict forms A, B, C, D, and E for defendant Zahra Ali. Some exhibits and visual aids may have been used in court, but will not.
And let me ask, because on the exhibit list, I don't have a 10I. I mean, I think I have the composite, but they're not labeled. Which one is this? Which phone number binder?
904-803-3671. Or I'm sorry, it's the binder under Abdul Robinson Jr., 624-3684.
All right, and that binder is labeled what? 10I?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm happy to provide this to the court.
Yeah, I'll need to look at it. And so this is a composite exhibit of messages from 904-624-3684.
Yes, as well as messages between also 904-866-2370.
Just this one.
All right, and the objection is hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear the state's response.
Yes, ma'am. So it's kind of broken up into parts. So the beginning of it, the beginning of the conversations that start, and just for reference, the blue boxes, the state's position are Mr. Whitaker, and the green boxes are Mr. Abdul Robinson Jr.
What boxes are you referring to?
It starts on that first portion.
Yes. Do we have the same binders?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It should be, what I believe Ms. Schlax is objecting to is this portion that starts here.
Okay.
It says Scotty, and then goes to the balance. Is that right, Ms. Schlax?
Yes.
So it's a series of conversations between, the state's position is between Leroy Whitaker, who is blue, and Abdul Robinson Jr., who is green. The first several pages of it, we're only seeking to introduce the green portion, the Ms. Schlax's objection to the green portion is hearsay. We're not introducing all the way through page 23. So from page 1 to page 22, we're not seeking to introduce the truth of the matter asserted. We're just trying to show that there was a communication channel between the two. So it's more just the existence of the conversations between the two of them. So I don't think it's hearsay. I'm not seeking to introduce it, but it's the truth of the matter. But if Ms. Schlax wants, we can redact out all of the green text going up to that point. And changes from that point, because on page 23 where it says simplification, the state has two arguments for that. The first is this is on the day of the homicide. It's in the middle of the commission of the homicide. The state's first argument for conversations from that point forward, going through to page 26, is that they're co-conspirator statements. The second argument is that they're not hearsay because they're assertions. He's telling them the same location. Assertion to come in. It's not a hearsay statement.
What? Sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, in regards to the first 22 pages where they're saying the relevance is to show contact, I think they can do that without admitting the hearsay. So I would request that everything be redacted from Mr. Abdul Jr. because it would be hearsay. And we can accomplish their purpose, which I would concede would have some relevance in this case, to show that they had repeated contact, but not in particular what that contact was. On the day of the homicide, Your Honor, I do think it is important to note at the time, if they want to allege this is a co-conspirator statement, obviously the conspiracy ends when the homicide is accomplished. These alleged text messages would have been after the homicide had been accomplished and therefore not qualify as co-conspirator hearsay because it's been well established in case law that the conspiracy ends when the actual crime is completed.
But isn't this allegedly made while they're in Miss Buckley's home? So the burglary,
I think that would be the allegation, is that the timing would coincide after the homicide has been completed, after allegedly people have bailed out of the car and maybe are in the Buckley home.
it's still then during the crime of burglary with an assault and battery.
But Mr. Abdul Robinson Jr. is not considered in any way, shape, or form a participant in that crime, so he could not be a co-conspirator of that crime. He's not charged with it, he's not alleged to have completed it, to aid it in any kind of way. The homicide had been completed allegedly under the state theory when they left the Merrill Road homicide.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like from pages 1 to, or not 1, wherever the text messages start on this extraction report, through 22, the objection to hearsay will be sustained. So the messages themselves, or the content of the messages, then should be excised or deleted or extracted, as you had agreed, because the content of the message is an out-of-court statement and would not be admissible under hearsay. The frequency of the communications and the fact that there were communications between them will be admissible. So if you can make those alterations. And then on page 23, is that the sole email or text, or is it go beyond that?
It goes beyond that, Your Honor. It goes, the state's position, it goes until, I think on page 26, where Abdul Robinson Jr. sends a phone number. Which the state's position is the phone number of Abdul Robinson Sr., who then Mr. Whitaker starts calling.
And on page 27, there seem to be attachments. I can't really see what they are because they're in my form, but
I'm sorry?
on page 27, there's a series of 2 text messages that seem to have a photographic attachment.
I think that that is after that would be at 8 p.m. that night. I don't think that that would probably be almost in line with the court's original ruling as to things that were outside of the actual commission of the homicide.
Okay. So are those just to show continued communication, not necessarily the substance of the communication?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so my ruling will be the same then as to those. On page 23, 24, and 25, and 26, I'm going to overrule the objection, and those will be admissible. So with these objections noted, if you will adjust states 10I.
Yes, ma'am.
And as to 10I, is there any objection from Defendant Robinson?
Any objection to 10I?
To 10I?
And I, as in the entire.
No, 10I is only the
This is 9B.
contents of Abdul Robinson Jr.'s 624-3684 phone.
Your Honor, we'll echo the same hearsay objections as Whitaker.
Okay, and my ruling will be similar. Is there anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, we're taking a look at a 217-page presentation. And there's
What identification number does this have?
9, and it looks like A through at least V.
It's a PowerPoint that is basically several exhibits. It's 10J, it's 10I, and 9U, 9V, and 10H, I believe.
Your Honor, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but the one that we looked at this morning was not this. Contained within this is a Celebrite report from my client's 1595 number, and the state is seeking to admit notes that were entered in on his iPhone. And in reading these, it clearly looks like lyrics, given the fact that they rhyme. Bang and gang, clip and flip. And I can show this to Your Honor on the monitor, but there's a series of notes. Now, importantly, none of this is descriptive of the case here. There are no dates indicating when they were written down. We have no idea, a note on an iPhone, you both create the note and then you edit it. We have no idea when this is from. It's clearly unfairly prejudicial. It would be like Arnold Schwarzenegger getting prosecuted for murder and the state wants to bring in the movie Terminator. This is his artistic expression. There's no question that he raps. These are lyrics that he's using, but the state is trying to use it as evidence of this case because he's talking about death.
So the objection is
Relevance.
403 objection? Oh, no, it's a relevance objection?
And unfairly prejudicial.
Okay, I'm going to need to look at whatever it is. And is this an item that you all are intending to move into evidence? Is this a demonstrative aid? What is this? And what exhibit number is it?
Your Honor, also lack of foundation because they can't establish that he is the one that actually wrote them.
All right, this is states N, 9U composite.
Page 175 through 177.
The numbers aren't going to match up with the notebooks. Those are just the slide numbers.
Yeah, this doesn't look to be that long. All right.
Your Honor, can I publish?
Well, I want to look at the actual item that's going to be introduced into evidence. So if that is not the same as this,
They're nearly identical. The content is identical.
turn around so the court reporter can hear what you're saying.
Sorry, the content of what is on the PowerPoint is identical to what's contained within the notebook.
Okay.
It's just, these are printed. So do you have the notes in here?
Your Honor, it appears it's not in the binder, but I at least, if the court.
It's the front and back of the package.
Okay.
Easier on the screen.
So I'm clear. This is a Celebrate report, which is an extraction report from an Apple iCloud backup
Yes, Your Honor.
associated with 1535, or which number?
1595, and Your Honor should see, what I'm looking at is up on the screen right now. It says Notes 7,
Okay.
and it's those 7 notes. We have no dates, no indication who wrote it. Unfairly prejudicial. But it should, just to clarify, it should only be 7 notes.
I see it. Let me read it.
We can see he does draw it. I know. You don't have to say it.
All right. So as to relevance and prejudice, let me hear from the state. How is this relevant? What information do you have in terms of dates or creation or?
Judge, we don't have information regarding the dates as to when these were created. The state's argument is that it doesn't matter. It either predated the murder and then he acted out what is articulated in these notes, or they were created after the murder, which reference what happened during the murder. And so the state's argument is that these are very, very descriptive, and they seem to outline exactly the behavior that was captured on the dash cam in terms of the murder. We also have evidence and testimony regarding the fact that Mr. McCormick was targeted because he was affiliated with 6 Block when he made that song regarding Willie Addison. They are the ops to ATK. That is referenced in these notes about going after your ops. Judge, you better not rep that 6. You're going to get hit out here. The top note on number 5. Those in conjunction, when read together, are very descriptive and outline what we believe happened in this case and what the evidence the state has presented has seemed to corroborate this point.
Your Honor, the state has presented that my client is an artist. He's a rapper. Music videos that he's been involved in. They've also entered in Charles McCormick's song and talked about the fact that he was rapping about something that he was not involved in. That is the culture of drill rap, that people are rapping about things that they may or may not have been involved in. The fact that the state is coming back and saying that it's evidence of this murder when they've also hit him with another, what we consider to be a horrible murder case for them, it is not relevant in this case. It does not in any way indicate involvement in this case. And again, you cannot remove out the artistic expression of this. So the lack of any dates and the specificity, Your Honor, we maintain this is not relevant.
All right, thank you. As for relevance, I am going to overrule. As for 403 balancing prejudice to the probative value, I will also overrule, so they will be able to come in to trial. What exhibit number again is that? Is that 9U you all said?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I don't have 9U listed on my exhibit list, so tell me which one that is. Okay. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize, and this is not going further on your ruling or contesting it. The government before this trial withdrew the gang enhancement, and this is indicative of gangs.
Okay.
They've tried to hedge it with groups, but this bringing in gang, I would say that it is not relevant given the fact that they voluntarily removed the gang enhancement.
All right, thank you. The record is made. Anything else we need to address before we bring the juries out?
We need a moment to redact that.
Oh, okay. Let me know when the redactions are done, and we'll continue. So just to be clear, the other one was 10E? No. I'm not sure. Do you have an updated exhibit list?
Judge, I got another one.
Yeah, just because the exhibits at the end of this list don't have letters. Thank you. Ah, okay. I don't have them. I've returned them.
We'll just wait.
Step out for a second.
this motion?
Sure.
The phone, the phone that they're saying that these extractions are from, I can't remember if it's already in, but we want an ability to be able to inspect the actual phone.
Do y'all have that phone? I don't know.
Which one, sir?
The one for the download of these notes, we want to look at the actual phone. We question whether they're in the phone.
The notes are from the iCloud. It's the iCloud backup.
I understand. They also have the phone, and we're asking to inspect that phone.
There's the 704-1595 phone that's associated with that iCloud account.
Yes.
You have that complete and full download.
We'd like to inspect the actual phone.
Okay. Did y'all not have an opportunity to do this before trial?
Wasn't a need.
Okay. Well, during a recess, then, if we have the phone here, you are certainly free to inspect it. I don't know if it's powered up, on, or working. I don't know what condition it's in, but you can inspect it.
We're not sure if the phone is in our office or in the property room, but we'll check at the break. So
Okay.
Yeah. Just up there.
All right. Are y'all ready? All right. Let's bring the juries out, please. Are they ready? Okay, let's bring them out.
Your Honor, jury now in the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. We have one in the restroom. All right. While we wait for Mr. Robinson's jury to come out, then, I hope and trust that you all were able to get some lunch. Just want to ask and be sure that none of you were approached by anyone to talk about this case or to provide you any information about the people or places involved in this case. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands raised. And lastly, did anyone read, watch, or listen to any news on your phones or electronic devices inadvertently, of course, that might have been printed or aired over the lunch hour? Anyone? If so, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised. Okay, thank you. Just be sure the notepads you're collecting are yours if you're taking notes during this trial while we await for jury number 2 to come out. right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure the notepads you're collecting are yours if you're taking notes during this trial. And I will ask, as I always do, just to be sure that over this lunch recess, no one has attempted to approach you or speak to you about the case or provide you any information about the people or places involved. Has that happened to anyone? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands raised. And lastly, if anyone on your electronic devices may have inadvertently read, watched, listened to anything that may have been on your devices, either by news or otherwise, that has anything to do with this case. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we will continue with the state's case in chief. So, State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Detective Ostertag.
Detective Ostertag, please. All right, sir, if you'll please come forward and be sworn. All right, you'll have a seat there in the chair. Please be sure to speak loudly, clearly, and closely into those microphones so you can be heard by all. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. I'm Detective David Ostertag,
And where are you currently employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
for almost 19 years now,
You're kind of soft-spoken.
sir.
How long?
19.
19 years. What is your current assignment at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'm a detective under the Homeland Security Division in the Computer Forensic Investigations Unit.
And can you explain the responsibilities of a detective in the Computer Forensics Division?
As a detective in that unit, I am tasked with examining digital evidence that may be computers, cell phones, cloud accounts, social media accounts, basically anything that holds electronic data.
You have a
I'm sorry?
Do you have a background in computer science?
Yes, I do. I have a bachelor's degree in management information systems from Auburn University.
And can you outline for the jury your education and training as it relates specifically to cell phones, computer analysis, that sort of thing?
I've been trained by the Secret Service at the National Computer Forensics Institute, as well as the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in various disciplines of digital forensics concerning computers, mobile devices, cloud downloads. I've also been trained and certified by the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists with a certification in both computer and mobile device examination. And I've also been trained and certified by the Cellbrite Corporation in the operation and analysis using their hardware and software.
Do you have a continuing education? Do you continue to get classes?
Yes, I'm
How often do
continuing.
you do that?
Yearly, I usually attend between 40 and 80 hours of training.
And have you testified before as an expert in computer forensics?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Detective Ostertag for voir dire.
Any additional voir dire from Defendant Whitaker? From Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Detective, you said that you have training in Cellbrite. Can you explain to the jury what Cellbrite is?
Cellbrite is our vendor for hardware and software used mostly for mobile device and cloud examinations.
Okay. And you testified about performing cell phone extractions. Can you explain to the jury what a cell phone extraction is?
Cell phone extraction is the process of basically getting the data off of the cell phone. So the cell phone is connected to a forensic extraction device, which is in turn connected to a forensic computer. The forensic extraction device communicates with the phone in a manner in which it takes the data off of the phone and places it on the forensic computer.
How is that different than performing an evaluation of an iCloud account?
An iCloud account, the data is actually coming from Apple's servers directly.
And what types of data are you able to obtain from a cell phone extraction?
There's two different categories of data that we get off cell phones. That's system data, which might be log files, locations, Just basically background things that a user can't usually interact with. And then there's also user data, which would be text messages, phone logs, and various other pictures, videos, basically anything that a user can look at on their phone.
I'm going to draw your attention to the immediate case, in this case where you asked to forensically examine multiple phones and iCloud accounts.
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you asked to review an iPhone bearing a phone number of 904-866-2370,
Yes, I was.
a phone bearing 904-624-3684,
Yes, I was.
an iPhone bearing 478-491-2831,
Yes, that's correct.
an iPhone bearing number 904-704-1595,
Yes, that's correct.
and then 2 different iCloud accounts.
Correct.
In addition to completing the extractions, were you asked to review a selection of evidence from the devices and the iCloud accounts mentioned to testify here today?
Yes, I was.
We're going to start with start with what's been marked as Exhibit 10G. Can you take a look at 10G?
Yes, sir.
These items contained within this notebook that were performed by the extraction for the 904-866-2370.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of movement evidence was marked as 10G as 240.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection from Defendant,
Previous motions and objections, Your Honor.
okay, thank you. State's Composite Exhibit 10G will be marked into evidence as State's number 240.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, when you receive an item, is this what it looks like when you first get it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's like in an evidence bag?
Correct.
And then what do you do when you receive the evidence bag?
So when I receive the evidence, it's photographed like you see here. It's documented to make sure that the evidence matches what's on either the search warrant or the written consent, depending on how, what legal authority we have to search the device. It's inspected for any damage which may or may not hinder the investigation or the extraction from the device.
Okay. And what is it, the process that you do to perform the extraction, the initial extraction?
So the initial extraction, like I said, the phone is, if it's not in a working state, it's placed in a working state, which it may require some sort of repair. In this case, it wasn't the case, but the phone is connected to the forensic extraction device, which is in turn connected to the forensic computer. The 3 items communicate with each other, and the data is copied from the phone over to the computer.
States 10G, 240, but on slide number 4, what do we see here?
That is the front and back of the cell phone, including the case that's attached to it.
And on slide 5?
That is the SIM tray, which has the IMEI number, which is like a serial number for a phone, as well as the SIM card that was attached to the phone.
Okay. And you said this is like the IMEI, the serial number for the phone?
Correct. That's a mobile device identifier, which acts as a serial number for the phone.
When you're performing a forensic evaluation, are you able to obtain device information like the IMEI, the phone number, et cetera?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we can see here, the area that I'm circling, the IMEI consistent with the tray that you just showed us.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what is the MSISDN? I'm sorry, hold on one second. The MSISDN, what is that?
That is the phone number that's assigned to the device.
Does the phone name itself, or can anybody name it whatever?
The user can name the phone whatever they want to.
And then we can also obtain the Apple ID, like an iCloud account,
That's correct.
and the device name. In addition to the device sheet we see here, can you also obtain potentially a list of user accounts that are logged in for various, logins, like you log into your bank account or Facebook or something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
So moving to slide 8, is this what we see here?
Yes, it is.
All right, so for the 866 number, user accounts for Gmail, KSoo Management 2X,
Correct.
and then Abdul Robinson 71, and we see that a couple of times.
That's correct.
Slide, I think 8 now, slide 9. More user accounts.
More user accounts.
Slide 10.
More user accounts there.
And slide 11.
More user accounts on that page.
Okay. And for the Instagram account, we have Hop CEO,
Correct.
whatever it is. In addition to pulling the user accounts, are you also able to generate reports from the phone?
Yes, that's correct.
They tell me everything that I'm looking for kind of within these parameters.
Correct.
And were you asked to look for all contact with the 866-2370 number with the 478-491-2831?
Yes, that's correct.
So on slide 13 here, can you tell the jury what we see?
This is a contact sheet for the 478-491-2831 phone number. It comes from different databases on the phone. In some cases, the Interaction C database, which logs interaction between parties, as well as on the top you see a chat participant, and the next one is a recent call.
Slide 14.
Slide 14 is a timeline. It has a instant message there, which contains a video file, and then below it, it's outgoing SMS message, which is a text message. At the same time, it's logging those first three at the same time. So the Interaction C database logs the contact between the parties, as well as what that contact was. So you see the outgoing SMS message. And then the last one is Apple authentication process, which is something Apple uses to make sure you're contacting another Apple user.
Okay. And you're very soft-spoken, so if you can keep your voice up.
Sorry, yes, sir.
Here we see a library attachment. Is that what this photograph is?
Yes, it is.
Movie file.
Yes.
Slide 15, what do we see here?
Slide 15, you see number 5 is an instant message from the 478-491-2831 number saying who this. It was sent to the 866-2370 number. And then the Interaction C database, like we discussed, it's logging that interaction in those two parts of the database, an incoming SMS message, as well as logging interaction between the two parties.
All right, and down here at 8, where we see that your line has been restored, can you explain to the jury what that is?
So this is a text message from the T-Mobile Corporation using the 456 handle. It's a system message from T-Mobile saying the phone number has been restored.
You were asked to look for all contact 904-624-3684.
Correct.
Same kind of idea, same contact sheet.
Correct.
All right, and where it says crazy there, can you explain what that is?
The crazy, it references the contact that's in a person's contact library. So this particular person with that user ID is stored as crazy in this phone.
And slide 18, same idea there.
Correct.
Slide 19, contact with 624-3684 on December the 26th, 2019.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury what we see here on slide 20?
So here you see a text message sent between Crazy 904-624-3684 and the Abdul Robinson 71 iCloud account. It was sent from the Abdul Robinson iCloud account. It states, "I wish I never bond Willie out."
Actually, I want to go back just very quickly. The jury's heard a little bit about UTC, but just to keep that in mind, can you explain UTC one more time to the jury?
So the UTC -5 is a reference point for time zones. In this case, the UTC -5 is 5 time zones to the west of the Greenwich Mean Time. So to convert a UTC timestamp, you would subtract 5 hours. In this case, it says UTC -5, so those timestamps have already been converted.
Okay, so if it says UTC -5, it's already Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
If it says UTC +0, the jury needs to subtract 5 hours.
That's correct.
And it's a little bit different for iCloud returns.
It is different for iCloud accounts, just based on some limitations of the software that we use.
And we'll get to that when we get to the iCloud accounts.
Sir.
So here, that's 12:26 at 1:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
Right. Again, contact between 866-2370 and the 624-3684 on January the 15th of 2020.
Correct.
Side 22, can you explain, well, first, where it says you, what is you?
You is the text of the actual message that was sent.
Okay, so like if I were to text you, that's the body of my message, you.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the attachment, what is the attachment?
The attachment is a cl.loc.vcf. So the VCF is just the container in which in this case, it's a location. VCF is a container in which that location is sent. The cl.loc is a location that was sent via text message to this person.
And contained within that VCF file, or the loc file, is there latitude and longitude coordinates?
Yes, there is.
So it's like if I'm sharing my location with somebody.
That is correct.
Or sending them to a location, like a pin drop or something.
Correct, any location.
Okay. So on January the 15th, 2020 at 11:39, the 624-3684 crazy number texts the Abdul Robinson number, says you, and then has the location file.
That's correct.
All right. And then below that, the next one, the Abdul Robinson number is texting back to the crazy number saying, I'm about to leave them.
Correct.
And that's at 12:19 p.m.?
That was actually, the timestamp you want to look at is still 12:19, but this is when the actual message was sent and then it was actually delivered. There's a little bit of lag time there just based on the amount of time it takes to move through Apple servers.
Okay. So it gets sent at 12:19:34 and then delivered about a second later?
That's correct.
All right. Based on the latitude and longitude that's contained within that lock file, are you able to extract that information?
Yes, I am.
And can you plug it into Google Maps?
Yes, correct.
All right. So showing you on stage 23, is that what you've done here?
Yes, it is.
All right. So this is the latitude and longitude from that you message that we saw.
Yes.
And it corresponds to this address?
Correct.
And same thing?
Correct. That's a street view of the same residence.
Again, asked to look for contact between the 866-2370 and the 478, now 305-9583 number.
Yes, correct.
And so is that what we see here?
Yes.
And this is the same contact sheet that we've seen
Correct.
before? And same thing?
Same thing.
Slide 28, the continuation of those contacts between those two numbers?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and we see, the timestamp and that same photograph we saw earlier, the same video file?
Correct.
There it is again.
There it is.
All right, and then 30, continuation of that.
Correct?
31,
Yes, correct?
32,
Correct.
just more contacts between the two of them.
More contacts and more log entries for the interaction database.
And 33.
More messages.
Okay, and that same thing where that number is saying to the 866 number, hey, your account's been activated or whatever.
That's correct.
All right, we also asked to look for the 904-866-2370 to 904-704-1595.
Yes, that's correct.
And what do we see here?
Here you see the contact sheet for that phone number. The name it's saved under is KSoo.
Okay, so that's what the user of the phone has saved that number for.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then here we have a login for the username KSoo23X
Yes, that's correct.
with that email account, so8198442@yahoo.com.
Yes,
And then here, associated with the Instagram account, it says for booking features, contact @Hop CEO Manager.
yes, correct.
And that's that Instagram account we saw earlier that signed into this account.
Yes, it is.
In addition to contact logs, communications between parties, are you also able to search for photographs?
Yes.
And in this instance, did you find a saved photograph on the 866-2370, a saved photograph?
Yes, I did.
So on 37, can you explain to the jury what this is?
So this is a screenshot of an Instagram post. It was saved to this device on March 30th, 2020 at 6:57 p.m. It's already been corrected for Eastern Daylight Time in this case.
And the content of the saved, it says KSoo23X here at the top?
Correct. So that's the account that it was posted under, and then the caption, RIP Big Brother, you know I stood on all 10 about you, and then don't speak on Willie, and then been a year.
Now, based on this, do you know if that's the day that the Instagram post was made, or if that's just the day that the screen capture was taken?
That's just the date that the screen capture was made.
I'm next going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit NI. Take a look at this item. Tell me if you recognize this. Items from the extraction report with the number 904-624-2684.
Yes, it is.
Your item is 96 move in with the mark as NI, states 241.
Okay, any objection from Mr. Whitaker?
Just subject to the prior objection, Your Honor.
All right, any objection from Mr. Robinson?
Previous motions and objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and those being overruled, we'll move 10I composite exhibit into evidence as states 242.
242. Yeah, published.
Yes.
All right, detective, jury's going to get used to this pretty quickly, but slide 41, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Same idea as before, you receive the phone in the evidence bag,
Correct.
check the phone, make sure it's working, functional, that sort of thing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Slide 42, same idea, take photographs of the phone.
Correct.
And slide 43, same idea, SIM card and SIM card tray.
That's correct.
Yeah, no, I'm doing this one now. I'll move on to that one next. And just for reference, I have numbered these wrong. We're on 242, but I'm showing 241 on the screen. but it's 10I or the 624-3684 number.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on, device information sheet, same idea. So we've got the MS-ISDN number, it shows the phone number.
Correct.
The IMEI number for the SIM card tray that you talked about.
That's correct.
The Apple ID again,
Correct.
and there's the MS-ISDN again.
Yes, that's correct.
Sometimes can a phone be used by multiple different, like if you sell your phone, somebody else can use the phone or a different SIM card or something?
Yes, correct.
You may have like a last used the MS-ISDN that's different.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, same idea. You were asked to look at user accounts.
Correct.
So we see multiple logins as the original gangstajithop@gmail.com.
Yes, that's correct.
Same idea.
Yes, that's Facebook and additional other accounts.
Same idea.
Same idea.
You were asked to look for messages with 702-918-4911,
Yes, correct.
specifically on December the 28th of 2019.
Correct.
Can you explain this page?
So these are text messages on that date between the 904-624-3684 phone number and the 702-918-4911 phone number. These were sent between 1:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 3:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And the content,
The
inwards at the house?
inwards at the house, the user of this phone, the 3684 number asks who, and then the 4911 number says McCormick, and then the 3684 number replies okay.
Asked for the timeline of between the same two numbers that we just saw, but now for January the 15th, 2020.
Correct?
You explained the states on slide 52.
So these are the call log entries between those, are on that date between the numbers.
Okay. So jury can look at it and see the kind of the back and forth of what's going on between these two phones.
Right, correct.
702 calls, there's a conversation, and then this number calls that number back and forth going on.
Correct. And some of them were answered, some of them were not answered, some were missed, but the headers on the columns explain what everything means.
Okay. And then this column, sometimes they're using FaceTime video calls.
That's correct.
On slide 53.
That's additional parts of the call log there between the two parties with various lengths of time, various answered or unanswered, and it's continuing on this page between 5:26 a.m. and 10:37 p.m.
Okay. So this phone for 7, 8, and 9 on this slide is trying to call that number repeatedly and is getting a not answered, and a 6-second call.
Correct.
All right, and then jumping ahead, this phone again tries to call that 702 number at 11:49. There's a 2-second duration,
That's correct.
and then we don't get another call until 4:14 that afternoon.
Correct, and that one was not answered.
Slide 54 asked for calls between this number, the 624-3684, and 904-803-3671.
That's correct.
What do we see here on 55?
This is a text message between those two numbers, the 803-3671 and the 624-3684 number. In this case, this phone receives a message with the body Scotty, and it was sent at 8:41 and 49 seconds PM Eastern Standard Time on November 15th, and it was read approximately 6 minutes later at 8:47:42 PM.
Okay, so this number, 803-3671, sends to the phone that we're talking about the name Scotty.
Correct.
Between this message and later on, did you find a series of communications between those two phones?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the blue is that device calling this phone or texting this phone, and then the green is this phone responding?
That's correct.
All right. On slide 57, can you explain to the jury what this is?
This is a picture message that was sent between, or from 803-3671 to 624-3684. Appears to be a selfie photograph. It was sent at 11:49 and 8 seconds AM on January 13th, 2020, and it was read shortly thereafter at 11:50 AM.
So this number, the 803 number, 803-3671, sends this selfie photograph.
That's correct.
All right, slide 58. We're now on to January the 15th of 2020 at 11:05 in the morning.
That's correct.
And what do we see here?
It is a message between the two parties again, and it says send location.
And what do we see here a couple minutes later?
There you see another one of those cl.loc files, which contains a location within the file.
So the 803 number is now sending the location to that green number.
That's correct.
And again, are you able to extract the latitude and longitude coordinates from that location file
Yes, I am.
and able to map them in Google Maps?
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see here on slide 59?
These are three additional cl.loc files, which contains location information, latitude and longitude.
So at 11:20 a.m., 11:20 a.m. again, 11, those are the times they're actually sent, right?
Right, the sent is at the bottom there. So the first one was sent at 11:08, the second one was sent at 11:09, and the third one was sent at 11:18.
And then all three of them are just read at the same time?
That's correct.
And again, you're able to extract the latitude and longitude coordinates from those loc files?
Yes, that's correct.
It's slide 60, same idea?
Correct. Two additional location files. One was sent at 11:21, the other was sent at 11:41.
Okay. And then at 12:03 p.m., this phone that we're looking at sends back to that 803 number this phone number.
Correct.
And that's the first phone number that we looked at earlier today.
Yes, that's correct.
So slide 62, these library VCFs, do those correspond to those locations that we just talked about?
Yes, they do.
So first one here takes you back to this address at 1033 Townsend Boulevard.
That's correct.
Second one here on slide 65 takes us again to 1033 Townsend Boulevard.
Correct.
Third one here, again back to that address.
That's correct.
And the fourth one here, again back to that address.
Correct.
You were asked to pull the calls between those two numbers, the ones that we just looked at with the shared locations.
Yes, I was.
So here on slide 72,
These are multiple calls between the two parties. In this case, all of them are in outgoing direction, so these are calls to the 803-3671 number, all between 5:44:01 a.m. and 6:44:06 a.m. Some of them were answered, but it appears most of them were not.
here on slide 73.
So it's, again, more calls between the two numbers using the FaceTime application. In this case, we see calls from and to, both incoming and outgoing. Some of them were missed, some of them were answered, but they all occurred between 6:59 and 53 seconds a.m. and 8:07 a.m. Eastern Time.
74.
74 is more the same. The call logs in this case, 8:34 and 56 seconds a.m. to 10:24 and 53 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Again, some of them incoming, some of them outgoing in various states have answered and missed.
Slide 75.
75 is more the same, more portions of the call log in this case between 10:25, 16 seconds a.m. and 11:03 and 44 seconds a.m. Again, more outgoing and incoming in various states of being missed and answered.
76.
76, more the same. In this case, these were between 11:04 and 51 seconds a.m. and 11:24, 40 seconds a.m. All between the two numbers as previously stated, all incoming and outgoing, and in this case, all of these were answered.
77.
It's more the same, contacts between the two parties. In this case, one incoming and the rest are outgoing. They all occur between 11:27 and 19 seconds a.m. and 11:50 and 59 seconds a.m. Some of them were answered and some were not.
78.
It's more of the same, contact between the two parties, both incoming and outgoing. One incoming, the rest were outgoing. And these all occurred between 11:52, 16 seconds a.m. and 12:20, 47 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And it looks like all those were answered.
And then finally 79.
The next one is more the same, outgoing calls and incoming calls. All of these were answered, one was not answered, the rest were answered. They all occur between 12:21, 24 p.m. and 11:19 and 42 seconds p.m.
All right. You were asked to look at contact between this phone and the first phone that we looked at.
That's correct.
Let's see here on 81.
Correct. It's portions of the call log between these two parties. These were all calls on January 15th, 2020, between 11:35 and 13 seconds a.m. and 12:48 and 41 seconds p.m.
What is low key?
Low key is the name that this person saved that number in their address book under in the contacts.
82. More calls.
More calls between 12:49 and 5 seconds p.m. and 4:14:33 p.m. And this was Eastern Time.
83. More calls.
More calls between 4:16:04 p.m. and 5:26 and 55 p.m.
And 84 more calls.
More calls between 5:28:01 p.m. and 9:36:57 p.m.
Okay. Same idea. You were asked to look for messages on January the 15th from between this phone and that first phone that we looked at.
That's correct.
And here we see the same thing we saw earlier,
Yes, correct.
just in the inverse.
In the inverse.
And again, you're able to pull the location data from the log file.
That's correct.
And is that the address again?
Yes, it is.
Going to slide 90, on occasion, are you able to obtain what are called like native location from the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And where does that come from?
That the native locations are coming from the actual GPS sensor on a cellular phone.
So the phone is recording location events for where it thinks that it is?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Nowadays, is that pretty prevalent information that you can get from phones?
Yes, it is.
In 2020, were you often seeing location data from phones?
We were still seeing location data, but not to the extent that we see 5 years later.
So not all phones had on location services in 2020?
Correct.
91, so is this what we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so at 4:40 in the morning on the 15th, this is where approximately the phone thinks that it is.
That's correct.
All right. Nowadays, are you getting what's called a confidence interval?
Yes.
Okay. In 2020, were you getting confidence intervals?
Not in this case, no, sir.
So this is, you can't say how confident the phone is that it thinks that it's here,
That's correct.
but that's where the phone records that it thinks that it is.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Atkinson, I apologize for the interruption of the testimony. I've gotten a bathroom break request from one of the jurors, so I'm going to have both juries step inside to your respective courtrooms, and we'll take a brief recess for another short bio break. Thank you very much.
In verdict form BBB, the words not guilty or the words guilty according to the decision you reach. If you cannot agree on a verdict, do not fill in the blank provided in verdict form BBB. You will also be given special verdict forms A1, B1, BB1, BBB1, and C1 for defendant Ihsan Ali for the crimes charged in counts 1, 2, and 3. If you find the defendant not guilty of these crimes, do not use the special verdict forms. If you find a defendant guilty of these crimes, you will then use the special verdict forms and fill in the blanks with the answer yes or no according to the decision you reach. In order to answer the special verdict form yes, you must unanimously be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that yes is the correct answer. If you unanimously agree that the answer to the question is no, then you must fill in the blank with the answer no. If after full and fair consideration of the evidence you are not in agreement as to the answer, then do not fill in the blank for that question. You will also be given special verdict forms A1, B1, and C1 for defendant Zahra Ali for the crimes charged in counts 1, 2, and 3. If you find the defendant not guilty of these crimes, do not use the special verdict forms. If you find a defendant guilty of these crimes, you will then use the special verdict forms and fill in the blank with the answer yes or no according to the decision you reach. In order to answer the special verdict form yes, you must unanimously be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that yes is the correct answer. If you unanimously agree that the answer to the question is no, then you must fill in the blank with the answer no. If after full and fair consideration of the evidence you are not in agreement as to the answer, then do not fill in the blank for that question. Because this is a criminal case, each of you must agree for you to return a verdict. When all of you have so agreed, fill in the proper form of verdict or verdicts to express your decision. The presiding juror must sign the verdict forms and notify the bailiff. The bailiff will bring you into court to declare your verdict. The following pages after instruction 49 are the verdict forms that I have referenced. Members of the jury, we're going to just do a quick little stand up and then we'll start the closing arguments. All right, we'll have everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, if you would please give your full attention to Ms. Stone as she makes closing argument on behalf of the plaintiff, the state of Washington.
Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, so a couple of weeks ago when we came in and we started this, we indicated you would be here for several weeks, and there was a lot of information that you were going to get. We have reached that point where you've now been informed on the law by the court, You have a fairly lengthy packet of instructions, and you've heard a lot of evidence over the course of the last several weeks. I will tell you that there is no fast way to get through all of that evidence and compare it to the instructions. The court, I think, has informed you, and you'll hear it again, the state has the burden. That is properly the state's burden, and the state accepts that burden. But what that means is I am responsible for proving to you every element of every crime that has been charged. So we have to take some time to do that. And then at the end of this, because it's the state's burden, we get to talk to you again. I promise you the second time will be much shorter. But if at any point during the course of this, someone needs a break, you can't hear something, you just need to stand up, please catch our attention. We will plan to take a break, but we want to make sure that if someone needs that earlier, you let us know, okay? So I have slides. Everybody processes information differently. Lots of you take notes. You can see that the attorneys take a lot of notes too. Some folks are much more auditory processors, and some folks are very visual processors. So I've tried to give you a number of different ways, as the court has during the course of this as well, of processing that information. If slides do not work for you, then please ignore them and don't pay attention to them. It helps me stay on track. It helps me present it in a more organized fashion, but that may not work for everyone else, okay? So don't feel like you have to pay attention just because they are there. Make sure that, there we go. So I always start with this first slide, lawyer statements. Lawyers talk a lot, right? It's what we do. You are going to hear, obviously, from the group of us, first myself, then Mr. Kading, then Mr. Leary, and then me again. What we tell you is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and the exhibits that came from the individuals that were sitting in that seat over there. The attorneys will tell you things. We will argue to you the evidence we believe that you have heard over the course of the last several weeks. Attorneys are human too, and whether it is myself or Mr. Kading or Mr. Leary, what we tell you is not evidence. So if we misspeak, if we say something that we believe a witness has said or we recall a witness having said, and that does not jive with your memory of those events or your notes or your recollection, your memory, your notes is what the evidence is. We are not the triers of fact. We are just the attorneys, okay? So please rely on the instructions you've been given by the court and your recollection in those notes. So evaluation of the evidence. We provide this instruction also as well. Oftentimes you will hear folks during the course of whether it's a TV show or an argument or something else. Well, it's just circumstantial evidence. It doesn't mean anything. That's an inaccurate statement. When you come in, at least in the state of Washington, when you come in here, you do not come in here in a vacuum of life experiences. We want a fair and impartial jury, both for the state and for the Ollies. We want to ensure that that is what you are there to do, but we do not assume that you have no life experiences and you cannot process information about what is reasonable behavior, what is unreasonable behavior, and reasonable inferences to take from those. So in Washington, we give you that distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is that thing that you have directly perceived. Circumstantial evidence is the thing that you know and you can make a reasonable inference from. So let me give you an example of that. And we use a cake example very often, right? If you go in and you make a cake, everyone who's ever made a cake knows you cannot frost a hot cake, right? My bakers know that. That frosting is going to slide right off the side and be a gooey puddle. It will look nothing like what it's supposed to do. So if you make your cake, you have to let it sit out and cool. So now let's say that you've made that cake. It is sitting out, it is cooling, and you live alone, you live with your dog, and you have errands to run. So you lock your doors, your windows are all locked, nobody else is there. You come back a couple hours later, and what was once a beautiful cake waiting to be frosted is now in shambles on the floor. There's crumbs everywhere, your dog looks comfortably full, and there's crumbs all over the dog's face. Direct evidence would have been a video watching your dog eat that cake. Circumstantial evidence is exactly what we've just described. You know your dog ate the cake. That is the only reasonable inference that comes from that evidence. You didn't see it, but you know that that's what happened. There's no other reasonable explanation. No one's broke in. You said no one lives there. There's no windows. That's what happened to your cake. That is circumstantial evidence. And that is in large part why we provide you this instruction, but we trust that you are going to use your rational mindset and your common experience to know what facts and inferences to take from the evidence that you see. There may be differences in types of evidence that you receive, but the fact that one is circumstantial and one is direct makes no difference in terms of the weight that you give it, just by definition. So please don't get stuck in that loop in deliberation, like, well, it was only circumstantial, or oh, it was direct, so that's better than this kind. That's not the case. Like I say, that individual piece of evidence may have a different weight, but that weight is not drawn from whether it is a piece of direct evidence or a piece of circumstantial evidence. Okay? So evaluation of the witness testimony. Our way through those. In addition to the fact that you are the triers of fact, the sole triers of fact, you are also the sole judges of credibility. The attorneys are not. We cannot comment on the credibility of witnesses. We can point out whether there was a particular manner about a witness testifying, whether there was a personal interest, whether there's a reasonableness of the statement that they may have provided to you in context of everything else that you saw, but you are the sole judges of credibility. So when you are looking at the testimony of witnesses and how to evaluate that, you are given an instruction about some of the things that you can look at to help assist you in that process, okay? Reasonable doubt. Before you came into trial, if you've never sat on a jury before, but before you came in here, I believe that you would probably describe yourself as reasonable people. Most people would describe themselves as reasonable people. Having sat in here now and gone through all of these instructions, I would submit to you that we have ruined you with the law. You are no longer reasonable people. When you go back home and you're talking to friends, when this is all over, or talking to your family, when the court has released you from your instructions not to talk about it, you can say, well, I don't know, I had a reasonable doubt, and we didn't convict on A, B, and C, or at all because I had a reasonable doubt. Or we convicted them on A, B, and C, or we convicted them on all because we had an abiding belief in the truth of the charge. Nobody talks like that. Lawyers talk like that, right? But now you will talk like that, at least as you are evaluating this and in talking to each other in that back room. So what does reasonable doubt mean? And you have the instruction. I submit to you that reasonable doubt and abiding belief are two sides of the same coin. If you have an abiding belief, then you do not have a reasonable doubt as to the truth of the charge. An abiding belief is abiding, long-lasting. You believe it today, you believe it tomorrow, you believe it next week, next month, next year. That is an abiding belief in the truth of the charge that the defendant did what the state has charged them with, and that the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. You have an abiding belief. If you have a reasonable doubt, then you cannot have an abiding belief in that truth of that charge. Right? So it is not, there's no numeric value that you can apply to it. It's not a 51% or a 75%. Reasonable doubt is one of the highest standards, certainly, that we have, and we talked about that during voir dire, but it is not 100% either. So there is no numeric value associated with reasonable doubt. But as it says, if you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you do not have a reasonable doubt. And it's just another way of, I think, talking about that and evaluating within yourself. It's kind of this, amorphous is not the right word, but we as humans really like objective measurements, and there's no objective measurement associated with reasonable doubt. So you really have to look at this standard as you're talking about it and thinking about it amongst yourselves, whether it has been achieved, okay? Things you will not get. The court told you this just now in the instructions. Ms. Zoe talked to you about it during opening arguments, or excuse me, opening statements, if you recall. You are not going to get certain documents. And that I know is frustrating every time for a jury because people have referenced them. But the reason that you don't get them is exactly what we talked about, because the testimony is the evidence. A police report is not evidence. If that were the case, we wouldn't call anyone into court. You wouldn't hear from witnesses ever. We'd have them write a statement, You'd have police reports, you'd get doctor's reports, and you would never have anyone come in and testify. In the law, we value the testimony of people who are coming to tell you what they saw, what they heard, what they observed, what happened related to these events. And that is why the testimony comes from the person sitting in that stand. That's why you don't get police reports that officers have made along the way. You're not getting medical reports because the doctors came and told you what is contained within those reports and told you what they observed. Prior statements of witnesses, you don't get those either, right? That's why we have cross-examination, why we have direct examination. So please don't ask for them because they are not coming. You have to make your decisions based on the information that you have heard and what you have received as exhibits, and as we go through this process, right, talking to each other. And then last, of course, transcripts of any trial testimony. You're not getting any transcripts of, can we get a transcript of what so-and-so said on such and such day? That's not coming either, okay? So as you are going through and organizing your thoughts, please keep that in mind. There's a lot of overlap. So I'm going to tell you that there is approximately, if I did my math right, 11.
Phone thinks that it is here at this apartment complex off Atlantic Boulevard.
That's correct.
Here at 11:45 a.m., the phone again thinks it's back on Dalehurst Drive.
That's correct.
Here at 1:22, the phone now believes it's back where it started at Brown Jersey Court.
That's correct.
In addition to location data, are you also able to determine like what searches somebody has searched for on the phone?
Yes, that's correct.
So here on the 16th of January, 2020, this phone searched for how to delete map history off your phone.
That's correct.
And it also asked how to transfer messages from my phone.
Correct.
Now showing you marked as State's Exhibit 10H for identification purposes.
Take a look at this.
Is that the information that came from the phone number 478-491-2831?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state of moving evidence marked as 10H as 241.
All right, any objection from Defendant Whitaker and from Defendant Robinson?
Our motions and objections, Your Honor.
Okay.
Phones, but we're on 241. Same idea,
Yes, that's how it was received.
and there's the phone,
Front and back of the phone,
there's the SIM card tray,
SIM card tray, and the SIM card.
and the device information.
Yes, that's correct.
And the Apple ID now is bigatk13@gmail.com.
Correct.
And we've got the MSISDN number, the phone number that we're talking about here.
Yes, that's correct.
Same thing, user accounts.
Correct.
All right, so we have the bigatk13@gmail several times.
Yes, that's correct.
Same idea.
Same accounts, still for all the Apple services.
And on 109, we see the big ATK, but then we also see Crazy K.
Correct, with the Twitter account.
110, again, Crazy K, K Crazy.
That's correct, for Instagram this time.
Okay. And then we also see that same original gangsta jit hop from the 624 number.
Correct, with a Dropbox account.
You were asked to look for a timeline between the two different 478 numbers.
That's correct.
So the 491, 2831, and the 305, 9583.
Correct.
And this is on January the 15th, 2020.
That's correct.
Can you explain what we see here on slide 112?
So these are log entries that are logged in the Identity Lookup Service, which is a service used by Apple to ensure that the person that you're trying to contact has a valid Apple account. In this case, you see it at basically 3 different times: 11:39, 36 seconds a.m., about 21 seconds later, and then later on, 5 days later at 7:51:39 p.m. But it's all the same process. It's ensuring that the 478-305-9583, which is a number that this phone is trying to contact either by text message or by phone number, it's just making sure that that number is a valid Apple account.
Okay, so if I am trying to call you, the first step that the phone is going to do is say, is this a valid number?
Correct.
And then this is Facebook or this is the phone indicating that the number has been authenticated. So my attempt to call you is allowed to go through.
That's correct.
All right, and so we've got at 11:39 a FaceTime audio call and 11:39 a FaceTime video call.
Right, and to further that point, FaceTime can only be used between Apple users, so that process has to run in order for a FaceTime call to be successful.
All right, so we're going to go into an item located on the 478-491-2831, a location preview.
Correct.
So I'm showing you on slide 114. So first, explain to the jury what this page is. What do we see here?
This is a file details view. It's a screenshot from the Cellbrite program itself.
So is this what you see on your computer when you're performing a Cellbrite extraction and validation?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem. So this is a file details page. The name of the file in this case is that phone number, the 478-305-9583-preview an identifier number .jpeg. So it's a JPEG photo. The created date, created, modified, and access time are all the same on this photo. It's at January 15th, 2020 at 12:07 a.m. PM Eastern time. So on the left-hand side, we have some clues as to how that particular photo gets here. It's in the mobile SMS folder here. These are pictures that are associated with a text message. And then we go down here to previews. It's a preview photo. And then the type of preview photo is a location. So based on research with several different devices, I've determined that that particular photo is only present on the phone if someone shares the location via text message.
Okay, so that I understand, if you text me your location, and it brings up like a little map in my text messages where I would click on it to go into it. That's what this is.
Correct. If I was to share my location with you via text message, a small map, in this case, very small picture, as you can tell on the resolution, the 144 by 144 is a very small thumbnail image, but it's a preview photo of the location where I currently am.
Okay. Did you ever find a corresponding message that goes with this photograph?
No, I did not.
But obviously, does the user have the ability to delete messages?
They do have the ability to delete message, correct.
This is located in the preview. Can you explain what a cache file is?
A cache file is a background function of, cache files are created as a background function of the phone, and it's primarily used so photos and videos can load quicker on your phone. But in this case, a small version of that photo is saved on the phone. A user, I can't go into my phone and try to delete this message out of the cache. It's
So
not possible.
the original message, corresponding message may be gone, but the cache file, the user doesn't have the ability to control.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is at 1/15/2020 at 12:07 PM, and this is from this number, from 478-305-9583 to the 478 number that we're looking at.
Objection leading.
If you'll re-ask your question.
Which number sent the message?
The phone number we're looking at here, the 478-305-9583,
Sent the message to,
sent the message to this device.
all right, and here on 115, is this what you're talking about?
That is the cache file itself.
So this is the preview image that's on the phone where somebody shared location.
That's correct.
All right, and we see Lone Star Road.
Correct.
All right. Going forward, we talked earlier about searches, how somebody's able to, you're able to look at the websites. First, CORE, are you familiar with CORE?
Yes, I am.
What is CORE?
CORE is the clerk of the court website, contains information about cases and both current and historical cases.
Okay. You can have a login to access CORE?
You can have a login. There's also public access for it.
When you run a report for like a website like this, is it going to show you exactly which page is visited as opposed to like the domain?
Not necessarily in most cases for a search engine like CORE, it's not possible to see what was actually searched. It just stays on the home page itself.
Okay, so you can't tell what I'm looking at. You can just see that I looked there.
That's correct.
All right. Oops, sorry. All right, so slide 117, web history, is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
All right, so this phone is accessing CORE on all these different occasions.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What's happening on this slide?
Those are separate visits to this core.duvalclerk.com website.
Okay, and what do we see here?
You see the core website being accessed via public access mode.
Slide 118, what do we see?
It's more the same, the public access being accessed, as well as more visits to the core website.
119, what do we see?
More visits to the core website using public access.
120, what do we see?
More access to the core website using public access.
121, what do we see?
Additional visits to the core website.
122, what do we see?
Additional visits to the core website.
123,
Additional visits to the core website.
and 124.
Additional visits to the core website.
And specifically at number 26, what time do we see that?
That was on January 15th, 2020 at 3:43 and 32 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
Same idea with News4Jack searches?
Correct.
And again, are you able to see exactly what page was accessed?
Not exactly, no.
126, what do we see?
On page 126, we see visits to the News4Jack's website on January 15th, 2020.
127,
Additional visits to the News4Jack's website on January 15th, 2020.
128,
And the following day, January 16th, 2020, those are additional visits to News4Jack's.
same idea, but with the JSO inmate search page.
That's correct.
Can you see exactly what inmate is searched for?
Not exactly, no.
130, what do we see?
So these are all visits on the inmate search website that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office hosts. These are all on January 15th, 2020, going to January 16th, 2020.
131,
These are additional visits on January 16th, 2020 to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office inmate search page.
132,
These are additional visits on January 16th, 2020 to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office inmate search page.
123, or 133, I'm sorry.
These are additional visits on January 16th to the inmate search page for the Sheriff's Office.
Slide 134,
Additional visits on January 16th to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office inmate search page.
135,
And more of the same, January 16th, visits to the inmate search page for the Sheriff's Office.
you're able to locate photographs on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain what's in 137?
So this is a it's a photograph of what appears to be a computer screen. It was created on January 17th, 2020 at 9:14 a.m. and appears to be a photo of the inmate search page of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
What name do we see there?
Genera Smith.
This is the first time I think the jury has seen metadata on a phone. Can you explain what this is?
So metadata is basically data that concerns other data. In this case, this is data that contains attributes about this particular photo file. In this case, it shows the make and model of the phone. In case it's a Apple iPhone 11, but it also has a capture time, which is what the actual time that the photo was taken. And then in this case, it was taken on January 17, 2020 at 9:14 and 2 seconds, which also matched the modified and access time of this photo. And in this case, it also contains a latitude and longitude coordinate.
$138, what do we see?
These are additional photographs that were found on the phone. These were taken on January 19th, 2020 at 11:59 a.m. These are selfie photographs. They also have metadata with this, as well as a latitude and longitude location coordinate.
And can you explain to the jury what the significance of these being found in the DCIM file is?
The DCIM files contain files that are on the phone itself. It was taken by the actual phone that is, in this case, being examined.
And 139.
These are one additional selfie photograph, also in the DCIM folder, which was taken from the phone itself. It does have metadata. It was taken on January 19th, 2020 at 12:35 p.m. It also has a latitude and longitude coordinate.
All right. Detective, I'm showing you now what has been marked as state's exhibit. And J, for identification purposes. Take a moment to look at that. Detective, is that the investigative folder for the phone number 904-704-1595?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state movement evidence is marked as NJ, as states 243.
Okay, any objection from Mr. Whitaker
Subject to prior objections, Your Honor.
and from Mr. Robinson?
Previous motions and objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Those being overruled, 10J will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 243.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay. Back on track. I got my numbers right now. 143, same idea?
Same idea. That's how the phone was received.
144,
Front and back of the phone.
145.
The SIM tray and SIM card that was mounted.
Okay, so the 58282.
Correct.
And we come to the device ID screen. Same idea?
Same idea. It's listed as the IMEI number for that phone.
Okay, so that same 58282 there.
Correct.
All right, Apple ID?
The Apple ID is S08198442@yahoo.com.
And the last used MSISDN.
The last used MSISDN, which is the phone number for this phone, is 904-704-1595.
User accounts, same idea?
Correct.
All right, so we see,
These are all user accounts that were logged into the device. These are all Apple services for the S08198442@yahoo.com account.
okay, 149, more of the same?
Those are more of the same, appears to be all Apple services logged in under that S08@yahoo.com account.
And 150, what do we see as the Twitter account name?
The Twitter account for this is ATK KSoo.
What do we see as the Snapchat account?
The Snapchat account name is backstreet.KSoo.
And what do we see as the Expedia account name?
The Expedia account name is Hakeem Robinson.
151,
Those are
we see as
additional,
the account name.
correct, additional account name, account information. The account name is Kimi.
The screen time name,
The screen time name is KSoo23.
and the Dropbox name.
And the Dropbox name is KSoo23.
Based on your review of this phone, were you able to obtain some media files?
Yes, I was.
Showing you 153, can you explain to the jury what we see here?
This is a selfie photograph. It was found in an SMS attachment, which means it was in a text message. In this case, it was created on November 25th, 2019 at 8:50 and 59 seconds a.m., again, using a FaceTime or attachment through FaceTime.
$154, can you explain what's on slide 154?
On slide 154, this is a video file that was found on the device. It contains latitude and longitude coordinates, which is mapped there on the bottom left near the Museum of Science and History. This was found, it was created on December 11th, 2019 at 3:50 and 34 seconds a.m. The file became visible on the device at 3:50 a.m. And then what we see in the metadata is the QuickTime content identifier, which identifies the Apple device as being the creator of the video file. It came from an Apple iPhone XS Max using that particular software version. And then there's also a creation date captured in the metadata of the file on December 11th, 2019 at 6:38 and 48. And this one is in UTC, so we have to go back 5 hours. So this one was actually created at 1:38 a.m.
So this file that we see was messaged to this device,
That's correct.
but this metadata here is the actual date and time creation of, so this is, sorry, I'm confusing here, but the top part where we see this created, modified, accessed, that's the creation date on the device itself.
Right, that's
Sustained, just rephrase.
This portion up here, what is this?
This is the time and date that the video was received on this device.
Okay. And below it, the metadata, what is that?
The metadata is the data that was attached to the file by the Apple iPhone XS Max, which contains information about the photo itself, including the creation date of December 11th, 2019. And in this case, it's 1:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Is that the actual date that this video file was created?
That's correct.
Going to 155, 156, you found a message there. Can you explain this?
This is an outgoing text message from the 704-1595 telephone number to 904-380-1471, which is saved in the contacts as Diamond Duval. The body of the message says, I just got to Jacksonville, this shit here so boring. It came from the native text message app from the phone.
$157, we'll get to 158. What do we see on 158?
So this phone, the 704-1595 phone number, texted 305 3210896, which is saved in the contact as red DDDT, asking what's B thing number. It was sent on October 16th, 2019 at 9:54, 17 seconds. In this case, it's Eastern Daylight Time. It was delivered at the same time. And then the person replies with a phone number 702-918-4911, which we've already seen. That message was sent on October 16th, 2019 at 9:58 and 24 seconds PM. Again, that's Eastern Daylight Time.
Were you asked to look for all contacts between this device and that 702-918-4911 number?
Yes, it was.
So here, 160, is this the timeline of that content?
Correct. That's the timeline view of all the contact between those two numbers.
Can you tell the jury when it begins and when the last message that you saw was?
The contact began on October 19th, 2019, 11:32:17 Eastern Daylight Time, and it ended on November 27th, 2019, 11:09:27 PM Eastern Standard Time.
Can you explain to the jury what power events are on the phone?
Power events are logged by the phone. In this case, whether a phone is powered on, there's different states or different methods of powering on the device. Back in 2020, the logging system on Apple iPhones was not as robust as it is now, so all we see is power on events.
You don't see any power off events?
That's correct. We do not.
And were you asked to generate a report of power events from the 13th of January 2020 to the 17th of January 2020?
That's correct.
Looking at 162, can you tell the jury what we see here on January the 15th of 2020?
So these are all the power on events between January 13th, 2020 and January 17th, 2020. As we see on the 15th, there is a power event at 5:55 and 49 seconds AM, and then there's another power on event at 1:10 and 36 seconds PM.
Is it fair to say that because of the existence of the power event at 1:10:36, at some point the phone had to have been powered off?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
So on this case, phone has to be powered off in order for it to be powered on again. So in this case, at 1:10 and 36 seconds, the phone was powered off, or else it wouldn't have. You can't power on a device if it's already powered on.
Do you have any way of knowing when, based solely on the power events, do you have any way of knowing when the device was powered off?
No, I do not.
Do you know how the phone was powered off?
No, I do not.
Based on the application usage, are you able to determine when the phone was in use?
Yes, that's possible.
So going to the phone event timeline on 164, can you explain to the jury what we see here and what your opinion is as to when the phone was no longer powered on?
So this is a timeline view of all the activity. In this case, it's between 5:56 and 31 seconds AM and 6:11 and 44 seconds AM. That's all Eastern Standard Time. These are all everything that's going on on the phone at the time. In this case, there's several incoming and outgoing messages, and there's also a log entry there. So between these, say about 15 minutes or so, there is pretty constant activity on the phone itself.
Okay. So would you say from 5:56 until 6:11, the phone is powered on?
That's correct.
Going to the next slide.
So that's more of the same, more incoming and outgoing text messages indicating that the phone is powered on, and these are all between 6:11:57 a.m. and 6:26:52 a.m.
Next slide on 166.
This is more of the same. This is log entries, instant messages, and emails between 6:27 and 02 a.m. and 1:10:45 p.m. But you'll see that there is a little bit of a gap in time there. The timestamps on the emails are the time that the email reached the person's email server. So in this case, the yahoo.com account received an email at 6:43. That doesn't necessarily mean that the person, that the phone received it at that time. That just means the account received it at that time. And then again, the same at 9:23 and 48. The person's email account received an email message from Apple News at that 9:23 and 48 a.m. time. So you see the reliable indicators here being the instant messages at 6:27, and then the other reliable indicator at the log entry at 1:10:45, and there's basically no activity in between, aside from the person's account receiving that, but not the phone itself.
And then 167.
So 167 is more the same. Here we see the activity pick back up again. There's a log entry at 1:10, and then more incoming and outgoing text messages starting around 3:32 p.m. Up to 3:48 p.m.
Is it your opinion that sometime between 6:27 a.m. and 1:10 p.m. there was no activity on the phone?
Yes, it is.
Is your opinion that at some point during that time period the phone was powered off?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, it is my opinion that the phone was powered off between sometime between those two times.
Detective, I am now showing you marked as Exhibit 9U for identification purposes. Detective, is that the binder that contains the investigative efforts as it relates to iCloud account S08198442@yahoo.com?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the statement moving evidence was marked as 9U as the next as states 229.
All right, any objections from Defendant Whitaker?
Just subject to the prior objection, Your Honor.
Previous motions and objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Those being overruled, 9U will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 29.
May I publish?
Yes?
Detective, can you explain the difference again between, or I guess now, between what happens when you receive an iPhone or a phone and an iCloud account?
So the process to process an iCloud account is quite a bit different than extracting a cell phone in this.
Speak up a little bit, sorry.
I'm sorry. So the Apple, basically their law enforcement team, they email us a link and a decryption passcode, as well as instructions on how to download data from their website that's responsive to their search warrant that they were served. In this case, we reach out to the Apple servers, download the information directly from Apple, and then decrypt and decompress the data directly from their server. From there, we take the data, we load it back into the Cellbrite program like we've seen here, and then a report is generated.
As a result of the way that you have to get the data from Apple and place it back into Cellbrite, as it relates to the created, modified, and access time that we had seen earlier with some of the entries, does that change for the iCloud?
Yes, it does. So the created, modified, and access times on these phones are not, I'm sorry, on the iCloud accounts are not completely accurate. And the reason for that is the created date becomes the date that the data was actually written to the forensic computer. The remaining two dates are the accessed and the modified date. The access date is not necessarily as accurate, but it can be accurate. But the most accurate date on the iCloud accounts in this case would be either metadata that's contained within the content itself or the actual modified date that's on the file. There's a slight limitation when we were doing the iCloud downloads years ago. to where there was a little bit of an issue with the timestamps in that we're reaching out to Apple servers, which are located in California. That's 3 time zones away from where we are. I'm using a forensic computer in Jacksonville, Florida, which is on Eastern time, 3 time zones away again. So when I reach out to Apple servers, my computer is thinking it still needs to correct the timestamp. Well, in the case of Apple data, the timestamps on the files are stored in the local time of the user. So that data is stored in Eastern time. My forensic computer corrects for what it thinks is a time difference and in turn changes the timestamps into what it thinks is local time, but it's actually 3 or 2 hours off. Okay. So in this case, I'll explain it when we get to one that I can show you, but the timestamps will be a little bit different here.
Okay. So the UTC that we've been using for the rest of the trial when it relates to iCloud accounts may be not applicable.
Correct, in this case.
And you'll explain when we get to particular items what the actual time is.
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what an iCloud backup is?
So an iCloud backup is something that's set up by the user. It's data from a phone that can be backed up into the cloud for either preservation purposes by the user or if they're transferring devices, that sort of thing.
Is it an exact one-to-one copy of what is on the phone?
It is not because for one thing, system files are not usually backed up by the user. It's not possible to back up a lot of the system files there, like power logs and stuff like that. And also the user can pick and choose what they want backed up to the phone. They can choose just photos, just text messages, or they can choose none of those.
So as it relates first to this account, the S08, et cetera, at yahoo.com, were call records, like call records, FaceTime calls, et cetera, were they backed up onto the iCloud account?
No, they were not.
Okay, so we don't know what FaceTime calls were made pursuant to the iCloud return.
That's correct. We do not.
And were there messages backed up onto the iCloud?
Yes, there were.
Were there any messages backed up onto the iCloud prior to the date of January the 27th, 2020?
Yes, there were.
Prior to the date of January 27th?
Prior to the date, no, sir.
Okay, so the relevant date here, January the 15th, that date was not selected for backup onto this iCloud account.
That's correct.
Going into it, counts, is that one of the things that a user can choose to back up onto an iCloud account?
Yes, it is.
And for the S08198442, was that one of the things selected?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain what we see here?
So these are the user counts that are backed up. In this case, these are all Apple services here pertaining to the S08198442 at yahoo.com Apple ID.
And 173, can you explain what we see here and specifically what we see at 11?
So this is the user information. In this case, they backed up a SMS phone number. In this case, multiple phone numbers. First one being 704-8910, the other one being 704-1595, and also 563-1260.
And this is that number or the phone that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain to the jury what notes are?
Notes are it's a feature on an iPhone where you can type in notes to yourself, you can share them with friends and contacts, as well as you can create and delete messages on those particular notes, just a form of documentation.
Okay. Based on the iCloud return, does it give the date for when the notes were written?
Yes, it does.
Date for when the notes were written?
Yes, it does.
Sorry. Do we have the times for when the notes were written?
Not in this case, no, sir.
And Here on 175, are these the notes that came to that SO8 iCloud account?
Yes, they are.
Here on 176, what do we see here?
Those are additional notes that were found on the iCloud account.
And 177.
These are also additional notes that were found on the iCloud account.
Going forward to 178. If a user chooses to back up media files, they can be recovered from an iCloud account.
Yes, that's correct.
179, what do we see here?
These are video files that contain audio. They were found in the iCloud warrant returns for the SO8198442 at yahoo.com Apple ID. In this case, we do have modified dates. So it is January 15, 2020, 11:52 p.m. and January 15, 2020, 11:52 p.m. for the other one.
Nigga dark and you ain't even take it so. Shooting Glock and ARs too. 4-5 big out record. Hood hotter than a stove. Circle small like a Cheerio. Homeboy died on his birthday, 23. Ain't hit no more. Call that nigga at the life. Y'all call when folk to.
This is the audio from the sound files that we just talked about.
Yes, it is.
What kind of Glock is in your hand? It's a 23. 5 niggas got hit up, sepsis 2. Was no 223. Who that in your blunt? See, we been smoking on Whitley. Quanka screaming out for help. Headshot instantly. It ain't no fair, no.
181, what do we see here?
181 is a picture that was recovered from the SO8198442 at yahoo.com Apple iCloud account. It was taken by an Apple iPhone XR. It is a social security number for Hakeem Armani Robinson. You'll see the capture time there, January 16, 2020 at 10:54:01 a.m. And we see that in the metadata of the file, so we know it's accurate.
182, what do we see here?
This is an additional media file photograph that was found on the Apple iCloud for the same account. It is a photograph of a young man standing on concrete. It says, y'all add at Gangsta Jit Big ATK.
183.
183 is another photograph that was recovered from the the .red3 at yahoo.com iCloud account, and this was 3 gentlemen standing around a headstone.
And just to clarify, these are the extractions from the SO8 iCloud account?
That's correct.
$184, $185, $186, $187, $188. All of them, and we'll get to the end, but can you explain what we see on 184?
These are additional photo files that were found in the SO8198442 at yahoo.com iCloud account. In this case, we have metadata showing that the files were created on January 20th, 2020 at 1:13 p.m. and it appears to be a gentleman getting a pedicure.
And were all of those different video files created into one single video file?
Yes, they are.
So going forward to 189. And you said the metadata from that was on January the 20th?
Yes, that's correct.
Finally, Detective, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9B for identification purposes. Take a look at that. Does that be orders of investigative efforts as it relates to the iCloud account? House Payne 904.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moved in, 9B as 230.
Okay. And on behalf of Mr. Whitaker
It's subject to prior objections, Your Honor.
and Mr. Robinson,
Previous motions and objections, Your Honor.
okay, this being overruled, 9B will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 230.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay. The House of Payne 904 Gmail account, what was backed up onto this account?
In this account, it was primarily account information. There wasn't a whole lot of information on this account. There were some pictures, media files.
Okay. So just the account information and some photographs, media files?
That's correct.
All right. So going to the account page, can you explain what we see here?
So this is the user account information for houseofpain904@gmail.com. It gives the account name as House Pain. It's a full iCloud account, and we see the Game Center nickname. Also, we see some contact information. So the day phone number is entered as a contact into Apple when you're setting up your iCloud account. So it could be day phone, night phone, home phone, cell phone, that sort of thing. And then you see a two-factor authentication phone, the same phone number, 478-305-9583. And what that's used for is whenever you need to log into your iCloud account, Apple will send you some sort of notification asking you if it's actually you logging into your iCloud account, and it's requesting authentication that way. In this case, it's sending a text message to that phone number requiring some sort of response by the user in order to log into the iCloud account.
Do the day phone and the two-factor authentication phone, are those from different places?
Those are in different places, that's correct. It's basically this phone number was entered as both the day phone and the two-factor authentication phone.
And so somebody who wants to log into the iPhone account to set up the phone would have to use the authentication to then say, yes, I got that code.
Yes, that's correct.
You said that there were media files backed up?
That's correct.
Okay. So same photograph from the very beginning of your direct?
Same photograph. In this case, we have metadata. It was taken, FB camera would be the Facebook application was used to take the photo. The capture time was December 24th, 2019 at 1:25 a.m.
198.
It's two video files created on November 24th, 2019 at, in this case, we have to do the conversion because there's no metadata associated with these files. So we'll subtract 2. It was created at 8:49:14 p.m. And again, we're subtracting 2 only because it's an iCloud account and it was processed a different way than the actual cell phones. The second video was created at 9:03:36 p.m.
Okay. And we'll explain that in a second. (201), you explained kind of this whole series, what we're looking at here, and then this photograph, what you see inside the photograph.
Okay, so we see in this 4 different images, and it has details about those particular images. In this first image here, it is a screenshot of an Instagram application. And what we see here is on the top left of the Instagram where it says your story, that is the person that's logged into Instagram, and that is their profile picture. And then that particular photograph was it was modified on January 14th, 2020 at, again, we're subtracting twos, 2:09:16 p.m.
Okay, and I think the next slide will make more sense about the UTC distinction, but again, for iClouds, the modified date is the most reliable date.
That's correct.
Okay, so using this time reference here and this time reference here, explain UTC when it relates to iClouds.
So when it relates to iClouds, because there was that discrepancy that I referred to previously with the computers here reaching out to the servers in California, there is that discrepancy. So instead of normally subtracting 5, and this only applies to iCloud accounts, you subtract 2 hours to get the actual time. So we see here, the screenshot obviously was 1:55 p.m., but the modified date here is 3:55. So that correlates to the 2-hour difference between the time zones.
Well, on either case, we're still on January the 14th.
Correct, January 14th.
And then what is this photograph?
That is a screenshot of the home screen showing active T-Mobile service on this cell phone.
Okay. 203.
203 is another screenshot of the Instagram app, but from the KSoo 23X account, and that was modified on January 13th, 2020 at 7:11, and we'll do the conversion back 2 hours. It's 5:11 p.m.
And then 204.
On this, it's another screenshot from Instagram. It was modified on January 11th, 2020 at 4:14 a.m.
And what's it say on the shirt there?
It says House of Pain on the shirt.
.206. What is this?
So 206, this is a photograph of what appears to be two gentlemen in a convenience store. It was, the photograph was created on January 4th, 2020 at 11:48, 33 seconds p.m. by an Apple iPhone XR, and it was found in the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
The metadata here is the time and date that this photograph was actually taken.
That's correct. That's the most accurate representation of that data.
207.
It is same setting of the two gentlemen. These were created on January 4th, 2020 at 11:48 p.m. by what appears to be another Apple iPhone XR, and it was found in the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
Okay. And 208.
208 is the same setting of the same two gentlemen. It's created January 4th, 2020, 11:48 p.m. with an iPhone XR from the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
Okay. So based on that information, is it your opinion that the photograph of these two gentlemen was taken on January the 4th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Finally, Detective, were you asked to review the photographs in the iCloud account House of Pain to locate what appeared to you to be selfie photographs?
Yes, I did.
All right. So can you tell the jury the modified date here, which you said again was the most accurate?
In this case, yes, it is.
All right.
The modified date is December 23rd, 2019. Back up 2 hours, it's 3:47 and 18 seconds a.m. This is another one. In this case, we do have a capture time in the metadata, which is the most accurate. It's December 27th, 2019 at 4:06 and 25 seconds p.m. Is another selfie photograph. And in this case, we don't have a metadata field, but it's December 28th, 2019, back up 2 hours, 1:37, 10 seconds AM. It's two gentlemen in, what appears to be a self-shot video file, and it was found in the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
$213.
This is another selfie photograph. In this case, we do have capture time. It's December 31st, 2019 at 2:48 and 44 seconds PM. It was taken with an Apple iPhone 11, and it was found in the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
Okay. And based on that modified date that we've talked about and this capture time, does that tell you anything?
Right, that confirms what I was referring to earlier about the difference in time zones with the two different time zones.
This picture was taken at the same time that it was backed up onto this iCloud.
That's correct.
214.
214 is another selfie photograph. January 6, 2020 at 6:36 and 22 seconds PM. It was found in the House of Pain 904 at gmail.com iCloud account.
215.
This is another photograph that was found in the same account. It was taken on January 8th, 2020 at 11:02 and 13 PM with an Apple iPhone 11, and that's found in the metadata of the file.
Okay. And same thing with the metadata and the modified date matching. So same time the photograph was taken, it was uploaded to the iCloud.
That's correct.
216.
216 is a video file that was found in the same account. It was created January 14th, 2020 at 1:23 and 10 seconds AM. It is a screen recording of an Instagram Live.
Had an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, I have.
You're a sports fan?
Yes.
And do you remember the date, or were you asked to look up the date of the Clemson LSU National Championship?
I looked it up. It was January 13th, 2020.
And this is celebration in the locker room on the 14th at 1:23 in the morning?
That's correct.
Couple more questions, Detective. You said as part of your responsibilities, you were assigned to review the search warrant, so you know kind of the parameters of what you're allowed to do?
Yes, I am.
For the House of Pain 904 iCloud account, did you review that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And what was the date range that Apple was told to provide all responsive data?
From January, sometime in January 2019 to February 23rd, 2021.
To February 2021?
That's correct.
After January the 14th of 2020, was there any responsive data at all?
No, there was not.
Is there any indication that phone was ever backed up ever again?
No, there was not.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-exam for Mr. Whitaker.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So if I understand correctly, you were given a number of devices, correct?
That's correct.
And then for the iCloud documentation, for the iCloud documentation, you would have been provided records?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It does not appear that you ever received a device associated with the phone number 904-803-3671. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And so there seemed to be a lot of discussion in regards to user IDs.
Correct.
And help me understand this. A user ID, if I have a phone that I normally use, you borrow it to check your Instagram. So you log into your Instagram on my device.
Correct.
If someone was doing a forensic download of my phone, they would see your user ID in my phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the fact that there are multiple different user IDs in any particular phone just lets us know at some time, or on the dates and times actually selected, whoever was personally using that phone was using that particular ID.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
But that certainly doesn't mean if you have a record of someone logging into my Facebook account on January 1, that doesn't mean that on January 2nd, I'm still using that phone.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So all of these are kind of somewhat date dependent, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And correct me also, you did not receive a phone associated with 305-321-0896?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were asked, I guess, a number of things, and so if I understand your testimony, basically you just explained that there were certain phone numbers that called other phone numbers, correct?
Correct.
And there were certain, I guess, phone numbers doing data downloads, correct?
Correct.
For your purposes and your responsibility in this case, you are not considered an investigator of this case, correct?
That's correct.
And I say that with all respect, meaning you don't go out and interview witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
They don't have you read over police reports or sworn statements or potential interviews. You're walking in blind.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And so you, I guess, have pulled this data that certain phones had contacts with other phones, but you don't have any investigative knowledge of why we care, basically.
I very little knowledge. That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, across from Mr. Robinson.
May we take a break, please?
Okay, let me see. All right, we'll make a short break. And ladies and gentlemen, then, if you'll please put your notepads on your seats and just have a step back into your jury room, and we will be out here.
Attempted murder in the second degree. I think it's instruction 14, I believe, gives you what it looks like if there is a completed murder in the second degree. Please do not get caught up in that is what the state has to prove. That is not the case. Instruction 14 shows you what completed murder in the second degree would look like. Instruction number 15 tells you what attempted murder looks like. If they were to have done this and completed it, this is what the state would have to prove. Instruction 15, I believe, is the one that says, but here are the actual elements that the state must prove, and that is a substantial step. A substantial step needs to occur. So a person commits the crime of attempted murder in the second degree with intent to commit that crime. He or she does any act that is a substantial step toward the commission of that crime. Okay? There is the completed murder in the second degree. A person commits the crime of murder in the second degree when, with intent to cause the death of another person, but without premeditation, he or she causes the death of such person. Then you are given what I'll call a bunch of definitional instructions. This one is as to the mental state. So intent, a person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. Here's your definition for substantial step. A substantial step is conduct that strongly indicates a criminal purpose and that is more than mere preparation. It's not simply thought, but it is an act in furtherance of that intent. So these are what we talked about initially. The defendants are charged with attempted murder if, and I don't know that my red, it's a giant red dot, so you can see the if underneath, right? If the defendants were charged with a completed offense, this is what the state would have to prove, right? But because it is attempted, this is what the state actually has to prove, that on or about October 18th, the defendant did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the second degree, that the act was done with the intent to commit murder in the second degree, and that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. And then when we talk about Zara Ali, the only difference between Ihsan and Zara is that Zara is charged as a principal or as an accomplice. Isan is only charged as a principal. Zara is charged in both fashions. So principal, you do it yourself without any help or accomplice, that you are doing it to assist. You're assisting another in reaching their goal. So let's talk first about elements 1 and 3 for both parents. When we talk about elements 1 and 3, there's going to be, as I said, overlap. These are the elements that I anticipate there's not going to be a lot of argument from. I still have to prove them to you. The state still has, beyond a reasonable doubt, responsibility for proving these. But defense counsel, I don't believe is likely to argue that it didn't happen on October 18th and it didn't happen in the state of Washington. So here's the evidence that applies for each of those, right? All testimony agrees that this was Friday, October 18th, 2024. You have the bus and the body cam videos that you saw that confirmed that. And then you have the testimony of the date and time of those school videos that Celeste Waltermeyer talked about. When you pull it and download it, those dates are not shown on that video, but that's specifically the date, time, range that I was looking and pulling from. And that information that you see in context on those school videos themselves from Timberline High School are consistent with what you see in context from all of the other videos. So I submit that that's accurate. She didn't pull a different date or a different time, right? Element 3, that these acts occurred in the state of Washington. This is Timberline High School. That testimony occurred over and over again. 6120, Mullen Road, Southeast, Lacey, Washington. And all of that testimony confirms the same. You're going to see this, a variation of this slide, a number of times because it applies to every single count that we have, okay? So again, what exhibits do we have that demonstrate that as well? Here is exhibit 1. You have that bigger aerial photo. You have Timberline High School. You have the parking lot here. Now my red dot is covering towards the bottom center of that page where that bus stop is, and you have Mullen Road that runs diagonal across that page. Exhibit 2, bigger shot of the same thing. Again, at the bottom left corner, you have that bus stop identified. Mullen Road is identified. You can see that parking lot that we've watched several videos of throughout this trial. And you can see the crosswalk running diagonal across the parking lot, but almost directly perpendicular up and down on this page with the white dashes running across it just to the left of center. Right, that's the crosswalk that we observe Fatima and Isaac during the course walking to the bus stop, and then again people describing later towards the Timberline High School, which is outside of this photo but would be at the very top of it, right? That's where those front doors are. So then we talk about let's talk about the rest of element 1, right? Remember, element 1 under attempted murder has a couple of different things within that element itself it has to prove. So the rest of element 1, speaking first to Ihsan Ali did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the 2nd degree. So what evidence do you have of that? What facts did you hear during the course of this trial? First, you have that he grabs Fatima by the hoodie and places her in a rear naked choke. Let's be clear, the state is not asserting that Ihsan Ali showed up on that day with the intent to try and kill his daughter. There was no premeditation that the state is asserting, but by the time Ihsan goes into these events, the state's position is that that has changed. His intent has substantively changed. He grabs her by the hoodie and he places her in a rear naked choke, and we've heard that described with specificity. He takes her to the ground. He holds her in that choke for an extended period of time. He ignores those repeated screams and demands of no less than 6 kids. There's probably more there at varying times, but there's approximately 6 that are there pretty consistently throughout that entire process. And 2 separate adults to release her. We see Mr. Denicola come up on the scene in his bright orange vest. We see later Josh Wagner arrive on scene, and they're all saying the same thing. They're all screaming at him to release her, to let her go. Denicola, I think even at one point I submit when you watch that video, is pointing a finger, and he's telling you, he told you in his testimony, I was telling him to let her go, to release her, to let her go, and he was just doing nothing. He was ignoring me. So it's not just kids that are running around. There's no chaotic panic. These are adults that are watching it happen and very clearly know that this is wrong. They're screaming that she can't breathe and he's killing her. And you hear that on the video. He continues to hold her while she fights and struggles. There's an apparent seizure. She goes limp, and then she is unconscious. The testimony by everyone is that her eyes have rolled back in her head, her face is pale, her lips are blue, and I believe Josh Wagner says she has changed colors. When asked on direct examination, Mr. Wagner, based on what you observed, and you came to it towards the end, based on what you observed, is there any way that could have been confused with hugging or simply restraining that child? And his response is no, it's very obvious she was being choked. That was Josh Wagner's statement. And then you have Exhibit 61, which is Elijah's video, that shows you exactly the same thing. So I submit to you that that substantial step towards murder in the second degree has been taken. So then element 2, that the act was done with the intent to commit murder in the second degree. So what evidence have you heard throughout this trial that shows that? First, he holds her throughout all of that and continues to hold her after. The only time he releases her it is an extended period of time, and he continues
Sorry, y'all.
to hold
Trying to
her.
get excited me.
Denicola, remember, he testifies that his arm is straining around her neck, that Eson's arm is clearly, there is a tension there. His hands are locked. Mr. Denicola's statement was, when asked, well, how do you know, what did that look like? And he was like, it was the look on his face. So he is there with them on the ground, and Eson's face clearly demonstrates to Mr. Denicola the intent behind what Eson Ali is doing to his child. It is so upsetting, in fact, Mr. Denicola testifies towards the end that he calls his supervisor to call it in, and he says he is in shock. He's trying to process what he just saw, and he has to pull the bus over on the side of the road, and his supervisor has to come take his route. That is how upsetting. This is not a group of kids that are just overreacting to a situation. That is how upsetting that event was to Mr. Denicola. And he's described that I have security camera on my bus. I've had to look for a bunch of things. Fights, whatever. He had to pull his bus over to process what he saw here because it was so upsetting. So what does that tell you?
Knows the other people that have these phones. Does that make him involved in this murder?
I can't testify either way, sir. I'm a digital forensic guy, so I would say not necessarily.
All right. The fact that he communicated with people, does that mean that he's involved?
No, sir.
The fact that he raps about a life that they lived, does that make him involved?
No, sir.
You saw a phone call, he was talking to somebody on the championship LSU team, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Doesn't make him part of the team because he's talking to him on the phone.
Correct.
Right. Now, second topic, and we're focusing on the phone number 1595. We embrace that's our client's phone.
Sir.
You were asked questions by the state, by the government, about whether the phone was powered off.
Correct.
Okay. So if my phone runs out of battery, it powers off, right?
That's correct.
If it's running updates, and they can be done automatically, it powers off, correct?
That's correct.
You, as the expert witness on this topic, you can't say why the phone may or may not have been powered off, right?
That's correct. So like I said, there's no record of power off entries at this point. It's just the power on entries. So that with there being no record of it being powered off, I would have no way to say how or why it was powered off.
My client could be asleep, right?
Well, the phone would have to be powered off. would be irrelevant to if your client was asleep or not.
We're talking about the reasons why it may be off. It could be the updates, could be the battery died, could be he turned it off because he's asleep, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
The government believes he turned it off because he was involved in this case, right?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Could also be out of range.
No, because there would still be user activity, or there would still be log entries in that case, not necessarily user activity because it would be off the network, but there would still be background functions happening during that time period.
If I get onto a boat and go fishing, it's going to look the same, right?
No, sir. It would look, like I said, there'd still be background activity evident in the log entries in that case.
All right. If I'm offshore and I'm not communicating with the tower, there's no activity that's communicating with the phone, correct?
No, sir. Once again, there would still be background activity on the phone. There would be stuff written to the logs because if the phone was powered on and not on the network, then
I understand what you're saying. I'll agree with you. I'll withdraw that one. You're saying that on the phone that you look at, it's going to have something on there for that time frame.
correct, independent of it being connected to the network or not.
But as you sit here as the expert witness, you can't say why it was off that day.
No, sir, I can't.
Or if it was intentionally turned off.
I can't say that, no, sir.
Next topic. Now, I just want to clarify this, and again, you're the expert, so correct me if I'm wrong here. You testified and you said that the phone was not selected for backup that day. Do you remember that line of questioning?
You'll have to specify which account, sir.
All right. The 1595 account.
Okay.
There was questions about the phone, whether it was backed up. You remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The backup of a phone to iCloud, that can be done automatically, correct?
That's correct.
Where the user isn't going, I want to back up today, I don't want to back up today.
Well, it's an automatic function, or it could be a manual function. It's user selectable.
You're not able to say, sitting here, say that that there was a choice made not to back it up that day?
No, sir, I can't.
You're just saying that it wasn't backed up.
It wasn't backed up any time after that time.
It could be an Apple situation of why it wasn't backed up, correct?
That would be something for them to say.
It would be speculative to say that it was a decision by my client not to back up the phone.
Correct.
Next, and I believe this is slide 179. There was a song that was on the phone. You remember testifying about this a couple minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
All right. When was that song added to the account?
On January 15th, 2020
What time?
at 11:52:06 p.m.
All right, so that's 12 hours, or that's roughly 12 hours after the murder happened.
Yes, sir, correct.
So that would mean that my client is aware of the song after the murder happens?
Well, it was placed on this phone 12 hours after the murder. I'm not sure if he was aware of it before then or not.
It would be speculative to say that he was aware of it beforehand, right?
Considering this evidence, yes, sir.
All we have is that it was added to his iCloud account 12 hours later.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, the next topic, we've got the House of Pain email, and we also have some of the photographs. So let's start with the photographs first, that LSU call. Somewhere in here, give me 1 second. Okay. Now, are you able to differentiate in between whether this is a selfie taken by my client on his phone, or I'm sorry, on the House of Pain phone, or a screenshot taken by that phone?
All I can say from this, based on the naming convention of the files, that it's a screen recording, sir.
Okay. So for example, now we're not talking about the 1595 phone number, but we are talking about the House of Pain email, right?
The iCloud account, yes, sir.
All right. Now let's say I have the House of Pain phone right here, right? And my client's on his 1595 and he's posting stuff on his Instagram. And I screen record that. It's going to look the same, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay, so you're not saying that my client took a selfie of himself. You can't say that, right?
I can't say that, no, sir.
Because it could have been something that my client was doing that whoever had this other phone, the House of Pain phone, that they were taking a screenshot.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the House of Pain email, are you able to say who that belonged to?
No, sir, that's not part of my investigation.
Did you review the Celebrite for the phone number ending in 9583?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember a text message on December 31st where his phone, the 953, received a text message that read, "Your line, 478-305-9583, has been restored. For details, view the account events section on my T-Mobile." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So basically, a message was sent by T-Mobile to Abdul Robinson Sr.'s known phone saying, you've got a balance on the 305-9583 number.
Don't recall anything about a balance, but I do recall the message of it being restored, yes, sir.
That would indicate to you that he has control over that phone, right?
Yes, sir.
Not my client.
Correct.
And that account was also registered over to the House of Pain email account, right?
That's correct.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Now, the different lines of questions that we just talked about, the payment by Abdul Robinson Sr., the registering of that email address over to his accounts, the fact that they could have been screenshots, the reasons why it was powered off, is that anywhere in the presentation the government just did?
No, sir.
All right. Now, last line of questions, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you're not a huge fan of drill rap.
Correct.
Big drill rap guy? No. All right. The notes that you saw in the slideshow, you can't say when those notes were left, right?
Right, there's no timestamps on those.
No times, no dates, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And are you aware that one of them, or let me withdraw that, some of the notes you notice that they rhyme, right?
Correct.
Does that indicate to you that it may be lyrics for a song?
That it could be, yes, sir.
Are you aware that one of them, when it's bang and fang, that has to do, those are lyrics from his very first song years prior in a compilation with a late rapper named Jada Youngin?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Again, it's not a crime for him to rap about a life that others are living, right?
That's correct.
Your understanding from JSO, you may not be a fan, but that type rap sells.
Right.
One brief moment.
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
I can have a moment. Detective, I just want to back up a little bit. Counsel asked you about the LSU video.
Yes.
There's no metadata on that one, right?
No, there's not.
Okay, but on this one, on 215, with the capture time at January the 8th, 2020, 11:02, 13 p.m., and the modified date, you said you subtract 2 hours, so that would be 11:02, 12 p.m.?
That's correct.
And so the picture is being captured and then effectively recorded on the iCloud at the exact same time.
That's correct.
And that's on an iPhone 11?
Yes.
Okay. And we have that again on December the 31st,
That's correct.
where they're being captured and taken and posted to the iCloud at the same time.
Yes, that's correct.
And again on December the 27th, 2019.
Yes, that's correct.
People sing songs about real things,
Yes, they do.
and your role in this case is as a forensic investigator. You don't know what the other evidence is.
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Officer, you are excused and free to go. Detective, sorry. Okay, state, you may call your next witness.
Abdul Robinson Sr.
All right, let's bring out Mr. Robinson Sr. All right, Mr. Robinson, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
Do you want to know?
All right, sir, if you'll have a seat in that chair and speak clearly, verbally, and closely to that microphone. If you'll sit up a little closer. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. May I please court?
Yes.
Could you please state your name for the record, sir?
Abdul Robinson Sr.
Please stay close to the microphone with your voice up. Do you have any nicknames?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
How many?
I have 11 children.
What's the age of your oldest child?
34,
And your youngest?
6.
Prior to getting arrested, did you have a good relationship with all of your children?
Yes.
And are you currently incarcerated on a number of felony charges?
Yes.
On 2 separate cases?
Yes.
When were you arrested and taken into custody?
September the 10th, 2020.
And have you remained incarcerated since your arrest?
Yes.
Have you been charged by the state with accessory after the fact to first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder related to the murder of Damon Rothermel?
Yes.
And when did that murder take place?
I think on January 31st, 2019.
And there was the potential for you to be charged as a principal in that murder, is that correct?
Yes.
But you weren't.
No.
And do you have co-defendants who have been charged with the murder of Damon Rothermel?
Yes.
And who are they?
Christopher Brown, Derek Hudson, Dominique Bonner.
And so you know who all 3 of those individuals are?
Yes.
Have you also been charged by the state with accessory after the fact to commit first-degree murder related to the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes.
And did that murder take place on January 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Are Hakeem Robinson, Abdul Robinson Jr., Leroy Whitaker, and Dominique Barner also charged with the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes.
How are you related to Abdul Robinson Jr. and Hakeem Robinson?
Their father.
They have the same mother?
No.
Who's Abdul Robinson Jr.'s mother?
Angela Lundy.
And what about Hakeem Robinson?
Ebony Walters.
Who's older between Abdul Jr. and Hakeem?
Abdul Jr.
How much older?
About 4 years.
Do you recall what Abdul Robinson Jr.'s birthday is?
Yes.
What is it?
November 9th, 94.
And what about Hakeem Robinson?
November 9th, 98.
So same day, just 4 years apart.
Yes.
Does Abdul Jr. have any nicknames?
Yes.
What are they?
Little Blue, Crazy K,
Does he also go by his middle name sometimes?
Kareem.
Does Hakeem Robinson have any nicknames?
Yes.
What are they?
Keemy, KSoo.
What's the KSoo nickname for?
It's an entertainment name.
The rap name?
Yes, rap name.
Now, prior to getting arrested, who was Abdul Robinson Jr. living with?
With me?
And for about how long had he been living with you?
About 10 years.
And what about Hakeem Robinson? Where was he living?
He was living with me.
In January of 2020, were you, Abdul Robinson Jr., and Hakeem Robinson all living on Brown Jersey Court.
Yes.
Is that in the Ocean Way area?
Yes.
Prior to living in that home, what area of town were y'all living in?
West Side, Norman area.
Harmony? Do you know a person named Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
Are Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker related to one another?
Yes.
How so?
Cousins.
Okay. And what's the family connection?
Mother and father and mother, brother and sisters.
So is that Leroy Whitaker's father and Hakeem Robinson's mother?
Yes.
Now, over the years, kind of leading up to 2020, did Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker have a close relationship?
Yes.
Does Leroy Whitaker have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is it?
Scotty.
Mr. Robinson, do you see your son Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
He's seated between his two lawyers right there with a beige suit on.
Your Honor, the record reflect the witness has identified Mr. Hakeem Robinson.
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
And do you also see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit, sitting right next to his lawyer.
Is that which table?
Front table.
Your Honor, the record will reflect.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
You also know someone by the name of Dominique Barner.
Yes.
Is Dominique Barner related to your family?
Nope.
Were you friends with Dominique Barner's father?
Yes.
So how long would you say you've known Dominique Barner?
Most all his life.
Does Dominique Barner have a nickname?
Yes.
What is it?
Butter?
And do you know why he has that nickname?
No, I don't know why I have it.
Now, prior to getting arrested, was Dominique Barner friends with Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Did he also spend time with Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Now, on April 11th of 22, did you enter pleas of guilty to the court in both of your pending cases?
Yes, I did.
And was that plea partially negotiated with the state?
Yes.
Now, as part of your plea, you agreed to cooperate against the co-defendants in both cases?
Yes.
Have you been sentenced yet on either of your charges?
No, I haven't.
Who ultimately will decide what sentence you get?
From my understanding, the judge.
And what judge did you enter a plea guilty to?
Miss Salvador.
Now, in the Damon Rothermel murder case, where you pled to accessory after the fact, is that right?
Yes.
And based on that plea, when you were sentenced by the judge, did the state agree that we will drop the solicitation to commit murder charge?
Yes.
Is both the accessory after the fact and the solicitation a first-degree felony?
Yes.
So they're both punishable by 30 years.
Yes.
And in the Charles McCormick murder case, you also pled to accessory after the fact, a first-degree felony.
Yes.
All right, and typically first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of your pleas, did the state agree to cap the maximum sentence you could receive to be 20 years?
Yes.
Now, if you are to receive a 20-year sentence from the court, how old would you be approximately at the end of that sentence?
Say that again?
If you were to be sentenced to 20 years by the court, at the end of that sentence, approximately how old would you be?
I'll be close to 70.
And as part of your plea, did you have sentencing guidelines in your case
Yes.
that represent the lowest sentence the court should sentence you to, absent a legal reason to go below?
Yes.
And what were your guidelines in your case? Do you recall?
76 months to 20 years.
Now, even though cooperation provides a legal basis that allows the court to go below, does the court have to?
No.
Does the court have to follow any recommendation the state makes?
No.
And sitting here, do you have any idea what sentence you're going to get?
Nope.
Are you hoping for the best sentence you can get?
Yes.
Did the state of Florida at any time promise you that we would recommend any specific sentence?
No.
On January 15, 2020, prior to the murder of Charles McCormick, were you aware of what was going to happen to him that day?
No,
Did you participate in any of the planning of the murder of Charles McCormick?
no,
Were you present when Charles McCormick was murdered?
no,
Did you know that was going to happen before it happened?
no.
When did you find out Charles McCormick was going to be murdered? Or, excuse me, when did you find out Charles McCormick had been murdered?
After I picked up Scotty and Butter.
So that would be Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner.
Yes.
You indicated you picked them up. How did you know that they needed a ride on January 15, 2020?
My son called me and asked me to go give Scotty a ride.
Which son?
Kareem.
Abdul Jr.?
Yes.
Do you recall what Abdul Jr.'s phone number was that he communicated with you on that day?
I think it's 904-624 3694-84.
3684?
Yeah.
Do you recall what your phone number was back on January 15, 2020?
904 866 2370.
Now, sitting here today, you realize that you are testifying against not only co-defendants, but family members.
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
I have a number of reasons.
And what are they?
I got some health issues. I got 2 6-year-olds and an 8-year-old daughter. And, when my 8-year-old daughter asked me when I'm going to come take her to the daddy-daughter dance.
Objection, hearsay relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
When she asked me over each year when I'm going to come take her there, and I keep letting her down. Then my 6-year-old son, when he asked me if I'm going to come to his football games, come take him fishing. My other 6-year-old, he asked me, when I'm going to come see him, when he begging me, please come see me, Daddy. He want to teach me how to play the game, but he don't know where I'm at. Things like that. My health issues.
What health issues do you have?
I have diabetic. I'm diabetic. I'm on high blood pressure. I suffer from congestive heart failure. I just found out June 25th that my kidneys is failing rapidly.
Has becoming a witness in this case negatively impacted your relationship with your entire family?
Well, I really don't have no more relationship with my family, besides one person.
So if part of your family completely cut you out?
Yeah.
When people know that you're cooperating, does that make it easier or harder for you when you're incarcerated?
Well, it make it harder for me.
What about when you get out?
Extremely harder.
Is cooperating in this case something that is easy for you to do?
No, this is the most hardest decision I've had to make in my life.
The day that Charles McCormick was murdered, on January 15, 2020, does that specific day hold any significance for you and your family?
Yes.
And why is that date significant in your mind?
It's the date that my son got killed.
Who was your son that got killed?
Willie Addison.
Is he your biological child?
No.
Do you still consider him to be your son?
Yes, I consider him to be my son.
Did Willie Addison have a nickname?
Yes.
What was that?
Lil Willie, Boss Goon.
Who was Willie Addison's mother?
Angie London.
Same as Abdul Jr.?
Yeah.
What was the age difference between Willie and Abdul Jr.?
I think about 2 years.
Before Willie Addison was killed on January 15, 2019, where was he living?
He was living with me.
And what area of town was that?
Normandy, off Normandy.
Who Who else was living there at the time?
Hakeem, my daughter, and Abdul Jr.
Were Abdul Jr. and Hakeem Robinson close to Willie?
Yes,
How close would you consider him?
it was pretty close.
Did they be brothers?
Yes,
Where was Willie Addison when he was actually shot on January 15, 2019?
he was in the truck with me in the passenger seat.
Were you driving?
Yes,
And so Willie was in the front passenger seat?
yes.
Is anyone else in the vehicle?
It was like 4 more people in the vehicle.
Who were there?
Abdul Jr., Moody, my nephew, Samuel, and Pooh Red.
Is Pooh Red Torgon Williams?
Yes,
Is Torgon Williams related?
yes,
How so?
cousin.
Now, did Torgon and Willie have a decent relationship?
I think it was okay.
Was Torgon Williams close to your son Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes,
How was Torgon's relationship with Hakeem Robinson?
well, they had a pretty good relationship.
Now, when Willie Addison was shot, was anyone else inside the vehicle hurt as well,
Everybody.
including you?
Yes.
After everyone was shot, what did you do?
Well, I drove to the hospital, and as I was driving, I could, hear Willie making this guggling noise, and I hold his hand while I was driving, because I didn't want him to feel like he died alone. And I drove to Memorial Hospital, and when we got to the hospital, I got everybody out the car while I was shot and helped everybody get, inside the hospital, because it was like people at the hospital really didn't want to help us.
Where were you shot?
In the back,
Where in the vehicle was Abdul Jr. seated?
in the middle row.
Was he shot?
Yes,
Where was Abdul Jr. shot?
in the head.
Did he almost die?
Yes, I think he did die, but he, came back.
What about your nephew? You said Sammy. Was he hurt?
Yeah.
How was he hurt?
Well, he got shot about 7 times. He's paralyzed right now.
And Torgon was shot
Yes,
multiple times?
yes.
How long did Abdul Jr., since he was shot in the head, how long did he remain in the hospital?
He stayed in the hospital about 3 or 4 months.
After Abdul Jr. got out of the hospital, was he still physically affected by his injuries?
Yes, he had to learn how to, he had to basically learn how to do everything all over again.
Walk again?
Walk again, talk again, everything. We had to go to Brooks therapy.
Did you help Abdul Jr. as he recovered?
Yes, I did.
Was Abdul Jr. Affected mentally by the shooting?
Yes.
How so?
I think it made him more, more angry. Like, I don't know if bipolar like was be the right word to use, but it made him it changed his mood swing.
Now, Hakeem Robinson was not in the vehicle when the shooting happened, correct?
No.
How was he affected mentally by Abdul Jr. and his family members being hurt?
Objection, speculation, personal knowledge.
Yeah, unless he has personal knowledge, I'll sustain that objection.
Do you have personal knowledge as to how Hakeem Robinson was feeling after this happened?
Yeah.
Is that because he was living with you?
Yes.
How was Hakeem Robinson after this?
I mean, he was angry about it. I mean, we was all angry about it.
To the best of your knowledge, was Charles McCormick involved in the shooting of Willie Addison or anyone else in that vehicle, personally?
Nope.
After Willie Addison was killed, did Charles McCormick put out a song that personally upset you and your family?
Yes.
And what's a diss song or a diss track?
Oh, it's when you talk about somebody, somebody's dead.
Is that what Charles McCormick's song did?
Yes.
And who did it reference that upset you and your family?
He talked about Willie.
How did you find out about that song?
On social media.
Did you personally find it, or did someone point it out to you?
No, my son showed it to me.
Which one?
Both of them.
And that would be
Kareem and Hakeem.
Abdul Jr. and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Did Abdul Jr. or Hakeem Robinson, either one, talk about the song?
I mean, yeah, they didn't like it.
Are you familiar with a local rap group known as ATK?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a member of ATK?
No.
Is Abdul Robinson Jr. part of ATK?
Yeah.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
Torgon Williams?
Yeah.
And is Dominic Barner affiliated with members of ATK?
Yeah.
Was Charles McCormick part of ATK?
No.
Who was Charles McCormick affiliated with?
6 Block.
All right. Another local rap group here?
Yes.
Did Charles McCormick have a rap name or a nickname that you're aware of?
Yeah.
All right, and what was that?
A little buck.
How would you describe the relationship between the group 6 Block and the group ATK?
They didn't like each other.
They get along?
No.
Do they consider one another to be ops?
Yes.
Who do you know that had a desire to go after Charles McCormick based on that song?
I would say a few people.
All right. Anybody related to you or anyone else?
Yeah.
All right. Well, who would you think had the most?
The most, I would say Abdul, my son, both of them, Hakeem and Abdul.
In January of 2020, did Abdul Jr. Own his own vehicle?
No.
How did he get around?
Rent a car.
Do you recall if on January 15th of 2020, Abdul Jr. had a rental car?
Yes.
What kind did he have?
A Dodge Journey.
Did both Abdul Jr. and Hakeem Robinson travel in rental cars?
Yes.
Did you own a car on January 15th, 2020?
Yes.
What kind?
Dodge Challenger.
What color was it?
Like reddish orange.
And the phone that you had on January 15th, 2020, what type of phone was it?
iPhone.
And I think you said earlier, but 904-866-2370, was that your number?
Yes.
Who was your cell carrier?
T-Mobile.
Was that account under your name, Abdul Robinson Sr.?
No.
What name was it under?
Darryl Watts.
Who was Daryl Watts?
A friend of mine.
Is he deceased?
Yes.
So why was your phone under an account with that name?
Well, we went to get them together. His credit was a little better than mine.
So did you maintain your phone under that account after he passed?
Yes, I was an authorized user.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. have a cell phone in January of 2020?
Yes.
Did he have just one?
He had a couple of phones.
Why do you have a couple phones?
I mean, you got, your work phone, your phone for your ladies, or something like that, different phones.
What was Abdul Jr.'s primary number back in January 2020? Was that the 624-3684 you mentioned?
Yes.
Is that the number you typically would communicate with him on?
Yes.
Did he have a second phone number that you helped get it?
Yes.
Do you recall what that number was?
I think the area code was 478 491 2831.
And how do you know that was a number that Abdul Jr. was using?
I got the phone for him.
Was that put up under the Darrell Watts account name?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was done approximately?
I know it was, I think it was like November. In November, I think it's like the November 12th or the 15th.
So sometime in November?
Yes,
Would that be 2019?
yes,
Did Hakeem Robinson own a cell phone in January of 2020?
yes.
Did he have just one phone?
He had a couple phones,
What type of phones did he have?
iPhone.
And what was Hakeem Robinson's primary number back in January of 2020 that you would communicate with him on?
The phone number,
Yes, sir.
904 704, I think, 1595.
And was that phone number under the Darrell Watts account?
No,
What account was that phone number under?
I don't know, I think his mother got that phone for him.
Ms. Walters?
Yes,
Do you recognize phone number 478-305-9583?
yes.
Whose phone number was that in January of 2020?
Hakeem,
Hakeem Robinson's?
yes.
And how do you know that?
I got it for him,
Was that up under the Darrell Watts account as well?
yes.
Objection leading on this whole line of questioning.
Well, I'll address the last question, and that's overruled.
Was the 478-305-9583 number you just mentioned, was that activated on the same day as the one you got for Abdul Jr.?
Yes,
And did you at times pay that bill for them?
yeah,
In January 2020, did Leroy Whitaker have a cell phone?
yes,
Did you ever communicate with him on his cell phone?
yes.
Do you recall what his phone number was at the time?
904 803, I think 3671.
Now, turning your attention back specifically to January 15, 2020, did you get asked for help that day?
Yes,
And how did you get asked for help?
well, I was asked to give somebody a ride, give Scotty a ride.
And who asked you specifically?
Abdul Jr.
And how did he get in touch with you to ask you that?
He called me.
Did he call you one time or more than once, if you recall?
I think he called me more than once.
When you spoke to Abdul Jr., did he tell you why Leroy Whitaker needed a ride?
No,
Do you know what area of town or Leroy Whitaker was in that you needed to go pick him up?
say that again.
How did you know where to go pick Leroy Whitaker up?
Abdul Jr., he sent me a pin drop, a location,
What area of town did that take you to?
Arlington.
Was it a business area, a residential neighborhood?
Residential area.
When you went to pick Leroy Whitaker up, what were you driving?
Dodge Challenger.
And you had your phone number, the 866-2370 number with you?
Yes,
When you drove that Dodge Challenger over there, is that a car that's actually in your name?
yes,
Prior to picking Leroy Whitaker up that day, did you ever speak to him on the phone?
yes,
Did you get any information from him as well?
yes. called him and, I think the location thing took me past the location, and I called him, asked him where he was at. And he told me, what house he was in, it was a car in the yard, a certain car. I can't remember what the car was though.
Do you recall what the name of the road was, where you actually went?
On Townsend.
When you were driving on Townsend, did you see any police in the area?
Yes, I seen one police.
Where was that?
Say that again?
Where was that? Where did you see the police?
It was about a block or two from where I picked him up from.
Now, when you got to the correct location, what did you do?
Well, I pulled in the yard and like called Scotty, asked him, where they was at.
Now, you said you pulled into the yard. What was at that location?
Hmm?
Was that a home?
Yes, it was to the house.
Did you recognize that home?
No,
Did you have any idea who was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did Leroy Whitaker come out immediately?
No,
As you waited, did you reach out to anyone?
I reached out to Scotty, and I got a little impatient, and I just asked him like where he at when he coming. He told me they was coming.
Did you reach out to anybody else?
Yes, I called my son, Abdul.
What was the purpose of contacting your son, Abdul Jr.?
I just wanted to know where they was at, what was taking so long.
Do you recall if that was a phone call or a communication by message? Do you have any idea? I know it was 5 years ago.
I can't quite remember.
Eventually, did Leroy Whitaker come out of the home?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
Nope.
Who was with him?
Butter.
And when Leroy Whitaker and Butter, Dominique Barner,
Yes.
when they both came out, how were they acting? How were they walking?
I mean, I would say a little urgent.
Do you recall what either one of them was wearing?
Yes, they had on some pajamas.
Do you remember any details about the pajamas?
Some Mountain Dew pajamas.
Did that look like clothes that you typically would see Leroy Whitaker or Dominique Barner in?
No.
Once they came out, did you let them into your car?
Say that again?
Did you let them both into your vehicle?
Yes.
After they got in, what direction did you drive towards?
Towards Arlington Expressway.
And were there still police in the area?
Well, I only seen that one.
Now, as you were driving away, did you ask them or were you concerned about anybody in particular?
Yes.
Who?
Hakeem.
And why were you concerned for Hakeem?
I know that's his circle of friends.
Was it unusual in your mind for him not to be with them at that point?
Yeah.
Now, as you were driving Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner away, did you find out what had happened to Charles McCormick?
Yes.
And you found out the details about who was involved?
Yes.
And did you continue to drive both Leroy Whitaker and Dominique Barner away?
Yes.
And after getting away from that neighborhood, did you make a stop?
Yes.
And where did you stop?
We stopped in Grand Park.
And what was the reason of stopping in that area?
Switch cars.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
What car did you switch out of?
We got in a white Impala.
Who did the white Impala belong to?
It was my daughter's car, but it was in my name.
Why did you want to switch out of your Dodge Challenger?
I mean, after I found out what happened, we in an orange car, very noticeable.
Did you eventually make it back to your home?
Yes.
And again, that's on Brown Jersey Court.
Yes.
Do you recall around what time of day it was that you made it back to that location, approximately?
I mean, I can't say the exact time. It's like maybe I can't say the exact time, maybe like 2:30 something up, you know.
Do it in the afternoon.
Yes.
After you got back to your home, did you do anything else to assist either Leroy Whitaker or Dominic Barner?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, I took the clothes they had on and left with them.
Where'd you go?
I went over there off Kings Road behind Burger King, put them in this fire barrel.
Did you set them on fire?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
I mean, it was just my way to help.
Did you take either Leroy Whitaker or Dominic Barner with you when you did that?
No.
Do you recall if anyone else was at your home prior to you leaving to set those clothes on fire?
No.
No, there weren't, or no, you don't recall?
No, I don't recall nobody though.
Did you return to Brown Jersey Court that night?
I can't remember.
Are you familiar with an address, 2203 West 12th Street?
Yes.
And why are you familiar with that specific address?
I mean, that's been my address. That's my grandma's address.
Has that house been or stayed in the Robinson family?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the name House of Pain?
Yes.
Who came up with that name?
I did.
When was that?
It's back in the 90s.
What did you want to use the House of Pain name for?
Entertainment.
Is that a name that is still kind of used by the Robinsons?
Yeah.
Your family? Was Hakeem Robinson aware of that name, House of Pain?
Yeah.
Did Hakeem Robinson have an Instagram account that he was using back in January of 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall what his Instagram account name was?
It was KSoo 23 times.
What about Abdul Jr.? Did he have an Instagram account?
Yes.
What was that?
K Crazy.
Do you know someone by the name of Shifan Hogan?
Yes.
Who is he?
That's my baby mother's brother.
Are you also aware of a music video called Bang It Out?
Yes.
And whose music video is that?
Hakeem.
Do you know where that was filmed?
Yes.
Where?
Downtown by the Chart House.
Were you there when it was filmed?
Yes.
Was it filmed prior to Charles McCormick's murder?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish some items that are already in evidence?
Okay.
Showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 191 on the monitor in front of you. Do you see that? Should be on the monitor right here.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that vehicle?
Yes.
Is that your red Dodge Challenger that you were driving on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
This is State's 193.
They call me KSoo.
sir. In that video, the two firearms that Akeem Robinson was holding, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Whose firearms who do they belong to?
KSoo.
Were they real firearms?
Yes.
Did he typically use fake guns in his music video like that?
No.
After the murder of Charles McCormick on January 15, 2020, did you ever see Hakeem with that black AR-style rifle pistol again?
No.
Are you aware of a dash cam video that recorded the murder of Charles McCormick in this case?
Yes.
Have you seen that video?
Yes.
And the person captured.
Objection, sidebar.
All right, let me see counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to switch headphones, but baby, he already telling. I'm sorry, I'm reading Shay's comment and also trying to get my comment. Butter already snitched on you, Blue. You were the mastermind. So Shay believes that Blue and Butter put it all together and put it in motion. Kim says, so I just peeped at the Ali trial, and maybe the first thing I see is Mr. Barnes looking mad. Then I got a call and must be a third line on his son. Yeah, probably so. But yeah. I'm trying to get my headphones to switch over, y'all. So just give me a second.
In 2020, Akeem Robinson was living with you.
Yes.
And so you would see him on a daily basis?
Yes.
And as you have testified to, he's your biological son.
Yes.
And did you also see him after January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And when he was living with you in your home, did you become familiar with some of the clothing that he owned?
Yes.
See the types of clothing that he would wear?
Yes.
See him as he...
Okay, if you'll rephrase your questions.
Did you ever see him walking about the house?
Yes.
Did you see him in music videos?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the way he moves?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, or 5 years ago, were you familiar with the way his build was, his physical characteristics?
Yes.
And after January 15th, 2020, you became aware of a video recording that captured the murder of Charles McCormick. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity during the pendency of your case and the discovery to see that recording.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Did you, when you viewed that recording, recognize the person depicted in it?
Yes.
Who is the person that was captured on the video recording shooting Charles McCormick?
My son.
What's your son's name?
Hakeem.
After the murder of Charles McCormick, did you become aware of a post on Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account referencing something that happened?
Yes.
And was that posted from a nail salon?
Yes.
And after seeing that post, did you reach out to Hakeem Robinson, your son?
Yes.
And what did you want him to do?
I want him to remove the post.
Are you aware of any other posts Hakeem Robinson made to his social media around that time that concerns you?
Yes.
What was that?
It was another post of dude Lil Buck.
What did you see?
It was just the emojis on the bottom of it that said bye bye bye.
Say it again.
It was the emojis, the hand emojis saying bye bye.
States 227. Is that the nail salon post that you reached out to him about? And by him, I mean Hakeem Robinson.
Yes.
Showing what's in evidence as... One moment, I'm sorry, Judge, just not looking. I believe it's States 240, a composite. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Who is that in the post?
Willie.
Billy Addison?
Yes.
And whose Instagram account is that?
Hakeem.
I'm showing you States 229. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And whose marker is there that at the bottom of the photograph?
Willie.
Who's surrounding it?
Hakeem, Pooh Red, and Kareem.
Is Pooh Red again? Is that Torgon Williams there in the middle?
Yes.
State 241. Who is that?
Kareem.
Abdul Jr.?
Yes.
And Stage 240, showing you what's in evidence as a photograph that was sent, appears to be from phone number 904-866-2370. That was your phone number?
Yes.
To 478-305-9583. You recognize the photo that was attached to that message?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's me.
And who were you sending that to?
The son of Hakeem and Kareem.
So you sent it to both Akeem and Abdul Jr.?
Yes,
Was that to both 478 area code numbers that they had?
yes.
And why were you sending that to them?
I really don't know. I really think I was just showing off my outfit, to be honest.
Now, though some people may not believe it, even though you sat here and testified here today, do you still love your family?
Objection and relevance.
Overruled.
Yes,
Is this easy for you to do?
no, this is the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Cross-exam from Mr. Whitaker?
Your Honor, may it please the court?
Yes.
You love your family, Mr. Robinson. That's what we just heard, right?
Yes,
I guess you love yourself. Right? Yes or no, sir?
of course. Self-love first, right?
Over your children.
That's the law of nature. Love yourself first.
Okay. You're cooperating in this case, correct, sir?
Correct.
This is not your first cooperation, is it?
No,
You've somewhat made a career out of it, have you not?
I wouldn't say career.
Well, you first testified against an officer, Officer Eric Sinclair, back in
Relevance.
Overruled.
1999, right?
Did I do what?
You testified against Officer Eric Sinclair back in 1999.
No, I didn't.
You came forward with information.
Yeah,
The officer evidently didn't take it to trial, correct?
correct.
But your cooperation, your testifying to the federal government caused him to enter a plea, right?
I'm not going to agree with that.
Okay. Well, what you probably will agree with is that your sentence was dramatically reduced, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't it true that before you talked to the federal government, what you were facing back in 1999, you could have gotten up to life imprisonment, correct?
yes,
And it was reduced to 10 years, right?
nope.
Substantial reduction?
My time was reduced to 22 years.
How much did you serve?
About 10 years and 3 months, 4 months.
So from life to an ultimate actual serving sentence of about 10 years.
Guess what? It was a law change, and that's how my time got reduced again.
Well, and your cooperation, sir.
Yeah,
Right? So pretty good deal you made for yourself.
yeah,
You've also worked as a confidential informant for police, haven't you?
yeah,
And you're cooperating in this particular case because it will help you, right?
right.
And you were arrested, I think you told us roughly September of 2020.
September 10th, 2020.
September 10th, it sounds like you remember the exact day,
Yes.
right, sir? I imagine that was an important day to you, correct?
I ain't gonna say important.
Well, it did cause you to be incarcerated, sir, right?
Right,
Where you've remained, correct?
right.
And that was for your involvement in the McCormick homicide, right?
Yes.
When did they hit you with the Rothermel homicide?
2021.
Okay, so in 2020, you're facing an accessory after the fact charge for your involvement in the death of Charles McCormick, right?
Right,
And when they brought you in, you've agreed to cooperate, right?
right.
But that didn't happen until 2022, correct?
Right,
That would have been after they put the second homicide on you, right?
right,
Now, in the Rothermill homicide, you're aware that Dominique Varner originally was going to testify against you, right?
right.
And your involvement in what you pled guilty to as accessory after the fact in the Rothermill killing was that you admit you gave money to Dominique Varner after knowing he had just been involved in this shooting and needed to get out of town.
Yes,
And you're willing to admit that, correct?
yes,
You do not admit, you do not agree with Mr. Varner's claim that you provided a gun and a car to accomplish that drive-by shooting,
right.
okay? You don't agree with that,
No,
right?
no,
Because based on your knowledge, sir, you understand that if you and I plan to do a crime together, whatever crime, we're both considered principals, right?
yes,
And so you can stay at home. But if you and I agree to do a crime and I do everything, but you help me, you support me, you do something, say some word that actually inspires me, that encourages me to commit the crime, you can be punished as if you did everything I did, right?
right.
But you weren't charged as a principal in the Rothermill killing, were you?
No,
And so you were left with solicitation for murder. I guess you were originally arrested for that charge, right?
yes,
And essentially, you understood that that charge, they were accusing you of trying to entice the murder to happen, right?
right.
But they dropped that charge pursuant to your plea agreement, right?
Well, I think it's gonna be dropped.
I'm sorry?
I think it's going to be dropped.
Okay. You just know you haven't entered a plea to it, sir, right?
Right,
That was not part of your plea agreement for you to enter a plea of guilty to solicitation for murder, correct?
right,
Only accessory, right?
yes,
And accessory after the fact, you understand, and you understood before you entered your plea agreement, that that's punishable by up to 30 years.
yes, yes,
And so when you have two of them, that means that you could be sentenced up to 60 years, correct?
correct.
But in 2022, when you agreed to come forward and cooperate, they cut your exposure by 2/3, right?
Yes,
I mean, I'm never been super great at math, but 30 plus 30 is 60, right?
right,
And your plea agreement for the death of two human beings calls for a maximum of 20 years, right?
right,
And your actual guidelines are only about 7 years, right?
right,
And I think you told us that that was based on your age, your health issues, and you want to be there for your younger kids, right?
yes,
Would you agree with me? You weren't there for your older kids.
that's why I know better this time.
Okay. You did grow up with quite a bit of respect on the streets, sir, didn't you?
Yep,
And you personally never met Charles McCormick,
nope,
but you did know who he was, correct?
yes,
And you knew in spring of 2019 that he had put out this rap song, correct?
yes,
And you, as you've told us, you were physically in the car when Willie Addison was killed, correct?
yes,
And your son Abdul Jr. was in that car, correct, sir?
yes,
And Torrigan Williams was in that car, correct, sir?
yes,
And all of you got shot, correct?
yes,
And you explained there was somebody else there that was actually also shot and paralyzed as a result, right?
yes.
And who was that again?
My nephew,
Okay, and what's his name, sir?
Samuel Cooper.
Samuel what?
Cooper.
Cooper.
Yes.
Samuel Cooper.
Yes.
Also shot with Willie Addison, with you all, and is now paralyzed.
Yes.
And then you also mentioned somebody named Moody.
Yes.
Do you know Moody's full name?
I think it's Antonio McLaurin or something like that.
Antonio McLaurin.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Were you aware that Antonio McLaurin wore a whiter on
Objection,
Mr. Varner?
Yes. Do we need to speak sidebar about that? Okay. Let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar.
I heard objection, I just didn't hear anything after that.
Oh my God, y'all. So you mean to tell me all of y'all committing crimes together and y'all all telling? This Tattletale Central going on right here. She dropping bombs left and right. What? He can't even look at his son. Look at him. Go get you some water, Pops. Every young child need to be that's out there think they outside right now need to be watching this trial, because if this trial don't teach you that everybody is telling, everybody gonna tell. Stop. First of all, get out the streets because there ain't nothing out there no more. But second of all, stop doing stuff with other people. Cause like Daddy just said, like I want to call him Suge Knight so bad, y'all. I want to call him Suge Knight so bad, but like Daddy said, he tried to quote the law of I think it's the law of, is it preservation, where he was trying to say that self-love is the first love, that's nature. You have a natural instinct to want to protect yourself and survive, right? Baby, you out here talking about you want a third chance at life, and I ain't calling it a second one. It's a third one, because you caught this case back down in 99, and you flipped, told on the officer. Then you get locked up in 2020, and somehow they end up figuring out that y'all also was involved in another M. This his third chance at life, y'all. This his third shot at it.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so I'm sorry, you told us another person that was in the car with you all when Willie Addison was killed and you all were shot was a person with the nickname, I'm sorry, give it to us one more time.
Moody.
Moody. And you believe Moody's full formal name is Antonio McLaurin.
Yes.
Okay. And my question to you was, were you aware that Antonio McLaurin wore a confidential wire on Dominique Varner?
Yes.
In jail. You were?
Yes.
Okay. It's fair to say that you were vengeful after that shooting, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is, in fact, is why you were willing to be involved in what would become the attempted murder of someone named P. Money, and that resulted in the Rothermill killing.
Yes.
Because P Money, and do you happen to know his formal name?
No, I don't know his full name.
Okay. But you know who I'm talking about when I say P Money,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
He was a target for you, correct?
yes,
Because you did believe he was responsible for not only killing your son, Willie Addison, but hurting everybody else, correct? Including yourself.
yes,
You were not personally there during the actual shooting of what ended up being the death of Mr. Rothermel and the attempt on P Money, correct?
correct.
But you have pled guilty to accessory after the fact for that death.
Yes,
And you have admitted to providing Barner with money in order to get out of town, correct?
yes,
Now, we've heard you kind of explain that on January 15th, you end up driving your Dodge Challenger, correct?
yes,
Over to the Townsend Road area?
yes,
And you claim that you then picked up Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker, correct?
yes.
And I apologize for skipping around a little bit, but I just realized something I almost forgot to ask you about. How long have you known Leroy Whitaker?
I've known him for probably about a little bit more than 5 years probably now.
A little bit more than 5 years, sir?
Yeah, probably now.
Okay. And you were born in 71 or 70?
70.
1970, which makes you about 55 now, sir?
Yeah, I'll be 55 this year.
Now, back in 2020, I think you've already told us your son, Abdul Jr., was 25? That sound right?
It might be. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you told us, I mean, we can, if we have to, we can do the math.
Yeah,
Not
do the
very good
math.
at the math, but we can certainly do it. What year was Abdul Jr. born?
94.
Okay. So that would appear to make him 26, if my math is correct. Does that sound right?
26 now?
If you subtract, what month? 2020?
November.
Okay, so we'd use 2019, so that'd make him 25 at the time of the death of Mr. McCormick.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That sound about right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there's a 4-year age difference between the two sons, between Abdul Jr. and Hakeem Robinson, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if depending on the birthdays, and again, we're talking November, so if there's 4 years, then Hakeem Robinson was 21 years old, right?
Yes.
When was Willie Addison born? What year was he born?
I think 93. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
1993, which would make him 26.
At 2020, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And in 2019, when he was killed, he would have been 25.
Yeah.
Okay. Leroy Whitaker is substantially younger than all of them, correct?
Yeah.
And you always knew that from the little time that you did spend with him, correct?
Yes.
And Willie and Leroy Whitaker had no relationship whatsoever, right?
Not that I know of.
And Leroy Whitaker does not rap that you're aware of, correct?
No, no.
And with all of your testimony, though, you have not heard Leroy Whitaker specifically ever make any kind of statement that he wanted Charles McCormick dead, correct?
Correct.
And you have never heard Leroy Whitaker ever say anything to suggest he knew anyone was going to get out of a car and shoot Charles McCormick, correct?
Repeat that question.
you never heard Leroy Whitaker say anything that he would have any knowledge that anyone was going to get out and shoot Charles McCormick?
No, I haven't.
And sir, have you ever been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty?
No. You said a crime of dishonesty?
And I'm sorry, let me make it easier.
Yeah.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony, sir?
Yes.
How many times?
2.
Nothing further.
Okay, cross for Mr. Robinson.
Your community, up until this point, seated right there, right?
Say it again?
Your community, your family, those people that know you best in this world are in this courtroom right now, right?
I don't think so.
You don't see family sitting there?
Nope.
You don't see Hakeem's mother sitting there?
Oh, yeah, I see her.
Now, of course, she knows you, right?
Yeah, she know me.
A moment ago, you said that you are a 2-time convicted felon. And let's jump into the first time. In the year of 2000, you were sentenced to 262 months in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Hakeem was an infant at that time, right?
Yes.
You go away for roughly 10 years.
Right.
Now, you said a moment ago that, well, that you disagreed about cooperation. You got what's called, the government filed a 5K, right?
Yes.
And a 5K specifically is when somebody has provided substantial assistance in the investigation or prosecution of others. You agree with that?
Yes.
But you disagree that you got a reduction because of cooperation?
No, I don't think I disagree with that. She said testifying.
All right. You snitched on other people, you got a reduction, right?
Yeah.
So years later, this case comes along. You get charged in the McCormick case. You get charged in the Rothermill case. And you initially plead not guilty, correct?
Right.
You fight the McCormick case for a period of time, right?
Right.
You have your attorney involved in depositions knowing the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
And then your attorney comes to you and says, they're threatening to charge you as a principal.
Objection, Judge.
And the grounds?
Privilege communications.
Okay,
For him to waive, Your Honor, not the government to say.
okay. Well, then I'll leave it to Mr. Abdul Robinson Sr.
There was a point in time when these 2 murder cases are pending that you learn that the government is now trying to leverage you, threatening you with charging you as a principal in the Rothermill case, right?
Yes.
And that would have meant a life minimum mandatory for you, right?
Yes.
So, you agree, you cave, and astonishingly, for the second time, why is it that you only grow a conscience when you're looking at hefty prison terms?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Just ask a question, Mr. DeCoste, without commentary.
Previous case, you were looking at life, you cooperated to get out of it, right?
Yes.
Once again, you're looking at life, and you decide to cooperate to get out of it, right?
Right.
Now, you're hoping that the recommendation is going to be that you serve for all of your crimes only 76 months, right?
I mean, yes.
All right. That's what you have in writing with the government, right?
Yes.
And you've served a majority of that time already.
Right.
So that means that within a short couple of months, maybe 12, you're going to be back walking the streets of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That was the price of your testimony. Right?
Right.
You had to cooperate and implicate your 2 sons, but it got you out of custody.
You say implicate them?
You had to point at your sons. Let's back up for a second. at the point in time that they leverage you with life on the Rothermill case, they had already arrested your son and said that he was the one that committed it, right?
Oh, no, you confusing me.
Okay. Let's break it down. You said a moment ago that the government sent a message to you that they were going to basically indict you on the Rothermill case and that you were potentially looking at life. You then decided to cooperate. You remember that, right?
Right.
Okay. They had already, on this case, through the evidence, through the depositions that your attorney was at, they already believed that Hakeem was a shooter, right?
Right.
All right. So it wasn't something that you came forward and like, hey guys, let me help you understand the case. You just agreed to their narrative.
No, I didn't agree to their narrative. They asked me what the conversation was when I picked them up.
Okay, let's move on here. So at that point, though, they had already pointed the finger at Hakeem, right?
Right.
All right. So you just continued with their case. I'm going to point at Hakeem. He was a shooter, right?
I can't agree with that.
You also pointed out your other son, Abdul, the one that shares your name, Abdul Kareem Robinson Jr., right?
Right.
Before you decided to cooperate, you had also reviewed all of the phone records in this case, correct?
Yes.
So you had knowledge of what the government believed was happening in the case?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about Dominique Barner. Your words, he's a reliable hitman, right?
Yes.
For you to know that he's a reliable hitman, you must have used him as a hitman before, right?
No.
And how do you know he's a reliable hitman? Can't be the Rothermill case because they didn't kill P Money. So how is it that you know that he is a reliable hitman?
I mean, you hear things when you're in the streets.
And that's where you live. Not physically on the streets, but you are a street guy, right?
I have been one.
All right. And the marks of that are on you. You have bullet holes, right?
Yes.
You have tattoos, right?
Yes.
Keem has neither.
Right.
Not a single tattoo on his body, right?
Right.
Never been shot.
That's good.
Now, let's get back to Barner, your reliable hitman. In the Rothermill case, it's Blue, that's you, right?
Yes.
Now, you also go by OG too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's Blue, Butter, right? Dominique Barner.
Yeah.
And Chris Brown, right?
Yes.
That's the trio. Blue, Butter, Brown. In the Rothermill case, right? Right?
Yeah.
Now, Chris Brown, his nickname is Crazy Chris.
Right.
You know Chris Brown, obviously.
Yes.
State. All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Robinson. I'm showing you it's been pre-marked. It's defense one. You know what that is, right?
Yes.
That's a picture of Chris Brown.
Right.
And you know that's a picture of Chris Brown because you committed crimes with him.
No.
You're denying that you committed crimes with him on the Rothermill case?
Yes, I'm denying.
Okay, just a moment. When there's an objection, I have to rule. What's the objection?
I withdraw based on the way it was then phrased.
Okay. Go ahead, ask the question.
Chris Brown is a co-defendant on the Rothermill case, right?
Right.
And you pled guilty on that case?
Yes.
All right. Now, this photo fairly and accurately depicts what Chris Brown looked like in January of 2020.
Yes.
Defense offers which were pre-marked as defense one.
Okay, so any objection from the state? Any objection from Mr. Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Okay, then defense exhibit will be marked into evidence as defendant Robinson's number one.
That's Chris Brown, right? Can you see the monitor?
His monitor is not on.
Published all. Mike taught me better.
Well, it's off everywhere now.
There we go. Now, there we go. It takes a minute.
Okay.
That's Chris Brown, right?
Yes.
Butter pecan skin. Right?
Yes.
Not Hakeem.
No.
Dreads down to his chin, right?
No.
He's got dreads, no?
Yes.
Some of that hair goes down to his chin.
Talking about hair on his chin?
Down to his chin.
Yeah, he got hair on his chin.
All right. Now, Chris Brown's right around 6 feet, maybe a little bit under.
He
Right?
might, yeah, he might be about 6 feet, a little bit on.
He's a skinny guy too, right?
Yes.
He's also best friends with Butter.
Yes.
Crazy Chris, Chris Brown, and Butter Dominique Barner. Right?
Right.
Now, Dominique Barner, he lives that life too, right? He's got wounds, he's got tattoos.
Yes.
He doesn't have a future in the entertainment industry.
No.
None of them do.
No.
Now, let's talk about work. Been out of custody since, roughly 2009, July 2009, you get out of custody on that federal case.
Yes.
In your life, you have never filed taxes, right?
No.
Judge relevant.
Yes. Sustained.
Never received a paycheck from a legitimate job.
Yes.
Now, the House of Pain, your Instagram handle is HOP CEO, right?
Right.
That stands for House of Pain CEO.
Yes.
That's yours from back in the 90s, right?
Right.
When House of Pain, that's my era, when House of Pain was big. Right?
Right.
That's not Hakeem's era.
No.
Now, you had shirts that were put together, right?
Yes.
You even have like drawings where you tried to draw out the crest for House of Pain.
Yes.
And you were hoping to build that into something legitimate, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Legitimate. The emblem, correct me if I'm wrong, is an axe on the right side, right?
The what?
Do you remember the logo that you drew?
No.
To refresh your recollection, to take a look at what you drew?
Yeah.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Take a look at that. You know if that refreshes your recollection.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, so the House of Pain logo that you created.
He's got a house with bullet holes in it, right?
Yeah.
Below that, stacks of money, right?
Right.
A microphone.
Under relevance.
Yeah, how is this relevant?
Your Honor, do you want me to go sidebar and explain?
No, I'm going to sustain.
Okay. A House of Pain email that the government has talked so much about today, that's also yours, right?
No.
So House of Pain and everything about it is yours except the email address.
Yeah, I can't remember making no email address for House of Pain.
When the police searched your house in the U-Haul truck that was out there, they found T-shirts for House of Pain. They found other swag that you had made and these drawings for House of Pain, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
And again, your Instagram handle is HOP CEO.
Yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about Hakeem Robinson. Hakeem is 6'2", 6'3", your words?
Yes.
Well over 200 pounds?
Yeah.
230, 240?
About 2:30.
In 2019, an opportunity came his way, right?
Yeah.
He was close friends with another rapper by the name of Young and Ace, right?
Correct.
He's known Ace for a long time.
Correct.
Ace has gotten hugely big over the years, right?
Correct.
Now, at the time, Ace was signed by Cinematic, right?
Correct.
And at that time, Hakeem was lucky enough to get connected with Johnny Shipes, right?
Correct.
Now, this is the same guy that found Nipsey Hussle in California, right?
Correct.
Joey Badass, right?
Yeah.
T-Pain.
Yep.
So this wasn't a small deal. This wasn't Charles McCormick's song that's out there. He had a legitimate record deal.
Right.
Now, we know from Charles McCormick that people in this diss rap and this drill rap, they will rap about things that they weren't involved in, right?
Correct.
Because you said Charles McCormick was not involved in this.
Correct.
Now, you also agree that drill rap, the type rap like the video, Bang It Out, that sells, right?
Yes.
And I asked you, and I think I asked you, and it was a couple of years back, sells a lot better than happy rap, like Will Smith rap.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, you had hopes prior to manage Ace, right?
Yes.
But he didn't take you along.
No, he already had a manager.
And then your son gets signed in 2019, right?
Right.
He's off in California shooting a music video in December, right?
I can't remember.
He didn't bring you along either.
That ain't true, man. That's not true.
He did not agree to let you manage his career. Or is your testimony that he did? He wanted you to manage it?
Of course.
Of course not. He didn't want you to manage it?
Of course, he did.
Yet you weren't with him on any of those trips, right?
I was with him on a lot of trips.
You have no credits on any of his songs?
No, I don't want no credits on this song.
And Johnny Shipes is the one that is in the records as his manager, right?
I would assume.
So let's now talk about the day before the murder. That white car that you already let us know, you drove that white car over to the JSO property facility, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the motive of others. Your testimony is that Hakeem Robinson, who was not shot, who is not biologically tied to Willie Addison like you, that somehow he had more motive than the other people that were actually shot. Right?
Say that again.
We're talking about the people that would have had a motive to be upset at Charles McCormick. Okay?
Right.
You, Butter, and Brown, Blue, Butter, Brown, I'm going to trip over that if I say it fast. The whole thing about P Money was because you believe that he was behind Willie's murder, right?
Right.
Okay. So now Charles McCormick comes along and he's putting out a song. He's not signed to a record deal, right?
Right.
His song isn't getting any traction.
Right.
He's nowhere near the level of KSoo, Hakeem Robinson, right?
Correct.
But your testimony is that was a motive enough for murder. That's your testimony, right?
It's this song?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's a whole list of people that would be way above him to have the motive to kill Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
You?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
You'd have no motive to kill a guy who's basically laughing about the night that you were shot.
I mean, not me. She ain't killing pro se myself.
Look, all I know is this. And I'll put this in a question. You claim that the the phone that's used by the shooter, that's registered in your name, right? Oh, excuse me, Daryl Watts, right?
Right.
And we'll get to that. You allegedly burn the clothes that Butter had on him, right?
Correct.
You break through the police perimeter to pick up Leroy Whitaker and Barner, right?
Come on, man. You exaggerating, man. You know it wasn't no police perimeter, none of that. You exaggerating now.
I'm exaggerating that there wasn't drones and helicopters overhead
How would I know that?
because you were driving to the location.
And I would see a drone in the air?
So we'll agree. All right, let's say the we'll let JSO answer the question whether they had a perimeter and they had hundreds of officers trying to find the shooter that was running through neighborhoods.
You really think I would have went through there if I seen all those police and all that? Or a drone and a helicopter and all that? You think I would have went up in there with my car registered in my name?
You don't want me to answer that question. So why don't you stick to answering my questions and not asking me them? It's a life you live, right? You live this life in the streets, right?
Nah.
Or wait, are you telling me that you, as the patriarch of the family, that basically these kids come by and say, hey, Blue, go do this?
They didn't call Leroy Whitaker daddy to go get it. They called me. They did. What if they would have called I would like to see how they would feel if they would have called somebody else to go pick somebody up. They didn't. They called me. If I would have knew something was going on, I wouldn't have never went.
All right.
Think I'm gonna go over there in my car with my phone and knowing something going on? I would like to been, if I would like to been involved in a crime, I'd like to know that I'm involved in a crime. Let me know that, okay, it's a crime happening now. Let me know something. I was in there blind.
So you're a victim in this case, right?
I ain't gonna say I'm a victim, but I would like to know that I'm being involved in something and just ask for a ride.
All right, so then after you know about it, you're then cool with going to burn clothes, right?
Yeah, after I get to know about it, I was cool with that.
Yeah, what's a little bit of a felony, destruction of evidence.
Yeah, I did it. I like Scotty. I did.
Definitely know you didn't call 911.
Right.
That conscience only grew later when you were looking at life.
Yeah.
All right, now let's talk about Daryl Watts. There's a bunch of cell phones that are in the name of Daryl Watts, right?
Correct.
And the phone that was used, now, it's interesting, the government, they asked you about a bunch of phone numbers, and you remembered it off the top of your head, right?
Yeah.
But the one that they had to tell you was 478-305-9583.
Objection, Judge.
What's the grounds?
The misstatement.
Okay. I will, of course, the jury will recall the testimony that came out from the witness stand, if you'll just ask the question of the witness.
You were asked about a bunch of phone numbers, and you were able to recite them, except for one that they told you, and you just agreed, yes. You remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's 478-305-9583, right?
Right.
Now, that phone's under your dead friend's name, Daryl Watts, right?
Right.
You paid for that phone, right?
Correct.
And in December, you paid something like $1,000 that you owed on that phone and others.
Right.
So whoever it is that had that phone, the shooter, you supplied it to him.
Oh, I didn't know the shooter had the phone. I didn't know. I mean.
So, Daryl Watts was your best friend, right?
Yeah.
He was murdered.
Yeah.
To this day, you were not cleared as a suspect in that case.
Sustained. Mr. DeCoste, just ask questions, please, that are relevant.
An arrest has not been made in the murder of Daryl Watts.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Now, you've also learned that Torgon Williams was involved in the murder of Charles McCormick, right?
He was involved?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You don't know that?
No.
You were a co-defendant for a while, your attorney's going to depositions, you don't know the other people that were implicated?
No.
Chris Brown?
In Charles' case?
Yes.
No, I never seen that. No, I don't know that.
Janera Smith?
No.
But none of them have been charged.
Right.
Now let's focus on the specific day of January 15th, 2020. Your words, you didn't see Hakeem that entire day.
Correct.
Didn't see him before, right?
Right.
Didn't see him after.
Correct.
Now you said that you were worried about him, right?
Correct.
Well, you have all these phone numbers that you have memorized. You didn't call any of them.
Correct.
But you were concerned?
Yes.
Common sense dictates that if you're concerned about your son and that what you're saying is actually true, that you would have picked up the phone and called him. But you didn't do that.
Correct. I didn't.
Chifton Hogan. First time we've ever heard it's somebody you're related to.
I'm not related to him.
Okay, but it's somebody that's a couple degrees of separation, that's tied to the family, right?
He's my baby, mother, brother.
And you know from this case that he was never charged, right?
Correct.
Yet his DNA is inside of the car. Right?
Oh, I guess.
I'm not asking you to guess. I'm saying, do you know about the evidence in the case to which you pled to?
Some of it.
All right. Are you aware that Chifton Hogan's DNA is found inside of the car?
Yeah.
So you are sure now?
Yeah.
That would stand for the proposition that DNA can end up inside of a car without somebody ever being in it, right?
I'm not sure.
All right. So, your other son, Abdul Jr., he's not here anymore, right?
Correct.
Your hope, something that has been discussed, you're hoping that in exchange for your testimony here today, that his case would be dropped. Right?
No.
You're not hoping for that?
I mean, if it do, it's good. I mean, but I can't say that.
So you're saying that that's not true, or you're saying it's not, or you're saying you do want your other son to be convicted?
No, I'm not saying I want him to be convicted. I'm not saying that I want him to be convicted. If they drop his case because of what I'm doing, great.
As long as you're protected, that's the most important thing for you, though.
When you say protected, what you mean?
The same thing that Ms. Schlax asked you. You said, well, you know, if they drop his, well, that would be great. But your number one priority out of all of this is you.
I think I'm number 2.
Sir, you come in here as a 2-time convicted felon. Because of these other cases, you'll be convicted at least 2 more times, right?
Right. Correct.
A lifetime of crime, right?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
You'll be a 4-time convicted felon. You've already spent 10 years in prison and approximately 5 in custody on this,
Correct.
for a total of about 15 years in custody.
Correct. Let's not forget about the 10 years that I was out free and no trouble.
But then you got into trouble again.
Right. I was out free from 2009 to 2020, no trouble.
I understand, but coming in here today and going back to the question, your number one objective is protecting yourself.
Of course.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Robinson, one more thing. The deal with Cinematic, that occurred right in the months before this murder, right?
Yes.
Basically, right around December, they fly him out to California. He's shooting music videos, but it's right around that time that he inked that deal.
I'm not sure. I don't remember him going out to California, so I can't say.
But you can say that that deal was inked right around that time.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
A little bit, Judge. Police Court.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah.
That 478-305-9583 number that you were asked about, that was under Darrell Watt's name.
Yes.
Did you give that number to Chris Brown?
No.
You didn't let him use it?
No.
Sure?
Positive.
Now, on I'm going to show you what's in evidence. It states 187. Is that on your screen?
Yeah.
Objection outside of the scope of the cross.
I don't have a question.
Judge, I'm going to ask about Chris Brown.
Okay, then that's permissible. So objection overruled.
Is that Chris Brown? That was shooting?
No.
What?
It's Hakeem.
And you indicated a few moments ago that Hakeem's approximately 6'2". Have you ever measured him, or are you just going off what you believe?
No, I never measured.
As he sits here today, does Hakeem Robinson look the same as he did 5 years ago?
No.
Overruled.
What's that?
Does he look different today, Hakeem Robinson, than he did 5 years ago? Has his build changed in any way?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he look a little grown, like, you know.
So he was smaller 5 years ago?
Objection, leading to strike.
Okay, sustained. Just rephrase your question.
Sure. You said bigger today?
Yes.
Objection, leading to strike.
Okay. There's no evidence to strike, so I'm not striking. It's because the attorney's questions are not evidence. Anybody's attorney's questions are not evidence, but rephrase your question without leading.
Judge, sorry, Mr. Robinson, I didn't hear your answer. When I asked you, how does he look different today, what was your response?
He look like he grown, gained a little weight.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about the deal that Hakeem Robinson signed with Cinematic. You remember that?
Yes.
And some questions about him going to California to film a music video.
Yes.
But the Bang It Out video was filmed right here in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
You were there for that?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with Robinson Management LLC?
Who?
Robinson Management LLC. Does that sound familiar to you?
No.
Were you involved with Hakeem Robinson's cinematic endeavors to be signed?
Yes.
And were you trying to assist him with that and manage him with that?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Were you in fact in communication with people from Cinematic?
Yes.
And were you continuing to aid and assist Hakeem with that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll try.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes?
When you a document, take a look at it yourself. I'll make you recognize it.
Yes.
Part of that agreement with Cinematic Music, were you actually on that contract?
Yes.
How so?
I was his management.
Okay. And you signed that form?
Yes.
Did Hakeem Robinson sign it?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
All right.
That's all, Judge. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Request for recross, Your Honor.
Okay, but it's very limited to redirect.
Mr. Robinson, you were shown that video, right?
Yes.
Government asked you who that was, right?
Yes.
If you said anybody other than Hakeem, you'd still be looking at life, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, it's 5:34. I think we're going to recess for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads behind. We will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, here in courtroom 407 for the continuation. Let me remind you that during this overnight recess, of course, you're not to talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else, or allow anyone to say anything to you.
Yeah, the recap gonna be thumping tonight. I ain't even gonna hold you. The recap is gonna be thumping. So if you don't follow me on, matter of fact, as long as you're following me here right here on YouTube, you're gonna see the recap because I posted over here, but I'm also gonna post it over on TikTok as well. Yeah, it's gonna be thumping. It's gonna absolutely be thumping because baby, I got jokes for days about what's going on in this here trial. I do want to get a better understanding of the cell phone piece because I kind of got lost in the shuffle around that time. Where they were talking about who was sending messages to who back in December, the month before the unalivement. So I'm going to pull the transcript from this video and then I'm going to get those details and I'll try to put them in the video as well if it comes out as clear as I hope that it is. I probably don't go live tonight. I don't know. I'm not planning on it, D-Wood. You know, I'd be sporadic with the lives on TikTok. You never know. You never know how I'm feeling over there. But if we get quite a bit of traction from the video, I'll go live. But child, today was crazy. Today was crazy. So I want to thank each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us today. We will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central, 9 p.m. East. I'm sorry, 9 p.m. 9 a.m. Eastern. Y'all have a easy, safe, and fun evening. I'll see y'all later.